1 minute to the deadline. Seconds. 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
Greetings and welcome to DBN's broadcast of Regenscon 2025. I know my accent is not as good as Robert's, but you will hear his voice throughout the day today. I'm Kevin O'Kelly, happy to be hosting this broadcast on a very warm summer day here in Chicago. You don't want to hear just from me about Chicago, so we've got a worldwide cast of analysts who are going to be joining us today. As you have seen him winning the 2025 Broadcaster Brawl 3, Brandon Austin will be joining us today, recording Brandon's victory behind the scenes today. Patrick will be getting us to and making her DBN debut. Micah Blanc, Micah, welcome to everyone here. Say hello to the first. We'll give the first shout out to the winner. How does it feel to be walking around DBN's Broadcaster Brawl champion?
Yeah, it's not too bad. It's pretty cool. Happy to do it.
Patrick, behind the scenes, you heard some great negotiations. What stuck out the most about it?
What stuck out the most about it was Brandon was really good at just getting people, just sitting back and being chill and getting people to be okay with him winning in the end.
And that is the way to get it done. Micah, you've won a tournament to yourself. What's it like being on this side of the broadcast now?
Oh, it's amazing. I mean, I've always watched ever since I started playing, and everyone's so uplifting, and you get a real sense of community. So it's awesome to be on this side of the line now.
We love it. We're glad to have you here today joining us. These are three newer analysts. I'm the old fart of the group, so I am excited to have them tell us about the game because all three of them know a lot more. I've seen a lot, but I still don't know how to play the game, so we'll rely on their analysis throughout it. This is our second broadcast of a German game. Robert had one, Hechtenstein, I think, was last year. We did it last fall, so it's a good group of players today. When I looked at the list, there is a full top 10 of DBN players in the standings for that. We'll get to those players in a bit. But what we're going to do next is talk about upcoming tournaments. And when I look at the calendar on diplobn.com, which we will see here, it looks like the next upcoming event is the French Diplomacy Championship. Micah, tell us about what's coming up in Europe over the next couple of months.
Yeah, so there's a lot of action going on in Europe. There's in July we have indeed the French Championships. I won them last year, so if you come, you can try and take my title. We've got the Norwegian ones for the first time. The Scandinavian scene has really been popping lately. Jelte Kuiper has done a lot, and now they are organizing their own tournaments, so that's great to see. But it doesn't stop in July, because in August we've got actually nothing in August. In September we've got the Swiss Championships, again hosted by Christoph and Steve. I've been 2 times now. I'm going to be there again. It's going to be lovely. And we also have the UK Championships, also in September. So there's a lot going on. If you weren't able to make Regenscon, you might be interested in going to another German tournament later this year. In October, there'll be the Hertstechen Open. I probably pronounced that wrong as well, but it's the one you meant. It's the one you meant about last year. So I believe Robert is hosting it again. So very excited for that. And the big one is the one, the European Diplomacy Championship. Jalt and me are hosting it, so it will be in Leiden, which is fairly close to Schiphol for our international friends. It's about 20 minutes. So that'll be the 7th to the 9th of November, and it would be great to have you all there. We've got a lot of signups already from all over the world, some Australians, some US citizens, and also, of course, a lot of Europeans trying to fight for that ultimate European title.
Excellent. A lot of good. I think you pronounced it better than I did. Steve and Christophe, a personal connection during COVID. They were running the French speaking games when we first started doing the virtual face-to-face. So I always have a connection with those guys. So glad to hear them in there. And I've flown over in there, and 20 minutes is definitely a nice train ride to get to EDC in November. So come join those events. The most recent event that we had on DBN was an Australian event, and the Snake Pit, I think, was this weekend. Brandon, tell us what's going on recently and what we can look forward to.
Yeah, well, we just had the Sydney Cup, which was a tournament that has returned after, I think it was maybe 11 or 14 years. Jason Gray and Darcy Morris did an absolute banger of a job getting 5 boards for all 3 rounds. So we had a massive turnout for that of experienced players and new players too. And yeah, there was a lot of fun there and some really good results. That's obviously up on the DBN channel, so I recommend people go and have a look. There was a lot of interesting games. And saying that too, we've got our next event is the Cane Toad Classic coming up at the end of August. Registrations are open if anyone wants to fly into Brisbane, Australia, and enjoy some good quality games there. As for the rest of the hobby in Australia, like we've got our monthly clubs in Sydney and Canberra and Melbourne that are really kicking off and having regular games. And we have our Melbourne tournament and a Canberra tournament towards the end of the year as well in October and November. So yeah, a lot of things to look forward to down under.
Excellent. Patrick, a lot of big events coming up here in North America. What do you got?
Yeah, plenty to look forward to in NA, although sometimes it feels like it doesn't quite explode in the same way that activity does in Europe and Australia right now. But either way, a lot to look forward to. Still a steady pace of about 1 tournament every month or so, with some exceptions. July, the big ticket item is going to be the Armada Regatta in Denver, returning for the 3rd consecutive year after a 2-decade hiatus. That's run by Manas Hand, who's one of the most famous organizers in the hobby going back, again, decades. It was a great event. It was my first face-to-face tournament when I went last year. And I could not recommend it more if you're able to make it out. It's a great group of people, great local group. It's really well run. Then in August, we have the Boston Massacre, a little bit of a smaller tournament, but still worth mentioning, run by veteran tournament director and alleged diplomacy player Alex Maslow. And then September, a bit of a dry spell, but then at the start of October, made up for easily because the big one comes up, North American DipCon at Weaselmoot. I believe October 5th through 7th is the exact date. So make sure to get registered for that one if you can. Lodging is going to be very cheap there. Brandon and the team are making it as easy as possible financially to get there and to have fun. And then if that's not enough diplomacy for the year, then you've got Carnage in November, run by, again, veteran TD Dave Maletsky. And he always puts on a good show, at least from what I hear. Hope to make it out this year, but maybe won't. We'll have to see since I am on the other coast. But besides that, should still be a great place to get some games.
I have done Carnage twice. It is a very enjoyable tournament. I think both times it was a DipCon, so it was more competitive than you, but when it's not a DipCon, there's still great diplomacy, but a lot of very relaxed atmosphere, which I enjoy a lot. September is light this year. Usually we run Weaselmoot here in Chicago in September, but because of getting North American DipCon, we shifted a little bit and we stole Liberty Cup in Philadelphia's weekend. So sorry, Bill, but you can have it back next year. So, the last, certainly not least, I had the banner up earlier I had the VWDC server. The Virtual Diplomacy League is a monthly virtual face-to-face league. We play one Saturday or Sunday, depending on your time zones, every month. Games are international friendly. They start at 2 a.m. UTC, I think it is, or give or take an hour. And they run all the way through Saturday evening, North American time, Sunday morning, Australian time. So you can usually make 2 to 3 events. I know some players have played 3. Saturday, July 19th is the next one for that. The big one, big virtual tournament coming up is the Summer Classic. Everything you could find out about those events are in the VWDC server. It's a great way if you don't live near any of the big cities that we talk about, or you don't have the budget to travel to any of these or play as much diplomacy as you want. Great place to play gunboat games where there's no discussion, quick 2-hour games, virtual games, which sometimes for fast games are 4 hours. The VDL games are 6.5. Brandon, Snake Bit games around the same time. I haven't played a Snake Bit.
I haven't personally played a Snake Pit game either, but like
I have played Snake Pit. They have like a 5.5 hour cutoff, so a little shorter, but not that much. Yeah.
Perfect. And that's going to be nice for what we see today. As I say, as we transition into Regenscon, it is a C-Diplo style 1907 end game. So the nice part is for those who don't like to play the all-night games or DBNI, where it goes into 1924. These are reasonable games, and it's great for a newer player. So if you're new and want to join in, the virtual games are a great place to try diplomacy for the first time, not just emailing or entering your communications into a server of some kind. So
I'd like to say with that as well that we had a lot of players who were transitioning from the virtual scene to face-to-face at the Sydney Cup as well, and a lot of them did really well. So a lot of people that had played more online than they had face-to-face, and the online servers are a great place to get some hours in, get some games in, get to know a few people, because there are a lot of people there who you will know at face-to-face events as well if you want to make that swap.
Nice. So what you're saying is now I have even less of a chance to win.
Nah, Kevin, I'd work with you any day, mate. We can make it work.
There we go. I got to do one more shout out. My son is watching the broadcast today, so thanks for joining.
Great name.
Yeah.
Hello, son.
Thanks to all the players for chatting in the comments today. We appreciate the chat. No spoilers. I see a few of the players. I highlighted one earlier. I see Jan in the chat too. No spoilers, but if you want to give us some behind-the-scenes negotiations, what happened after our analysts dig in, we would appreciate it. So let's transition onto the game.
It is worth noting, just before we get fully going, that the scoring system here is not the typical C-Diplo Namur that people might be used to from more established European tournaments or 7 Years' War. It's a unique system, I believe, called Bangkok Pike that has only been used at Roberts tournaments, if I remember correctly. And it's a bit more of a simple system, sort of like duct tape, if people are familiar with that, in Nexus Press League, where very simple numbers, easy to calculate. I think it's 3 points for survival, 1 point per SC, and 6 points for the board top, with some other stuff sprinkled in.
You perfectly read my mind when we were going to talk about the scoring system. So here we are. We've got like I said, a full top 10 players. Robert being number 10 on here is deceptive because he is the tournament director and is not competing for score, but because he did jump in to play a game, he does show up on our list. So it's great. I see 2026 WDC host on here. We are excited. We don't have the details to talk about yet. Maybe we do, maybe we don't. I don't have them. So 2026 in Greece. So mark your calendars to join us there. Phillips played at WDC here in Chicago. I saw Bernard in the chat. Bernard is a Chicago traveler. So we look forward to seeing some of them for WDC 2027. Micah, you're newest, so we won't handicap you the most. Seeing this list of names, are you going to pick one of the big names to win this weekend, or are you going to go with an underdog that you might know flew under the radar?
Well, there's obviously a lot of good players on here. I will say Jelte planned on not playing any games, so he will jump in if needed, but he didn't plan on playing. I mean, there's a lot of good players. I would say, if I would say in advance who I would give the most chance, that I have to pick Cyril. He's such an insane player. He's good results. He's always so happy, even when he saps you. He's going around you like, "Hey, yes, we're friends," and then he goes ahead and stabs you in the back, and you like him after. So he's doing something well. One particular player I'm gonna keep an eye on in particular is gonna be Simon. Simon is a really strong player. He's won 7 years war twice, became the youth world diplomacy champion last year. At the Dutch championship, I played with him. He got third place, but it's so clear how tactical he is. And I think something he's really developed lately is that he is also not as afraid to go for it in the end. So if he manages to find an ally, I'm very curious to see what he can do with that.
Patrick.
Offering a possible counterpoint about Jelte to start off with, the person that comes to mind when I think, oh, they didn't want to play, but they are anyway, is David Hood. He says he doesn't want to play all the time, and then he comes to American tournaments and plays all 3 rounds and finishes second overall or something. So I wouldn't be surprised if Jelte popped off here if he's been saying similar things. Besides that, yeah, I want to, as a virtual player myself, or a mainly virtual player, shouting out Simon is pretty much mandatory. He's been one of the most improved players in the last year or so, and he was already very good to begin with. I think it'll be interesting to see how that translates face-to-face, because he has played face-to-face tournaments before around Europe, especially in Germany, like Robert's been hosting recently, but he hasn't really gotten any major results in that space yet. So this could be a really good opportunity for him to round out his resume with something like that.
Brandon, any thoughts on the bigger names you see?
Yeah, like there's a few names here that I recognize from a few face-to-face, like big tournaments like WDC, and I want to give a big shout out to Jan. Like, he's a lot of fun to play with. He's a solid player, and yeah, I'd like to see some good games from him, and I'm cheering for him. I want to see that happen.
I was going to say, if we didn't have a mention of Jan or Cyril, I mean, those are legendary type players, and it's great to have the newer analysts. But David would be drooling with this conversation with those names near the top. So
I did meet Jan at WDC. I wasn't on board with him, but he was one of the guys that I was praying that I would, because his reputation precedes him for sure.
Yeah, and that's like with the Australian hobby. Anytime that Goffey comes to the States, we all want to be on board with them, even though it means our doom. We want to be there to see it. So, well, good, excellent. We got some predictions here. Micah, we'll give you the first break of the day. We'll get you to come back in. Thanks for joining the pregame. And let's see, I've got Patrick doing our first analysis. Let's get to 1A, board 1A. Here we go.
Dang, Kevin, we're shoving the newbie down in the basement already? That was quick. But anyway, jokes aside, in Austria, we have Spiros Dovas, host from Greece, host of 2026 WDC, which you all should also go to if you can. In England, Jelte Kuiper from the Netherlands. In France, Cyril Savant, who is a 2 or 3-time world champion. I forget which, but he's kind of famous. In Germany, we have David Cleopatra, another famous player from the French hobby, or at least very well established. In Italy, René van Rooyen, who I believe is Dutch. I saw him at NDC as well. I was on the stream for that, and his name is familiar from there. Russia, Ingo Frank, who I'm not familiar with, and Turkey, Philip Weissert, I will assume, who I'm also not familiar with. So excited to see what he can do.
All right, let's make sure we got here. We got my time. Make sure we add that. Come on, it's not working. Oh, well. All right, let's just reveal then.
Figured it out eventually. Okay, spring 1901.
There we go.
Couple of interesting points to note in the West already. My mind is drawn to Liverpool to Wales, first of all, from England. That can be really nice. I've seen this a lot in Gunboat in particular because it's a very good signaling move. It tells the board two things immediately. One, you're not convoying anywhere, which is very good for your relations with Russia in particular. And two, you're not taking any guff from France early on, because if they go to the channel, you're very well equipped to defend from that immediately. So interesting to see I'd be interested to see what negotiations led Yelta to make that choice. And then we also have the Kiel to Holland opening from Davide, which is a lesser seen option nowadays, but if he's got that assurance that England is not bouncing Denmark, then it can be a very strong option, especially since it gives you so much control over Belgium, especially with the DMZ in Burgundy, like we see here. In the east, we see the loan of Trieste by Austria, which I will assume is arranged until we see something that shows otherwise. We also see what looks like a broken DMZ in Galicia from Ingo, so perhaps some strong RT or even wintergreen, rare early wintergreen play maybe. In the east, we'll have to see how that develops. And then down to the Black Sea, fairly standard from Philip, although Smyrna is considered somewhat old hat by some nowadays. I respect it a little more than I used to. I used to call it the incorrect opening.
Davide, and we mentioned, forgot to mention him, the WDC 2024. So glad to have him on board too here. So Brandon, what did Patrick miss, or just get right into fall?
No, I reckon I'm loving Kiel to Holland. It's always good to see something spicy happen with the German fleet rather than just going to Denmark. So I'm looking forward to see what comes from that.
Yeah, I do. I don't like playing that move because I feel like it backfires on me all the time, but I love watching it. So we'll see what happens with it heading into fall 1901, Patrick.
All right, in the fall, we do see the follow-up from Germany supporting themselves into Belgium, but they do get bounced in Denmark, so perhaps they weren't quite as assured of Yelta's benevolent intentions as they thought. Meanwhile, France seems to be playing it fairly neutral. Picardy to Burgundy could be anti-German, but who really knows? Mao to Spain South Coast, though, that certainly shows that they're looking at the Med as a potential avenue of growth, and it's a great time to look at the Med as a potential avenue of growth because Italy is already getting entangled with Austria, and their nearest fleet is in Aegean before builds. So pretty good reading of the board there from Cyril, perhaps angling for an EF or even a Western triple, although I think the bounce in Denmark has scuppered the latter possibility. Meanwhile, in the east, there's a lot of dipsy doodling, and I do mean classic dipsy doodling. Trieste to Vienna, Budapest to Trieste, Galicia to Budapest, and the end result is I think Austria is down to 2? Yeah, they only have Trieste and Greece. Wow. Okay, so that is really devastating for Spiros right off the bat. I'm not sure why they supported the army into Greece here. Maybe they were expecting Serbia to get supported by Italy, but they've already covered that with Budapest tapping Trieste. It's a strange mess here to make sense of, but the end result is Russia's +3, which is very scary for everyone who isn't Russia, especially when EG are fighting already. And Turkey is +2, which is also very scary for either Austria or Italy, whoever Turkey does not side with.
Yeah, definitely a lot of chaos going on there. Maybe Spiros is trying to go with this new Australian meta that's kicking off where Aussies leave Serbia vacant for a little bit, or the Austrian players will leave it vacant for a little bit. Who knows? But yeah, this year's got to hurt. And Trieste to Vienna is also interesting. If I was trying to think where that army in Trieste was going to go, I wasn't going to guess Vienna. So really cool to see how that turns out. But sucks for Spiros, obviously.
Yeah, with Jan in the chat. So here are a couple notes about the game. Cyril is playing 2 boards, so we will see his name on another one is here, and let's see how his attention goes to this game. Always nice to be playing France when you're playing 2 boards, much easier to handle. And Ingo is host, and +3. That is not a good way to host. You're supposed to be giving centers away rather than taking them, but +3 is a very strong start. Brandon, what do you think? He waves one, so there's the Australian meta.
That's one way to be a gracious host.
Oh, that's it. You can't give centers away unless you have them first, right? So you gotta pick them up, and then you can find a way to get them to whoever you want to work with. But yeah, having a look at it, having a look at these builds, Yelte obviously has the fleet up in Eddy, prepared to tackle some more stuff up there, not shake the bush too much down with Cyril. Spain South Coast with a fleet in Marseille. Going to try and jump into that med action and have a say in what's going on in the east. Obviously with Spiros having to disband, gets rid of the fleet. probably a good option. I don't know how it's really going to hold up. Hopefully he can manage something diplomatically and try and consolidate those armies somewhere. But yeah, obviously it's not looking too great. Yeah, Rene slapping down that fleet in Naples. With the other one in Aegean, you got to worry about Spain South Coast and Marseille. But yeah, whether they pull back here or not, it'll be interesting to see. But we've got Turkey with 2 fleets too in the corner there, so they can back them up. Maybe they can work together here and try and at least lock France out. So yeah.
You got to wonder if the unexpectedly fast-moving RT here with Russia +3, Turkey +2 might make Cyril reconsider how he uses those fleets in the south. Sure, he probably built Fleet Marseille to keep up an agreement with England, but he might consider moving it back to Mao and Spain now when he didn't before. I wouldn't be surprised to see that here in Spring 02.
Now I'm thinking maybe Denmark could have been arranged. Hey, that means you have to build Fleet Berlin. Maybe it's a Western triple in disguise.
Love it.
Never seen that before, Kevin, but there's a first time for everything. Germany does get into Denmark unopposed this time, although I don't think they'll really love the sight of an English fleet in Skagerrak. This could be setting up for a disagreement over Sweden of some kind. It's a little strange. They wouldn't both line up on Sweden without talking to each other about it, right? Like, surely. So I would assume this is an English play to try and grab Denmark instead. But they're not going to love the fact that Cyril has indeed taken the more passive approach with their fleets. They haven't moved Marseille to Spain South Coast, but they have moved Spain back to Mao, and they don't really show any sign of getting entangled with Italy, which, again, is probably for the best given how quickly RT is already rolling here. No, RT isn't rolling. Russia is in Serbia with Austrian support. Now, that is an interesting way to keep yourself relevant, Spiros. Very well done. Turkey does at least kick Italy out of the Aegean Sea, so that is an improvement to the position. I don't know. Maybe this is all arranged because Albania is open, there's a retreat, and Turkey could take Greece from there, but it's a bit of a strange, messy way to run an RT because that Russian army in Serbia can't immediately get pushed forward into Trieste or anywhere else from this position tactically. So it's going to be a bit of an imbalanced alliance, I think, for a while, unless Russia really loses the north quickly. Which, to be fair, they might, because England has a free walk into St. Pete now. And then Germany also forces Burgundy, so again, maybe this is an elaborate EG pitch from Davide.
Yeah, and Russia is very light on up in the north there. Like, they have a built-in pocket, so they can afford to go down something. But yeah, there's not a lot going on for them up north. And with Wales going to London, we got the possibility of a convoy happening as well. So,
ooh. Yeah. Let's see it. Oops, I'm on the wrong button. Now let's see it into fall. No convoy.
Yep, sure enough, the English fleet moves in the spring were an angle for an attack on Denmark, and they do it with Russian support, which is very interesting. So clearly, and Yelta doesn't take the free walk into St. Pete, so clearly there's some very strong connection here between Yelta and Ingo, and I think if I'm Cyril seeing that, I start to get a little bit concerned about where I actually stand in my relationship with England. Because a stable ER can empower England to do almost whatever they want with France and Germany if they have the northern position locked up, and Denmark is a key center for locking up that area in your favor. France himself, he doesn't really do much besides lose Picardy, but get back into Burgundy. He is at least getting his third army back into play, so Cyril's unlikely to lose any centers here to just these 2 German armies, but he's still not showing any signs of growth yet. Now, to be fair, there are still 5 more years left in the game, so plenty of time for growth, but not really advancing his position right now, while England really is, and Russia and Turkey are in the east as well. Speaking of which, Russia takes Vienna. The AI détente, which we saw this year, is not enough to save either of them, it looks like. Spiros at least survives in Trieste, but he does lose his sacred homeland of Greece to the Turkish raiders. And it looks like this east is going to resolve pretty comfortably in favor of RT here. It does hurt that Turkey won't be as even, so they won't be able to build a third fleet here to break Ionian, but they still have very good growth prospects, with Russia presumably owing them Serbia once they can get Trieste.
Yeah, definitely. And like we note with Davide as well, like even though he didn't pick up Denmark, by disbanding it, he's going to have a rebuild. So even with Cyril getting into Burgundy, Davide can just slap down an army in Munich, and they're just not potentially really going to get anywhere at the moment. So yeah.
I was just going to ask you about that. You covered it. So we are heading into winter 1902. +3. Well, one of them was a wave from last time. So Russia up to 9 at the end of 1902. That's a really good way to host. More centers to give away later. See
Yeah.
let's see if the balance of power of European play shows through here, or if it's going to be a Brandon Fogel style walkthrough by Russia. And he builds all three.
Triple armies from Russia, but they choose not to build in Sev rather than not in St. Pete. So maybe they're feeling a little endangered by Yelta. Actually, Kevin, quick question. Is Ingo Frank in the DBN database prior to this in any capacity?
Great question. That would
Because I know that Yelta, generally as a player, he likes to make a point to be very welcoming to new players. That he makes that a big priority in his involvement in the Diplostrat server and pretty much everywhere else. Of course, he was one of the main driving forces behind the Youth Diplomacy Championship as well. So the only thing I could think of that doesn't make his balance of power brain worry about Russia right now is that maybe he just wants to let Russia do their thing because they're a little newer. That is a possibility based on what I know about him.
I do not have Ingo in the DBN player database, so maybe a first timer.
And if any of the players in the chat, of course, if they want to correct us on that, then I'd still love to know.
Yeah. And one other thing, and I always try to say this at the beginning too, like I noticed Norway did not support Sweden that turn. Maybe that they did, but sometimes when the players are entering the orders into a backstabber, if it is a non-essential order to speed up the adjudication process, they don't add them in. So my thanks, as always, to the players as they are playing this game. They are also helping us out with these broadcasts. So thank you to our backstabbers this weekend. I love calling them backstabbers. So, anyway, back to Winter. Anything else that I missed while I was looking it up? Are we good to roll the spring?
Yeah, like it's just unfortunate that Turkey didn't pick anything up here. So, maybe it would have been better if Russia walked out of Serbia or, tried to vacate it or something to keep it going. But, if you're going to have 3 builds, why not just go for it? So, especially with a friendly Englishman.
All right, we'll see what Turkey can do to maybe pick up Serbia or Trieste here, spring 1903. There you go.
Yep, just as expected, Russia pushes forward into Trieste, and Turkey immediately gets into Serbia behind them. So that's a nice little bit of self-balancing there on the part of the RT. Italy's still not really getting anywhere. They're still having to go fully defensive, and now they can hold out against the Turkish fleets, but there are enough armies already there in Bohemia, Vienna, etc., to force Tyrolia and then Venice. So they're going to crack on some front sooner or later. And once that happens, there really is very little to stop this RT unless the West responds pretty much right now. Are they responding right now? Yelta still isn't. The ER still seems quite strong if you ignore the Russian armies lining up on Norway, but maybe that can be an arranged swap. Interestingly, Germany backs out of Baltic Sea while England goes to Helgoland. Presumably, they're just turtling up into their home area now to try and preserve as much of their territory as possible, since both England and France seem keen to grab one dot or another from them, which does make sense. The West needs to get some form of resolution here, whether that's EF or whatever, or ER or whatever else. Otherwise, the RT will be able to dictate terms to this board if they want to, or they'll just play a contest for the top between each other when the stabby stuff happens in 06 and 07.
Yeah, like seeing a lot of movements here too. Like Russia's going big straight out of the gate. Warsaw holding is interesting. Obviously, that backs off a bit of pressure on what could have been Davide with going to Prussia or Silesia. But I don't know. Maybe it's just my desire to see a bit of chaos. But I think I would have liked seeing Warsaw go to Prussia or Silesia here, and it does put that extra pressure on Davide. But if you're rolling with it, you could have a shot to try and walk into Berlin or something, or at least crack Germany's position to give the others some gains. Like if you're working with England here, throw a little bit more chaos there, get there, and maybe you snag another build out of it or something. But
I feel like as Russia, though, your position here is already so precarious, being on 9 in a format that prioritizes balance of power play. I just wonder if Ingo's playing conservative here, because if Davide is the odd one out in the West, just let him do his thing. That'll slow down the resolution of the West.
That's it. Or just get so big so quick that you dictate what the balance of power is going to be. So, yeah.
We'll see what progresses into the fall, Patrick. No shifting of alliances.
It doesn't look like it. Still everything going normally in the East, which is to say not much of anything happening since Tyrolia is locked up until Russia can get another unit down there, or rather until Turkey can get another fleet down to crack Ionian. In the north, though, we see some interesting developments. Russia does indeed take Norway, and England retreats off the board. So perhaps Yelta still trying the appeasement policy. Not sure. I'm just not sure what his long-term plan here is now. Because if he's not going to fight over Scandinavia, and he wasn't able to guarantee himself a German center this turn, well, he was, but he didn't make the moves which allowed him to do that. I feel like he is slowly going to get squeezed out of this game by just the three-way of France, Russia, and Turkey. It quickly seems to be becoming clear that if England does not find another way to grow or another way to disrupt the existing structures on this board, especially RT, he is going to become a secondary player going into the mid-game, which is pretty concerning for him, for sure. But France, France is feeling fine about it. Cyril's in Belgium. Cyril is in English Channel because apparently Yelta is okay with that as long as he can cover London, which he can. So suddenly, Cyril has a lot of power to shape the West however he really likes. He can extend Davide a lifeline. He can keep going with Yelta until he's no longer useful. And I'll be interested to see which he chooses.
Yeah, and we've got Russia picking up, Ingo picking up 2 as well, so that bumps them up to 11. Like, they're cheering.
He must have given up one.
He lost Serbia.
Lost Serbia, sorry. So
That's right.
still going up 1, but that's getting them up to double digits, while where's closest? 6th place. That's a 4-center gap. It's pretty decent. But,
I will say, I was waiting to... Sorry, go ahead. Finish.
No, you go. I'm done.
I was waiting until the inevitable reaction from the rest of the board to say this, but I have to say it at some point. The iconic David Hood quote that applies here is, a Russia on 10 is like any other power on 6 or 7, right? Mm-hmm. That's the classic thing, because their position stretched across so many fronts, so fragile, so vulnerable, especially in, again, a balance of power format, so susceptible to being broken apart at any moment, at a moment's notice. But that's not happening here, which is why I'm talking about, like the personality stuff with Yelta or some other dynamics that are maybe preventing people from responding to Ingo in the way that they normally would. It's quite a curious state to be in.
I want to meet Ingo. I think this would be a great game to, get to know these people and see how the board is going diplomatically. So,
absolutely.
So the question is, and that matters a little bit more with all the players on the board, with Austria gone and Turkey as a good ally, you're not really stretched as far diplomatically when you really only have to keep Turkey on side at this point. Germany and Russia don't seem to be fighting. We'll be curious to see what the build is. And we say thank you, Spiros. Hopefully you are enjoying a pint. No, we don't do them in pints over there. We do a liter, 2-liter boot, a Das boot, while you're waiting for round 2. So
Das is good.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Probably worse.
I may change my thought of no battle with Germany, maybe.
I mean, it kind of makes sense. These Russian armies don't really have anything else to do at this point. Why not just rush to the line? Maybe you're there to help, or maybe you're there to snag Berlin because Germany wants you to have it over England. There's really not much else for those units to do, so I guess it makes sense now.
And Brandon, Fleet Smyrna.
Yeah, loving a Fleet Smyrna. That's it. Get it down into Eastern, start pushing on Ionian. Maybe we'll see Cyril do something with Spain South Coast. He's got an army build in Marseille, so that can, he's already got 3 armies sort of up around Belgium and Burgundy, but Army Marseille is going to give him just that extra support there, or even maybe this is where he starts to put a bit of pressure on Italy if we've got Philip coming across too. Not gonna lie, I would have liked to see a St. Pete North Coast fleet build, but I love a Russian fleet build, so I'll give up tactics in favor of a Russian fleet build. But I'm keen to see how this year plays out, especially for Yelta, because it looks like a bit of a sore spot. France is in a good position here to even sneak a little convoy over, so see what happens.
Yeah. I would like to see South Coast from Russia because it's easier to sell to a England that's trying to be compliant with you, seemingly.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you need to worry about selling it if you've just popped Norway. Just slap it down and off you go. But yeah,
it was available, right? It was available. I just took what I could.
Yeah. That's it.
Patrick, you brought up the scoring system before we started here today. 25. It's a 1907 game. Still 4 years left. Plenty of time. But what is Ingo's motivation for pushing, or is there a solo on the board? Maybe you push a little bit until you're stopped.
I mean, it is. The system does have some similarities to C Diplo in that it only rewards you for having a high center count and a big lead up to a certain extent. Bonus points are awarded to people who finish within 1 or 2 centers of the leader, so he's already well past that, right? He doesn't really have much incentive, honestly, to grow further. It's more about keeping those around him happy by some other means, whether that's putting him into other people's centers or whatever else is necessary to keep an equilibrium. And I guess that's why he probably isn't going to take German centers, in my opinion, or at least he won't unless invited into them, because he doesn't need any more. He can just help Turkey.
Yep, that's what I was thinking. And let's go into Spring 04 with that thought.
And Yelta seems content to help everyone else as well, although he doesn't have the luxury of a massive center count to bank on while doing that. He helps France into Holland. He tries to take Kiel, that is braced by Germany. And Russia trying to walk into Denmark behind that. I wonder how okay Yelta is with that. Although based on the evidence,
cutting,
sorry.
I think that's possibly cutting a support or something. Like, we don't have any Russian armies pushing on Germany either, so yeah.
Oh yeah, that's true. There's nothing in Prussia or Silesia. It's just all a bunch of red arrows. I'm surprised what Trieste held instead of supporting Bohemia to Tyrolia. That's got to be a misorder, surely, because there's no reason why you wouldn't want to break into Tyrolia here, especially because with the move to Piedmont, that would have piffed the army, and then Italy's in some real dire straits. It's interesting. Maybe Russia's just figuring, hey, I'm not going to get Venice anyway, so I'll just do this token attack because the rest of Italy is going to go to Turkey anyway. But again, he doesn't really have motivation to do that because Turkey growing by 1 or 2 more centers doesn't impact his score almost at all.
Pretty straightforward on the diplomatic front, tactical front. Not too many black arrows on this one. Let's just get into fall 04.
All right, in the fall, we see France moving out of English Channel and into Tyrrhenian Sea. So clearly their fleets are repositioning into much more of a help Italy stance rather than a constantly threaten England stance, which I'm sure which is finally some good news for Yelta in this game, as he still does not have Kiel because Germany is still fully determined to make sure that he does not get that. And interestingly, Burgundy cuts Ruhr instead of Munich. I guess that army can only cut one.
I'm sorry. Wait. Where did they cut?
I'm sorry. Robert, what's the correct one?
Ruhr.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Okay, I'm sorry. It couldn't cut Munich because it had to cut one of the 2 sports because Ruhr is uncuttable otherwise. Well, actually, no, because Belgium could cut Ruhr. So I wonder, is France actually wanting
Belgium
England to make this progress,
what?
or is Holland purely a token support?
Sorry,
I'm not going to use it. I'm not going to use the soundboard every time, Kevin. Come on.
You are not allowed to say it. Only Robert can say it.
Oh, gosh. Well, hopefully we'll see some more cut supports on
Ruhr
next year, because I think they're quite necessary to advance the French position further.
We've got Warsaw going to Silesia too, so I like that.
There you go. And Baltic. Yeah.
And Baltic, yep. Got a lot of play. It's an unfortunate position for Rene as well. Like, Cyril was able just to take the walk into Tyrrhenian Sea, but with the fleet, the 3 fleets on Ionian, I'd almost just take the chance and try and bounce Tyrrhenian Sea or support yourself into it even. Sure, make Turkey use all 3 fleets to get into Ionian, but you've lost Tyrrhenian Sea in the process. So it's a tight spot to be in.
Orders in France picked up Holland and builds fleet Marseille. He did move channel to MAO, so maybe there was agreement. But in C Diplo, I never want to give up too much. Let's see. Oops, orders in the box. Got to hit the right button. That seems to work.
Well, if Russia's going to contest the German dots, and Yelta's at least holding back Russia from Denmark, if nothing else, the only avenue for Cyril here is really to beat the RT to the Italian dots, which he seems pretty well positioned to do, getting into Lyon, Western Med. He gets Italian support into Ionian as well, which nicely blocks the convoy to Apulia. So that's a real godsend for Rene's position if you discount all the French fleets in the area. But they're there to help. Don't worry about it. It's fine. They might as well be our units. So a bit of a setback for Philip, especially since he's still lagging seriously behind Ingo, as Ingo continues to actually not make progress. He moves out of Sweden, decides not to backfill it with anything, and now he has a guess on, and now Yelta has a guess on taking Sweden or Norway in the fall. So this has taken a bit of a turn in the north here. Perhaps Yelta has finally been convinced by Cyril and those fleet movements southward that he needs to take a more aggressive stance towards the board leader by a margin of 3 centers, which I think is pretty reasonable. Although it does help second place in this case, so it's a little suspicious. Meanwhile, Davide seems to be coordinating with Cyril somewhat in the center to keep his own dots. Again, makes sense for Cyril to play for his favor like that. Although, given how friendly Davide and Ingo have been for quite a long time, I'm surprised that he sided with France. So maybe those Russian moves into Silesia were a tipping point for him. I guess we'll get more light shed on that in the fall.
And do we get that?
Not really. Just more consolidation in the German area. There is a full stalemate position there now, especially with England and Baltic Sea. Yelta guesses wrong on where to go. He tries to convoy to Norway, actually, not just put the fleet there, but it fails. In fairness to him, Baltic Sea is still a pretty valuable position for him to be in, so it's progress, I would say, by some definition. It would be nice to have that army in Denmark instead of London with the French fleet so far away. Meanwhile, where are the French fleets? What are they doing? They're going into Tyrrhenian Sea because, of course, that's what they should be doing. And they're retreating to Eastern Med, too, because that is the perfect place for a French fleet to be in 1905 while Italy is still on 4 centers. That is just how you play France. Like, this is the new meta, people. They've been talking about this in Australia, right, Brandon?
Oh yeah, man. He's just chilling in Eastern Med over there. He's fine. He's there to help back up the Turkish position. So it's not a bad spot to be in, really. You know, they pop him there. Why not retreat to Eastern Med? Just be a little pain in the butt. And even if you get popped, so what? You got to rebuild further back.
Yeah.
None of your centers are under threat here. So may as well throw a little chaos with where your pieces are further away. Like if you've got no one threatening you, just go for it.
Interestingly, though, this retreat does pretty much completely pin down the Turkish units into defending their homeland, rather than making really any further progress against Italy. So I assume there's been some kind of diplomatic issue between Cyril and Philip here, where Cyril has seen that Philip is just not willing to move on Ingo or help him balance Ingo out at all, and perhaps he thinks that keeping Philip in stasis is better than letting him have free will and then using that free will to attack Italy further and grow that way.
Yeah.
Well, Khan supporting Bull is not necessary. So Khan to Smyrna stops all that, but maybe it throws off the diplomatic situation. We have no adjustments in winter 1905. It's game stagnated a bit here. Spring 06, they keep playing, though.
They keep playing, and Germany is finally doing things that are not just purely home defense. They get convoyed into Livonia by England. So again, that's one of the main reasons why Baltic Sea is a great convoying position, is a great position to have a fleet in, because it lets you do stuff like this, where Germany now has a free walk into Moscow, and you've just blown up the Russian northern position magically. Well done, Yelta. That's a really great coup for you. Meanwhile, in the east, we see further positioning by the French fleets. They get France back into Ionian, and they're still in Eastern Med. So are we going to see the classic Lepanto convoy where the convoying fleets are French? Perhaps not, because Conde Smyrna is currently worried. Conde Smyrna is currently a move that shows Philip is worried about that exact possibility. So he's covering just fine, I'm sure. Meanwhile, Russia finally gets into Tyrolia, but it's not really going to lead to much of anything. They might have been better off moving there from Vienna just to get the extra position on the German centers. But again, we will see what that leads to in the fall.
I'd almost have moved there from Trieste and then chucked Bud into Trieste or something. Like, you know, him and Philip have had such a good relationship the whole time, you know, and Gal could have always fallen back into Budapest as well. But yeah, at least he's still got those armies up in Gal, or that army in Gal, because of the Livonia move. He's going to need to pull something back. So, yeah.
And maybe Ingo doesn't mind Germany getting a center, England getting a center. They're not within the grabbing distance of the board separation. Just keeping France held out, and Turkey's now under fire too. This may be a best case scenario for Ingo, even though I would not want to be in that position. Let's see where we are. Fall 1906. Yeah.
Oof, we see the beginnings of a brutal 2-year dismemberment of Russia in the north. England takes Sweden. Germany takes Moscow, which was a free walk. They get some really great positioning on Norway for 1907. And finally, something breaks in the RT relationship.
Yeah.
Ooh la la! Fleet goes into Trieste with Italian support. Wow. Really great job by Rene to finally turn around Philip after all this time. It may be a little bit too little too late. Now Yelta gets to take most of the credit for stopping the Russian top rather than you, but hey, it's still something. Turkey's still growing here. That's going to be crucial for their top chances, although I think at this point it's kind of difficult to imagine anyone besides France topping as a result of this, because they can just snag probably Tunis at the end and Kiel and be pretty set for life. But Brandon, do you think France is a foregone conclusion to top now that Russia's being dismembered like this?
Yeah, like I feel like France is sort of the easier option. Like, what's Turkey going up? Turkey's going up 1 here, up to 7. They might have a little bit of play on something else if no one else is threatening them. But yeah, I think Cyril's position is pretty solid, especially with only 2 moves left in the game. So
I do feel like the self-bounce in Bulgaria is a missed opportunity, because if you move Aegean to Khan here and then build Fleet Ankh, getting into Black Sea gets you a lot more potential last year growth than otherwise.
Yeah, that's it. Especially when the armies in Ukraine and stuff are going to be worrying about Warsaw and Moscow, and Sev could have been a decent opportunity here. So even being worried about the fleet in Eastern Med, you don't want to vacate Smyrna, but Smyrna to Armenia as well would have helped. So
yeah.
3 tied at 7 heading into 1907. The bigger question is Russia pulling the 3 armies on Munich? I mean, those 3 could take Munich, but those 3 also taking 1 center isn't a good use of 3 units. What are we doing? Phil building 1? Yelta getting another 1, maybe convoy to Norway. I mean, Ingo could go 10 to 4. Oof, what are we doing? What are we seeing here?
Yeah,
I would expect. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say it's a big hit. Like, maybe I'd be pulling something a little more in the north and hope you can make some sort of gain. Like, pull 2 things in the north, hope you can make a gain in the south or something, because like there's too much chaos up there for you to really be able to effectively hold anything, I think. So you just got to cut your losses, focus on where you can possibly hold.
Yeah, I think with that logic, my pulls would probably be Finland, Bothnia, and Bohemia.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Not quite what we see. Bothnia
Almost. We see Yelta getting a build as well, which is great. It's been a little while, but back up to 5.
Norway likely to be taken, so that'll be good. Let's see what Turkey does. Patrick, start off in the bottom.
Bottom, the Med. All right, so France gets into Aegean Sea while backfilling Ionian Sea with Italian support, which again is a wonderful sentence to say, and I hope I get to say it more often. Philip building Fleet Ankh here was mostly just a way to keep Russia out of Black Sea, so they can't do anything crazy because they can't force it. But instead, they do actually get in, so that's a nice little coup at the end. It might allow them to take Romania in the end, depending on how many units Ingo decides to dedicate to retaking Moscow. I guess we'll have to see about that in the fall. Meanwhile, in the west, Davide walks out of Munich, interestingly, to go to Silesia, which lets France in. I wonder if this is a calculated throw to pad Cyril's center count a bit, make sure he gets that sole top. There is actually a threat of Yelta being able to share the top here if he makes efficient work of the Norway and St. Pete, and Cyril doesn't gain anything this year, which I thought was unlikely, but still, it's a possibility that has to be accounted for. So maybe that's where that comes from.
Well, it might be something Cyril's worried about as well, because Burgundy to Picardy, like he could have supported Ruhr into Munich, but maybe he was worried about Yelta coming down to Channel.
Yeah. And unfortunately, we do see a slight tactical error here of Burgundy to Picardy instead of Burgundy to Ruhr, which means that space is empty for the first time in a while, and that's just not acceptable in this tournament.
And Ruhr did walk into Munich to give Cyril the temporary lead. Will that stay in fall 1907?
The army in Munich won't stay, that's for sure. They get kicked out by Davide, actually. So turns out he was not okay with the walkout, and he actually would like to have that back. Please and thank you. So he does end on all 3 of his home centers with English help, thanks to the tap on Holland. So well done to Davide, at least making sure you have a bit of territorial integrity at the end. He also gets into St. Petersburg with English support. So nice little bit of EG friendship here. Late breaking EG in a time unlimited game. Perhaps France would be cooked because of that. But this is not a time unlimited game. This is done right now. So Cyril gets kicked out of Munich. They're even otherwise, so they're still at 7. Yelta's at 6, and Turkey is also at 7. So I think it's a split top, isn't it? Yeah, France, Turkey.
Yep. And they receive 14 points. Ingo and Yelta 13, so not too much of a differential between a one center top, which is different than what we see with Open Tribute here in the States. There is the one caveat on the scoring system is that I think the third score earns only 50% of the score. I think Brandon made those manual entries at the end. We won't know until the round 3 scores, so we'll hold off on that. But at least for this game, Brandon, overall thoughts?
Yeah, I love to see Russia going up 2 years in a row. It was a shame to see the position crumble. I feel like the odd rotation of his units up in the north earlier on sort of crippled the position there a little bit. Maybe instead of building, I think it was that Army Warsaw, maybe building something in St. Pete that turn would have helped solidify that. Because, pretty much once it crumbled in the north there and that convoy into Livonia happened, there was nothing to defend Moscow and the position continued to crumble. So, whether there was any coordination between, France, Italy, and Turkey and Germany and England about the timed hit on Russia, we're not sure. But, definitely, I reckon just being a little tactically weak up in the north with the positioning made a unfortunate fall for Ingo there, but still ended on 6, only 1 point behind the shared top, so it's not a bad score. It's good.
Yeah. I think this is the definition of a round 1 game for sure, where the people who came off worse, like Russia and Germany, didn't come off as badly as they might have in a later round. The fact is, if Cyril wanted the sole top here, he had it. He could have just had that killer instinct around the Italian centers, taken Tunis. That's his easiest eighth thought. But he chose a different approach. He chose an approach that secured him the shared top, at least, and helped him establish credibility with a crop of players that probably haven't played with him before to a larger extent than he's used to. So I think to that extent, it really makes sense for him to play like this at the start. And I think it could pay solid dividends for him later on. And it's still a decent banker score to start out with. So fair play.
And he is playing 2 boards in this first round too. So who knows if this is even his best round 1 board. Patrick, before we say goodbye, we will bring in Micah, who was watching the game in the background here. Good first round game or underperformance for a 3-time World DipCon champ?
No, I do think this was a great performance by Cyril. He kept all his friendships. At the same time, this was such a testament to how he plays. He's being friendly, he's doing stuff here, he's doing stuff there, and all this while playing 2 boards. That's amazing. I think he'd be very content with this result. And it was a very interesting game. I think a lot of people will be happy to play again with each other in a later time. There was some nice Yelta-Davide collaboration that I, frankly, when seeing the players, I didn't expect that as much. From their history, I would expect them not to work together, but then in the end you have the nice St. Pete bit. Very interesting to see.
Cyril, also the 2-time Euro DipCon champion. The last time was 10 years ago, and Phil Weissert finished 7th in that tournament. So little connection between them two on this board. So good to see them back together 10 years later. Patrick, thank you for leading us on that one. Go get some water or whatever beverage of your choice this early time for you, and we'll see you back for board 3 in round 1. All right. And Micah has her in proper position to be the analyst. Brandon, you will lead us in game 2. Game 2, I forgot to put the players up on the last one. We do have Alex Lebedev, who was doing some photography I saw in one of the videos. We'll show that in a little bit. Here's Cyril second, both in the West in 1B.
I think I saw somewhere someone was saying Cyril was double boarding as well. So I think this is the other board here.
We got Francesco in France, Roberto in Germany, no location, which is okay. A couple Germans on this board. Martin in Italy, in Duderstadt, Simon in Russia, and Jan in Turkey. Fantastic looking board. Let's get to the map. All right, so Cyril playing two boards. In the west, in the corner, so easy to manage. We'll watch how the diplomacy plays out. In the east, Micah, Simon and Jan in the RT. Expected friendship, or are we going to see a battle?
Honestly, I have no clue, because I think a player some viewers might not know as well is Alex. Alex is an amazing player. I've had the pleasure of playing with them only once, but they've been at tournaments. They're very strong diplomatically, very strategic. I think by style, really any combination there could happen. I think it really depends on what the exact pitches are going to be.
All right, Brandon, let's see how it rolls out. Tell us about 1901.
All right, well, we've got some pretty standard English Opens from Cyril. Same with Francesco, but leaving Picardy and Burgundy open to go to Gascony. You know, do we see the two armies going to Portugal and Spain to leave the fleet in Mao, give them some options later on? Who knows? It'll be interesting to see. Standard German opening there for Roberto. A Northern Russia from Simone, so I'm liking that, with a Armenia fist bump as well, with Ank cycling around to Con. So as for Austria, we've got a DMZ with Galicia. Venice doesn't even move. Vienna goes to Trieste, which is interesting, just covering that, maybe thinking there was going to be a cheeky little jab there. But yeah, I think I'm liking seeing this potential coordination between Jan and Simone. So we'll see how that turns out in the fall.
Yeah, Mike, Armenian fist bump makes it over to Germany. Is that typical in European play? I don't remember that, but maybe it is now.
You see it a little more lately. I'm a huge fan. I'm trying to bring it back every time I get the chance. I'll do it, because I feel, especially as Russia, it is really, really strong. If you want to go AIR, it's pretty strong, because it means Turkey gets that fleet out, slowing down Austria and Italy in an AIR. So you're going to be the dominant power if you want to do some sort of alliance like that. Well, at the same time, if you want to work with Turkey, it's also good to get the fleet out. So I think it's not even as much about where the Russian units are, but rather about where you have that anchor fleet. I love it. I want to see it more. And I think Simon was very smart to do it in this flexible way.
Excellent. Russia opening north. Brandon, let's see where that goes into fall 1901.
Yeah, so Cyril doesn't support themselves into Norway. They think they're going to get in there, and it hurts because they also get bounced out of Belgium, so no builds there. Meanwhile, we've got Francesco picking up Portugal and Spain with the armies, leaving Mao to do whatever he wants. So that's going to be great. Otherwise, we have Roberto bouncing Simone out of Sweden. But they still pick up Romania, so they're doing fine. Trieste holds, Venice holds as well. Alex picks up Tunis with the army, so not having to vacate Ionian. Meanwhile, Jan gets that fleet out as quick as he can to Aegean, frees up Smyrna as well, so is able to build there and start pushing. I am liking it. We've had a couple of games recently in Australia where England hasn't gotten any builds, and it always hurts, but it is a salvageable position as long as France doesn't put too much pressure on. So not liking the odds of that happening here, but we'll see how that plays out.
I think one thing that is very much in Ciril's advantages here is that Francesco does put the armies in Spain and Portugal, which is going to make it harder to go full-on fleet war against England. They can't build, well, they can build a fleet in Marseille, but if they do, it's going to take a while to get it out of there.
Yep.
And I
And-
think Turkey is making a very clear stance of I want to work with Russia.
Oh,
Yeah, that's it.
I'm hoping Fleet Breast, and I don't even care what the other one is, and slide him on up. And let's see. He did so well in his other board. Let's put him out of his. Maybe that's why he did so well in the other board, is he only had one board to focus on. 2 for Germany, 2 for France, 2 for Austria, which is all that Austria had left in board 1. So Austria gets to build
True.
in this case. There it is. Ooh, 2 fleets for Roberto.
Nice.
Did not
it.
like that bounce out of Sweden, maybe. Who knows?
Yeah, well, Norway and Sweden are both vacants, but I feel like someone will be getting them this year. So we'll see how that goes. Yeah, instantly I look over at France and Francesco slapped down the Fleet Brest. Doesn't need the Fleet Marseille either. If everything's good with Martin in Italy, there's no need to freak him out. Army Paris gives you options as well. I'm interested to see where those fleet moves are. Whether they go straight into Irish to support themselves into English. I'm keen to see it. So, yeah.
And then an ode to Goffy, putting the army down there.
Yeah, gotta love the Turkish army in Syria. It's good.
Yeah, and we're just we like to make things believe they're new. We forget things that have been around for as long as this game's been around for 65 years. Everything that was once old is now new again. So new to DVN. Here we go. Spring 1902. Brandon, let's see. Yeah, there's that fleet to Irish, but Cyril responds accordingly.
Yeah, so obviously maybe Francesco has instantly. I think if you're just going to move Mao to Irish and then Brest to Mao, why not just go to Irish in fall of 01? I guess maybe they were thinking if England got a build, they wouldn't want them to have something on the island to clog them up. Maybe they still wanted that flexibility to move Mao, but if they were already in Irish, they could support themselves into English here, and that would be a decent position. So seeing that they're in Irish now, but with Eddie and York, it's going to block any potential gains they could have gotten. We see more bounces in Norway and Sweden, and potentially a misorder with Berlin to Baltic, which is really going to suck. So maybe Norway and Sweden don't actually get taken this year, if everyone's just going to keep button heads. But down in the south, we see Ionian fall and have to retreat to Adriatic, which is now going to put an interesting play with Alex supporting themselves into Tyrolia. Now we've got 2 on Trieste and we've got 2 on Venice, so it's a bit of a standoff there. Syria to Armenia for Jan. Interesting. We'll see how that goes. Obviously, there's no fleets in black to really be doing anything about it, so it's an interesting move. But I'm not sure on the tactics behind that. What do you reckon's going on down there, Micah?
Well, I'd be interested. What is Bulgaria doing? Because I think that's going to show us a lot about what Turkey expected Russia to do.
Support Sev into Rum, I'd probably say.
Yeah, so that gives me the idea that maybe Turkey expected Russia to go after Austria here, wanted to get that fleet from out of Sevastopol and try and snag it from Armenia.
It's going to be awkward. Yeah.
Well, let's see what the fall 1902 orders show. Maybe there's some retribution. Nope.
Youngland, actually, I was fine in Smyrna. No need to be in Armenia.
It was a misorder, Don't worry about it. 2 things I noticed straight away. 2 convoys. We've got Bulgaria to Apulia. Very nicely done. No interference from Alex there. And Spain attempting to get into Liverpool. But we see Cyril covering Wales, which was the correct thing to do here as well. But it's interesting that Francesco tried to get the convoy into Liverpool because, surely Liverpool's getting covered anyway for days. But otherwise we we actually see Norway get taken. Sweden is still unowned along with Belgium. So there's a couple of centers still here on the board that people can grab and add to their center count. So maybe people can figure their stuff out. But we've got Simone having to pull down to the south, which is letting Cyril get that gain in Norway. So not only have the French not made any progress against the English, but the English are now going to have a build. So it's really going to lock that up, which is not ideal for French progression up there. So maybe we see them make peace and turn around, go other ways.
Yeah, I think it's important that Simon lets Cyril have Norway, because with this position you don't want England to immediately crumble and then have FG somehow come together and try to come after you next. Patrick also mentioned that Martin actually doesn't owe the convoy back to Naples, even though he could. I'm not sure why exactly. Maybe he was trying to protect Tunis, because of course that becomes a little vulnerable with a Turkish fleet in Ionian. But it's definitely a choice. I think the fleet is going to be more helpful in total with trying to maybe dislodge Ionian, but it's not looking good for Italy.
No, yeah. And we see Roberto figure out how to get into Baltic as well. So they're there now with Kiel too, which is interesting. I feel like that clogs up Berlin a little bit. But yeah, with the winter adjustments, we've only got England going up one, popping down a build. So yep, Fleet Liverpool, pretty much what you'd expect. So yeah, may as well roll on into spring here.
I agree. Pretty straightforward there. Let's see if spring 1903 brings some more excitement. Oh, they're running away.
Yeah. So Mao to West, Irish to Mao, Liverpool into Irish. Maybe a little doubtful that Francesco is actually going to pull back. You know, they've got that support in. Yeah, it just seems like a bit of a wasted venture for France, unfortunately. And we've got a nice little movement of German fleets, Den to Skag, Baltic to Den, and Berlin to Baltic. So they've got plenty on Sweden now, which is a little unfortunate for Simone, who's just been able to walk in. But you know, we got 3 German fleets having a look at it. So I feel like Sweden's probably going to be German. Unfortunately, down in the south, we're looking at Martin, and it's hurting since they have just gone down Venice. And with France pulling in too, you know, they're going to try and get something if they can. We've got Jan moving Smyrna to Con. It still gives convoy options if they want to do one later, but also puts the army in a bit of a position to worry about Bulgaria if they have to. But it looks like Simone's pulling back, just trying to make friends and refocus. But Galicia to Silesia is interesting. You know, maybe makes Baltic have to worry about that. But at the same time, Munich's got nothing better to do, so might try and cover Berlin.
The red is on. Romania moves back to Sevastopol, Budapest goes to Trieste, Austria and Russia definitely have been able to make up, but don't go towards Italy. Towards Turkey. They are going towards Italy, and we basically see everyone running away from each other and towards Italy. So again, rough turn for Martin.
That's it.
Much more dynamic in 1903 here in this game compared to the first one. Let's see how this one turns out, fall 1903.
Wow. All right. So not the moveset I was expecting to see up in the north. Silesia holding, Baltic getting into Sweden without having to take any support, and Roberto managing to pop north too. So I take back what I said about Berlin sort of being a little clogged. This has actually worked out very well for him. So this is great. Meanwhile, Cyril's having to turn around and, you know, now deal with this. But we have what feels like a non-committal France as well. Mao holding while West is pushing. Sorry, Western Med is pushing into Tyrrhenian Sea. Like maybe that's a misorder or something. But you know, if you're trying to disengage with England and then you're trying to engage with whatever's going down in the Med, like maybe Mao does something else other than hold. So yeah, but this is the year where we see all the unowned centers get occupied. Sweden is German, Belgium becomes French. And yeah, I don't think we see any other centers exchange hands. Sevastopol holds, Greece and Con bounce in Bulgaria. Surely that's just agreed. Yeah, it's looking like a pretty solid rat move here. But see how it goes, you know. Germany's going to be getting the build, and Russia's getting one as well, sorry, because they have taken Norway. So, yeah. It's going to hurt for Cyril back down to 3, sort of reminiscent of that first year where they didn't get any builds. So, we'll see what they decide to keep.
I'm wondering if France is going to Tyrrhenian Sea to actually help Italy, because the red is very obvious. Francesco knows how to play. I also see a move to Spain, which makes me think, like, does he actually want to help? Or because he doesn't have... Oh, he does have a build. He has a build in Belgium. So what I expect here is that Francesco is going to build a fleet in Marseille and actually going to help Italy to stop this red. And the moment the red sees they can't get anything, they might start turning into each other.
For sure.
I am curious then. Yeah, does Cyril pull London? North Atlantic is more useful in stopping the rat. Does not. Pulls North Atlantic and no fleet in Marseille.
Yeah, we see fleet breast. All right, cool. No, go for it. What do you reckon with these builds, Micah? What are you looking at?
Well, now I think Tyrrhenian Sea can also go for Tunis if they want, because Turkey's probably busy doing other things. Yeah, I mean, last turn England was going to North Atlantic, I assume, because they wanted to make sure France wasn't going there. It's very clear that France is going there.
Yeah,
Does Jan get a little frustrated? I mean, everyone else is growing. He's been stuck. You got the convoy early, but hasn't been able to capitalize on it. When does Jan have to demand? I mean, he doesn't really need to, but want to demand his share.
I think Jan has a lot of patience, especially as Turkey, and he doesn't have a lot of builds, but his position is not too bad. He's in Apulia already. If he walks to Bulgaria, he basically has Greece. I think he's pretty content with where he is right now.
Yeah, I'm not. We do play a lot of C Diplo type. We have some house league, not house games. We play at a bar, and it's a nighttime game, so we're limited on time, and we usually make 1907. I felt like the move started happening in 1904. Maybe 05, so we'll see how his patience kicks off. Brandon, tell us spring 1904.
Yeah, so like I'm looking at Mao, held last year, so maybe it was a misorder, but it's just going down into Western Med. It could have already been there, could have already been doing something, could have been stopping Jan from just having that walk straight into Tunis. And that fleet breast goes to English. Cool. We're seeing Cyril trying to reposition, getting up into Norwegian, and York to Eddie as well. You know, hopefully EG are friendly here and able to work, but it looks like Roberto's doing a good job snagging Norway. And yeah, not really having to worry about an English threat. You know, maybe a bit of coordination here. London not going to North, so it's not cutting that support. But not going to English also sucks, because you know what else is a fleet breast going to do if you've already got a fleet in Mao? So yeah, that's unfortunate to see that happening there. Meanwhile, we've got Francesco supporting themselves into Ruhr. And
into where?
Ruhr.
That's the one. Which is interesting. We're seeing pretty much, I think, what's standard for Alex here: Piedmont tapping Marseille and Vienna going to Tyrolia, just trying to further secure that position. You know, they're not making much progress with Martin, but they've got position now, like with Ionian in Tunis and Aegean in Ionian. You know, they can now cut that support for Tyrrhenian Sea. But who knows? Maybe Francesco decides to not support Naples and supports themselves into Tunis instead. So I'll be interested to see what happens there. Cute little bounce in Bulgaria again from Regenscon and now Sevastopol. So yeah.
I think one little thing to highlight maybe is that English Channel doesn't have to be for England. I've noticed that France moves into, you know it. Where's he going? Belgium?
Yeah, maybe preventative too. With
Yep.
you didn't want North slipping in there. Maybe it was an arranged bounce or not an arranged bounce.
I meant Ruud. I thought you wanted to do the same thing again.
Ah,
No worries. But I'm
missed my
thinking,
clue.
yeah, but I'm thinking maybe Belgium is going to Ruhr, and that's actually why Brest is going to English Channel. If France knew that Holland was going to move out and that North Sea was going to be supporting something, then English Channel can now move to Belgium, which frees up that army to maybe launch an attack on Germany. It might be far-fetched, but I wouldn't put it behind Francesco.
Yeah, fair.
Let's see if there's any progress on that front. No.
Yes, we see it.
Well, but no attack on Germany, though.
Okay, not that part, but the Belgian part.
Yeah,
Good read on there. Bad read, London going to the English Channel.
Yeah, interesting. And London going to English and not tapping North. Meanwhile, Norwegian getting into Norway with the Russian support. So I feel like in that position, maybe you do want to tap North because Skag could have supported Norway to hold as well. But, also blocks Finland from getting in Sweden, can't cover everything. So a little bit of a guess there. But we see Alex slightly repositioning pieces there. Absolutely no movement of anything down around Western Mediterranean Sea, Tunis, Ionian, Naples, or Rome. Not a lot of support movements at all, other than Ionian supporting Apulia into Naples. Really thought Jan was going to have picked up something by now, so he's a pretty patient guy. He knows how to play the game, and he's Turkey too. But we have the German in Galicia, so that's going to make Alex, Jan, and Simone have to worry about Budapest, Romania, Bulgaria, and Ukraine. So that's something that they're not going to want to have to deal with, but they're going to have to do it. And I reckon here, hopefully, Jan starts asking for something too. Like, he's been patient, but he's in con now. There was no bounce, so maybe he can take the opportunity to snag a dot here because it's not happening around Naples or Rome. So,
yeah, if Jan wants to grow, he really should do it soon. I'm also wondering if Simon's move was supposed to go to Romania.
Yeah, I wonder because he was in Romania, right? Or he kept ordering a bowl, even though it was in the correct order. I just thought it was always correct because Greece bounced it as well. So no, interesting.
Yeah, it might be an unfortunate sort of situation here with that now.
Yeah.
But
Jan does pick up Tunis, so there's some some growth there, and into Bulgaria as you mentioned. So builds one. Martin loses Tunis and pulls that one. Germany, what did Germany?
Germany picked up
Piffed. Rebuild.
Yeah, that's it.
Yep. There you go. And Simone loses Norway to England. And I'm beeping. So let's let you, Brandon, talk about the builds as I mute.
Yeah, okay. So we've got still rebuilding a fleet in London. Makes sense. Considering you've got a German in North, having an army on the island, is good. That gives you a lot of security defense wise. But Germany also has a build here, has the rebuild, and another fleet comes down. So I don't know. Maybe hopefully there could be some EF coordination here. But yeah, there's been a lot of interesting moves with the French fleets. So I'll be keen to see what's going on with them, especially down in the Mediterranean, whether any of these pieces are actually going to be moving around. So Adriatic gone now does make a difference. It can't tap support anything because now it's blown up. And we've got Jan slapping down another fleet, so that's coming in to help push the situation further along. Or maybe he starts eyeing off Greece here. Not sure.
If England
Yeah.
goes to Mid-Atlantic here, France has a problem because they have to pick what they want to do around Tunis, if they want to go defend Portugal or Brest. But I
That's it.
don't think I see it happening.
Oh,
Or
There we
we
go.
do, apparently.
You know what? Why not? I feel like Mao's been sort of dicking around a little bit this game, so why not get Cyril down into Mao and have a little jab at some stuff? This is fun. I like it. Yeah. Otherwise, Silesia gets popped. Gives it a retreat into Prussia. Cool. All right. Simone's still going to have an army in Warsaw as well. At least they stopped that. Actually, that army in Galicia could have gone anywhere and it would have been bounced, bar Vienna. So, yeah, interesting moves there. Vacating St. Pete as well is interesting because that could give Cyril possibly an opportunity to do something there. But again, hopefully there can be a little ER coordination because still a lot of German fleets there. Down looking at Alex's position, Piedmont goes into Tuscany. Makes sense. Don't want to be at just button heads with Marseille there. Interolia as well. Still going to have a bit of play on Rome, I guess. Western Med to NAF is, yeah, a choice. It could have bounced. It could have bounced Mao here. You know, the one time he's not heading to Mao. But anyway, I'm not sure what NAF gains positionally here. It doesn't feel like much at all. If anything, it just loses the ability to have extra units to cover Spain. But yeah, Yarn going up into black does not bode well for Simone. So we'll see what happens there.
Yeah, I think Simone made the right call by going to Moscow, because if you look at what England's doing, England might go for St. Pete, but then Germany gets Norway, so there's not really that much of an incentive to do that. And now he at least has that extra army in Moscow to help with Ukraine, or maybe support holding Sevastopol later on. I think West didn't go to Mao because, as France, you might not want to be in Mao, especially if you don't actually think England's going there, and he does have the units to defend at least Spain and Brest. I'm also thinking that he maybe expects Tunis to go there, but that wouldn't make much sense from this Turkish position. So yeah, given that England moves there, he definitely should have bounced.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see where they move in fall 1905.
And yeah, we have Mao straight to Portugal.
Yeah.
Which makes sense. The dot's there, just take it. Because we love taking one dot, but no, in this position, it's the right call. It's good. Cyril needs some builds. Poor dude gets stuck on 3, gets up 1, ends up disbanding, rebuilding everything. So I'm glad he's picking up Portugal here. We see, what's that, a brace around North and Norway. Everyone's sort of bouncing there, no movements. Francesco is going up 2 here though, picks up Holland and Tunis, but then down Portugal, so just up 1. Nicely done. That's going to give him a build, and yeah, maybe a little EF coordination on this as well. Could have been a trade-off with, if you've got an Englishman in Mao, try and make a friend with them. And Yarn is going to be even, which is going to hurt because he loses Tunis, but he gains Naples. So unfortunately, no build or progression there. But Alex's position is looking pretty good. Bohemia supporting Bud up into Galicia. Giving Roberto not going down because they are able to get that retreat into Warsaw. So they're going to stay even as well.
Here's the end result of it. Oh, that's such an unfortunate Ukraine. You wanted to win Ukraine, I guess, but oof.
Yeah, like you want to win Ukraine, but there's only one person trying to get in there, so maybe Warsaw supports Moscow down.
Yeah.
And Prussia doing nothing too hurts. Like that should have followed back into Warsaw just to stop, like not knowing if Galicia was going to have to retreat there, but also, just cover Warsaw, especially on a fall turn. So yeah, that sucks.
Possibly a misorder. That's the beauty. We are not on the board. We are just reacting to what we are given to. So
Exactly.
maybe some behind the scenes. Micah. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, it is an amazing turn for Austria, but I think we might have actually not paid enough attention to them. If you look at what they did early in the game, they've been friends with everyone. Well, even while Russia and Turkey were having their own little things, and then Germany moves in, Austria actually moves towards the line, starts going towards Munich on their own. They seem to be kind of okay with France. They're not really in a position to lose anything except for Greece, but that's not going to hurt them too much. And they are still in position to gain things. So I think if they stick with Turkey, this could end very well for them. And also, if we look at the scoring system right now, everyone's still really, really close. So I think what we're going to see, if it's not going to draw soon, is that people are going to try to get that little bit ahead and really try to go for the census last few times.
14-14, just like last time with the 7-7 centers here. Winter 1905 sees Army Trieste. Fleet Sev comes off the board, and Fleet Marseille to deal with the pirate Turkish fleet in the Western Mediterranean. And Cyril puts down Fleet Liverpool.
Not having the option to build elsewhere is a convenient excuse to build Fleet Liverpool. So what a shame. But
Exactly.
anyway, we'll see where it goes.
Spring 1906, still a race between three powers near the top. Let's see how that turns out.
Yeah, well, Jan has a nice little retreat into Spain. And Naples tries to get into Denmark, but unfortunately it's just out of reach. Cyril, we've got a few retreats going on here. Cyril's popped in Norway, but goes straight to St. Pete. So it's a good place to be. Liverpool goes to now, assuming to cycle around, but still have a bit of play with whatever's going on around Mao as well. Burgundy going to Gascony, maybe that's trying to make some progress down to retake Portugal or something like that, or at least cover, because they've still got that Turkish fleet that's bouncing around. Looking at Alex's position here, because he's in a good spot, he's been friends with everyone and he's got the joint lead at the moment. Doesn't actually make any movement with his pieces, but Greece gets into Ionian and Trieste gets into Tyrolia. So again, I don't think that compromises his position at all, because we have Bulgaria going to Romania. So Jan's going to be hopefully picking up something this year. But yeah, otherwise we have Simone getting into Warsaw, but that German army is still going to be a little bit of a pain. Maybe maybe we see it do something around St. Pete in the fall. I don't know. Whose position are you liking here, Micah? Because we've got this year and next year, everyone's going to start scrambling soon.
I mean, I think Alex definitely has the best position here, but I think this was an amazing turn for Francesco, and I think it really depends on the diplomacy that he's been doing. Because of how he does this with Western, he kind of makes sure that even if the AT stays together and they do this with going to Turanian, going to Ionian, he can still defend Tunis, but because he also moved to Leon and Gascony, he can still also kick out Turkey of Spain. So I think that was very smart of him. Now it's up to, is England going to go to Portugal, blocking that for Turkey, and is Germany going to go to Holland? Because that little Berlin to Kiel move could be agreed, but I'm not sure what Francesco gains there. If I had to pick one position, it has to be Alex, especially with the friends he has around him. No one's going after him. The only one that could is Jan, and I don't think Jan does, not in this turn at least.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Alex's position on the board, and from what we can guess diplomatically, looks really solid. So I like it too.
Let's see what Jan can pick up, and I'm interested to see, the Northeast. What alliances can be made? Germany and England are fighting. Maybe Moscow puts Livonia into St. Pete. We will see. Nope, other way around.
No, yeah, Livonia helps Moscow into St. Pete. Yeah, so, and unfortunately, Cyril goes down Norway on this turn. Covers Portugal, but no one went for it. So, yeah, interesting spot there. But we have Jan picking up Romania and Tunis, so up 2. Very nice. Again, with support from Alex. They're both solid players, so working together here is beneficial for both of them. We see Russia trying to get back into Romania with that extra support from Warsaw. It's a nice little thought, but that's not going to work. So I think Russia's going to be breaking even this turn, if I'm looking at that correctly, because they've gained Warsaw but lost Romania. Meanwhile, we have a lot of Austrian armies piling in around Munich and still holding that position in Galicia to stop any sneaky Russian movements through there. But we have, unfortunately, Germany won't be building anything. I don't think, because they're down Norway. They're gaining Norway, but they're down Warsaw. So leaves them a little exposed, only having the Army Kiel, Army Munich. So yeah, there's more potential gains there for Austria. And yeah.
Yeah, last turn I thought happy turn for France, but if he would have done the tactics like I just said, it would have worked. He could have kept everything, but it's very clear he doesn't trust Cyril with the move to Mid-Atlantic. Maybe he expected a support or something. I'm not sure what he was thinking, but this is gonna lose in the potential top if he even had a chance.
Yeah, that's it.
Great for Jan.
Yeah, I'm loving it. Like
Plus
up
3, wow.
Yeah.
As Turkey and with such a patient player, yeah.
Yeah, the disband of Spain is yeah, it's good. Had nowhere to go anyway, but yeah, may as well slap it down. How are we looking for our centre count coming into the final year? We have Alex and Jan tied for the top. And France and Germany, Francesco and Robert tied for second, and then Simone and Cyril tied for third as well.
Problem with +3 in 1907 is they only have 2 more turns to move anywhere. So unless you're going to take some Austrian centers, which I am curious to see if that'll happen, Jan's pieces are kind of stuck at home. We'll see. Western Med comes off the board, but that's okay because Portugal is easily taken without it. That is it. All right, so 7-7-6-6. Austria probably has the easiest chance. Well, maybe not. We got Serbia cannot be defended. Greece is tough to defend. We'll see if AT fights. Oh, that is how it ends.
It seems like a good spot to call it. It stops things getting messy, and especially if this is round 1-2, you don't want to be creating any bad blood going into the following rounds of the event. So, good game here. I'm happy to see Jan on the tied top as well. Yeah, I think it was a good game. Lots of funky movements with fleets on the west side of the board. I like it. Keep us guessing, but yeah, I reckon that was a solid game.
Micah, your first board, what do you think?
Yeah, it was great. I liked it. And it does go very fast, though.
Yeah.
Like you miss little things like in Austria that's actually been doing well all game, and we noticed in 1905. But yeah, it was a great game. I think for everyone on the board, it makes a lot of sense here. I was first thinking maybe Turkey can get some more, but if they want to go for Serbia, they risk Romania, and Austria can also take Naples back whenever they want. So I don't see much more growth. And if you look at the scores, I mean, whether you have 14 or 13, that's so close. At this point, you want to have friends, and you don't want to take the risk to go down a lot.
Yep, there you go. Yep, Sir is guaranteed. Yep, we saw that. But diplomacy prevails. Patrick mentioned that in the background as he was watching. Yeah, boy, that would have been an interesting battle in 1907.
Actually, no, it really wouldn't be. I think I overreacted to that a bit because the more I look at the tactics in the situation, Alex really has all the tools to keep himself solvent against Jan for the final year here. Maybe he takes that free walk into Serbia and can't be kicked out, but maybe Russia kicks him out of Romania, so it's not worth it, right?
Yep.
So I think this draw state makes a lot of sense. Kudos to Alex and Jan for actually running a really stable AT that worked well for both sides, even if it didn't get as far into Russia as they would have liked. Really solid game.
Perfect there. Brandon, thanks for leading that one. We'll give you a break. Go grab a cup of coffee or whatever you need at this time of the morning for you.
Will
Get
do.
you back.
Thank you.
Round 2. All right. And the order is perfect again. We've got Micah's going to take the lead here for us in the next game. This next game is excellent for a rookie DBN broadcaster. We've got 1C, which is Robert's rookie game. Here for board 1. These are all players who are new to the game, have either never played before, haven't played a whole lot. And Robert filled out the board nicely. I had 6 newer players who I did see in other rounds, so they liked it a lot to come back and didn't just play. So we've got Astronaut in Austria, Robin in England, Emily in
Dresden.
They're from Dresden. They're from
Dresden.
Got to make sure to put that.
Yeah. There you go. Oh, there you go. Yes, Robert from Dresden as well. So Luca in Italy, perfect fit for Luca. Maybe the players chose their own countries. We will see. We've got Tabby in Russia and Kendra in Turkey. Micah, you said you know Kendra?
Well, I don't know her personally, but I know that Simon introduced her to the game. They are very close. Simon is very tactical, also likes to have hours of conversations about tactics. So I assume Kendra got a bit of that. Emily has played before in 7 Years' War, but also in the Dutch Championships. And the last time I played with her, something that really stood out to me was that when she got stabbed and things didn't go away, she really, every turn, she kept talking to you and she made new proposals, not only just asking, like, please work with me, but actually making the proposals and trying to make something work. So I'm very curious how that'll go. Astronaut has been very active in the virtual scene. I've seen them in virtual face-to-face. They also know a lot about Eurovision, so if you want to talk about that with them, that's also possible. We've had a little watch party with some diplomacy people.
Yeah.
Emily's from the Netherlands, by the way. I think this is their first tournament outside of the Netherlands, so I hope it goes well. The rest of the players I haven't experienced yet.
We got Emily,
hi, Emily.
here in the chat with us, and Tabby as well. So
nice.
Excellent.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah, Astronaut flowered out of the virtual scene in the Diplostrat server, the great breeding ground for new casual players nowadays. Tabby is also a product of that group. I think I was in their first ever game of diplomacy, actually, on that server. So it's really cool to see them here and actually getting out and meeting the wider community. Really excited to see how they do here.
Robert shared a bunch of pictures. I'm trying to download a few of them to share some of them during the breaks here between round 1 and 2. So Micah and Patrick, will let you focus here on the board. Michael will take the lead, and I will try to pay somewhat attention to the game while getting a few of these pictures up.
Sure.
Spring 1901, let's see how these rookies do. Tell us about it.
I also wanted to say, Tabby said that this is their first tournament face-to-face game, which is, of course, super exciting. Very happy to have you here and also to have you here in the chat. I hope you do well. Let's see. Okay, so what we see is mostly fairly standard openings. We see North Sea, Mid-Atlantic, no aggression there. Germany doing fairly standard opening, also no Burgundy thing. I think what really stands out on this board is the Warsaw moving to Galicia. Austria does not protect it. I'm not sure if that was supposed to be a DMZ or if they just didn't talk about it. But I would expect some Russia-Turkey alliance from those moves.
Micah, it would be really silly if Austria just let Russia into Galicia by consent, right? No one would ever do that.
I once, as an Austria, went to Russia, and they didn't quite trust me yet, but they did say they were an alliance player. So I said, "Come to Galicia, I will trust you, and I'll support you into Romania next turn." And we stuck together the whole game. Could be the case, but RT seems most likely.
Is this? Oops, is this any coincidence that Robert?
Of course not. He loves his precious.
Oh, we actually got some in-chat information. So Tabby is saying I was a little bit naughty and broke a DMZ in Galicia.
Okay. Yeah.
So yeah, curious to see if that's gonna be an RT or if it was just a funny little one-time move and we can turn it around.
Well, let's see how it happens into fall 1901.
Ouch! Oof. Galicia to Vienna and Venice to Trieste. I mean, that hurts. Poor astronaut. Yeah, there's not much they could have done there. They needed to make a guess. They guessed wrong. Had Galicia gone to Budapest, everything would have bounced and they would have been fine. But this is rough. In the West, we see Germany supporting France to Belgium, and France also going to Irish Sea. So I think it's very clear what the alliance is there. England does convoy the army, which is usually good if you think that you're working with Germany, but if you're in this position, you might have rather kept it on the island so that you can be a little more defensive. At least England gets a build. We didn't see that in last game, so maybe, hopefully, they can do something about it, but I expect Robert and Emily to just go through with it, fleet breast, fleet keel, and let's go.
Yeah, I really think this move to Irish from France is quite underrated as a way to get the jump on England. It really makes them very conflicted about whether to build in London or Liverpool, especially when they've convoyed the army off. I very rarely see two people on opposite sides of the board get told this strongly that they are not welcome on this board in Fall 01, those being England and Austria. But yeah, the fact that Russia and Italy both got into Austrian home centers already should worry Turkey, since wintergreens often result from a Turkey that doesn't get their share. So we'll see how that evolves.
Oh, another inside information from Tabby is that Austria told them that they were going to cover Budapest, and they thought, okay, I'll go for Vienna then.
I trusted them and took Vienna.
Yeah, very funny. I guess Tabby knows how to play and knows how to backstab. This is their first tournament, but they're definitely not scared.
Perfect. So the second game of Russia having 7 after 1901. Yeah. This time Austria has 3 instead of 2. So we'll see what the difference is.
I also like that you built France because France obviously went to Irish Sea. That means they really have to trust Germany, because if you are not sure you're going to get supported into Belgium, you don't want to be a one center build, a one build France. So that also shows there's a lot of strong alliance. The army in Liverpool is a bit curious. Could be assigned to France, like, hey, please don't attack me. And with their army already being gone, they need something to be a little flexible. I actually think it's quite a good build here. Usually I'm not a big fan of it, but here it might work. What do you think, Patrick?
Yeah, this is exactly what I was talking about again with the Irish move, forcing England into those difficult build choices. Correct? They build the army in Liverpool. Now Liverpool's safe, but France has free access to English Channel. And conversely, if you build Fleet London to protect Channel, then you have to convoy Norway back to even have a chance of protecting Liverpool. So really nice, aggressive play from Emily here. I'm excited to see how this FG evolves, especially with the North Coast Fleet.
Oh, I didn't even see it. Yeah. Oh, that's going to be very interesting. Poor England.
I know they took place concurrently, but I like to think that Tabby took some inspiration from Ingo in Board 1 and saw, oh, people just let Russia get away with being super aggressive and murderous in this community, so let's just do that.
But no Fleet North Coast in that one. This is the first North Coast fleet we've seen. Yeah. Let's see what it does. Oh, yeah.
Oh, again, rough turn for England. France took English Channel. Russia took Norway. I don't see how England's going to come off of this wall. What is interesting is that Germany takes Belgium, but Belgium also walks out, so it looks like maybe that was agreed. I wouldn't be super surprised if France at some point wants to do a convoy. They do take Spain, so I assume that was agreed, and that the France-Germany alliance is still just rolling. In the east, we see somewhat what you expect and somewhat not. I see there's some disagreement around Romania, where Turkey and Austria support each other in. Turkey does move to Black Sea, so it does seem to be a genuine miscommunication issue rather than people saying like, oops, I accidentally supported you and I didn't get it. I think they just accidentally didn't agree. We also see the Winter Green, as you already mentioned, Warsaw going to Galicia. Actually, Trieste is supporting Budapest, aren't they?
Yes.
Okay, that's interesting. I suppose people didn't like that Russia got 3 builds and also took Norway, which is fair, good point. But they do need to get on the same page if they want to take Romania. I think they'll be able to next turn.
I have to wonder if that bounce in Eastern Med was arranged, because I wouldn't, as Italy, unless it's like Gunboat, I wouldn't try to set up a Lepanto while annoying Russia and propping up a rump Austria that will lose to Russia eventually.
Yeah, that's true. But they might have expected to get in. And if they want to keep working with Austria, but not with Turkey long term, it isn't too bad.
Yeah, newer games, there is broader strategy discussions in the negotiations. Sometimes you think you see a good tactical move and you just do it without asking. So maybe there was, like Greece didn't, bounce Ionian. If Austria and Turkey are working together, there's no coordination on a specific order set. So sometimes things get left unsaid purposefully or on accident. We will see what happens in spring or fall 1902.
I do see in the chat that this was Kendra's first game, so makes sense that stuff like that happens. I will say a lot of what I've seen so far makes a lot of sense. So even though a lot of these players are fairly new to the game, they clearly do know what they are doing, and I'm excited to see what they're going to do. We do see the move into Romania combined with Sevastopol to Armenia, so that's interesting. I don't think Russia loses anything because they lose Romania, but they gain Norway, so they're fine. We do see Romania disbanding, which means Russia will have a rebuild. I suppose that might be why Sevastopol moved to Armenia, and that I expect that we will see Fleet Sevastopol here. In the West, everything's going more or less how you expected. Russia's joining in on the fight against England, and France or Germany are just extremely on the same page, are being very efficient, and if they keep going like this, they'll be done with England very quickly and can start to move towards the east.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a bit of the consequences of a bit of indecision in terms of the Russian diplomacy in the south, because they've gotten themselves into a position where they were trying to be friendly with Italy in the 01, and then there was some hesitancy there, and now they're trying to open up Sev for a bill to go after Turkey, but they already let Turkey into Black Sea, so they weren't sure about that in the spring. And now they're in a position where both Austria and Turkey are against them, and Italy can take Vienna whenever they want. So, bit of an unfortunate turn of events for Tabby. I'm sure this will be a learning experience for them. And they're, the position's still fine. The North is still propping them up to a great extent, but things could have gone better in that arena. And I will only tell Luca this once: stop holding. Convoy to Albania. Do something if you're not going to go for Eastern Med again. Come on, man. Get that army in the action. Those soldiers crave blood.
Just remember, this is a rookie game, but B, if maybe there were some orders that were non-consequential, and they just weren't entered into the system. So.
I guess so.
I was also going to say, Italy's playing a fairly good game there. They got into Budapest. They aren't really in trouble. They are fighting Austria, and yes, Austria's working with Turkey, but Austria also only has 2 centers, so that's not going to hurt that much. And I think Luca's really getting himself into position here. He's got the fleets where he wants them to be at this point. Austria can't come for him. He can also build Army Venice here. He's not too bad, especially if he has a Russian friend.
Yeah, diplomatically, I love this position, but I want Serbia.
Yeah. Patrick, I know you saw David in the chat earlier, and David doesn't like units just sitting around, so we're channeling our inner Davidhood here. So, winter 1902, as Micah just mentioned, Luca does get the build from Budapest with Venice open. We'll see what gets built there. Robert takes over north and gets a build. Robin loses Norway with 2 Russian fleets up north. This is painful. Let's see. Liverpool goes. Munich comes on board Sevastopol, as I heard in the analysis last year. So that does come on board, and Army Venice. Excellent reads and predictions there.
Yeah, it is exactly what has to happen if you are Russia here and you've got the chance to kind of change that army into a fleet. You have to take it here. I think that was the right call. I do want to also point out in the chat from Emily, we hear that they did put in all the inconsequential moves, so holds are genuine holds.
Okay.
I still think that's fine. Look at it. Army Venice is the right call here. He's got no one to be afraid of. Greece and Aegean can't really do much. There isn't another fleet. Turkey is way too busy fighting Russia. So I'm very curious which side Luka picks, because so far he's been siding with Russia, but maybe he can change it around and start working with Turkey to get some of those Austrian dots as well.
Tabby, don't worry about it. Sit back and enjoy the game. Any input we get from you is fantastic, but this game is for you, and we'll keep it rolling. So into spring 1903. The army does get on the island.
Wow, so much is happening here. Yes. Oh, I mean, I love this FG. It's very clear that these players trust each other. They do what they need to do. They did make some trust but verify moves, like France bouncing themselves in Burgundy, things like that. But I mean, again here, France takes Belgium, and Belgium gets convoyed to London. So in the end, they together as alliance go forward. I think also Spain to Marseille is a fun little move that shows me that maybe France is looking to do something later on. Maybe we can expect that to go to Piedmont soon. After all, once England's finished, they have to go somewhere, and I think it makes more sense here to go after Italy than after Germany. And Italy has said, "Hey, Serbia, you look tasty. I'm gonna take you, but I will also go after Turkey, because why not? I can in this position. Russia still likes me, so I'll just take everything." And it seems to work out for them. So good for them.
Yeah, I was actually a little concerned about how tight FG would be in the light of GR seemed to be quite friendly as well, given the demilitarization of the Denmark-Sweden area. That's usually what I look for. But I wonder how much Germany's policy towards Russia is going to be dictated by, one, just how much they love Emily, and two, how well Russia's doing in the south. Because suddenly Russia just had a big turn of fortune again in the south, where Italy is still solidly on their side, and now Turkey's more distracted than ever, and maybe they don't want to strengthen that even further, even though Tabby's fleets are already in a position where they don't need to ask before trying to go for Eddie or something like that. So it'll be fun to see how that unfolds in the next couple of years.
They're very balanced in England as well. I like that Germany is the one that's getting convoyed, because that makes sure that France can put all their fleets there and then start coming towards Germany.
I like it. Let's keep it going. Fall 1903.
Oh, things coming up for Russia. But also is Germany supporting Eddie to Norwegian?
Yeah.
Okay.
Forget what I said about demilitarizing Denmark and Sweden as well.
Yeah, this is exactly what the two of you said. I mean, Germany sees, like, after England's gone, we need to go somewhere else, and that somewhere else has to be Russia. And fair enough, because Russia is actually taking Budapest. I'm not sure if this is by agreement. Could be because Italy is convoying already to Syria, which lands and is also taking Serbia, so it wouldn't be totally unfair to just make that swap. And Russia has also retaken Romania, so +2 for Russia. Very good turn.
Yeah, attacking someone who's building two is never usually a good strategy, but you got to start sometime.
That's true.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, we also see the move from Marseille to Piedmont, so I fully expect a fleet Marseille to be put down, and then to start seeing some overall FG moves to the west, to the east.
Yeah. So
yeah, these two Russian builds were quite unexpected, though, and you'd expect one of them to be an army in Moscow to deal with Turkey, right? I don't think Germany would have realized that Budapest was getting transferred there, given the strength of the Italian diplomatic position.
Yep. Well, Italy sadly is giving up the bill, doesn't get one because Tabby gets that. So no defense on Venice. That would have been nice to have planned it. They do not. Fleet Marseille, as you mentioned.
South Coast.
And see, yeah. Well, South Coast, I totally get after you're attacking my enemy. You knocked me out of Norwegian. Norway is undefended, but that's all right. Give up Scandinavia to punish the homeland. Let's see.
And they do keep North Atlantic Ocean, which earlier I thought, why do that? Why not disband it and rebuild it? But from here, it can do some things. You can try to support it into Norwegian still. I also see that, according to Tabby, Italy gave Budapest because Tabby asked very nicely. So I think this was a great turn for Russia to build. Makes sense, I think. And I think basically any build in St. Pete makes sense here. And if they keep having Italy on side, they're in a really strong position. Italy's very likely to get Smyrna this turn, so they can just keep going. And if they work together, they are a good counter alliance to the FG.
Yeah, let's see. They said there was a break after 1903, so maybe we had a lunch break. I'm trying to see. Oh, it's a video. Sorry, I'm just trying to.
Now, while Kevin's working on that, it's worth noting that we saw a traditional convoy to Syria, the Lepanto, last turn, which is already nice and somewhat rare in itself nowadays. But now, with the FG attack on Italy, we might see its even rarer cousin, the Otnapel, the backwards version, into Apulia. So I would expect that for Italy to defend the boot here, and you're welcome for that really perfect anagram. Anyway,
there was the lunch break from after 1903.
Nice. Yeah, fun to have the players do it in the middle of the game, get some stress out, and really get together. Actually, I'm not sure if I agree with you here, Petra, because I think Italy can fairly easily get Smyrna. Do they really need to do it this turn?
Nope, there's the Otnapel.
Okay.
Lovely.
Okay, never mind. I stand corrected.
Behold.
I suppose they do get Greece, so they're fine.
Does Tyrolia support Trieste to Vienna?
Looks like Trieste to Vienna. Yep, not taken.
And rightfully so, because if they had moved, Budapest would just have taken Trieste, so wouldn't have mattered.
But Russia does turn. Interesting, Micah. What else do we see spring 1904?
I mean, we see France moving up. It's very clear that France and Germany decided, like, you know what, we're going to keep working together. I think the move to Burgundy is just for tempo. That's going to go down to Marseille. I do not think that's going to threaten Germany at all. They also both walk out of Holland and Belgium, so they're being friends, and they will definitely not stab each other in 1907 when it matters for score. I think Russia moving to Vienna is very interesting. It does show there's some little cracks. I think Italy and Russia really need to stick together, because if they don't, who's going to stop the FG?
Yeah, I think the other notable thing here is how the FG's relationship with Italy just completely shifts here, in that they could have just gone in and taken Venice and really taken them for all they're worth here. France could have gone into Western Med and Lyon. There's a chance to completely gut the Italian position here, but I think they've also come to the realization that that does kind of empower Russia indirectly in a way that would allow perhaps RT to come out of that better than them. So perhaps some savvy thinking there on the part of Emily and Robert to hold off on that offensive for a bit.
See if that continues in the fall. It does a little bit. Nope.
Okay, well, what we do see is that Romania supports Budapest into Serbia, but Trieste also goes to Vienna, so Italy seems fine. FG does, however, cooperate, so Italy loses both Serbia and Venice here, gains Vienna and Greece. So while they are even, I do think this is really a hit in their position. They're going to be more scattered. They can't really defend Greece properly if Russia and Turkey decide that it's now time for them to work together. Simultaneously, Russia loses Norway and Sweden, also a very rough turn. This is just amazing turn for France and Germany. They seem to have cut some kind of deal, because we do see England supporting Denmark into Sweden. We do see England staying in Eddy and North Atlantic moving back, even though they could have done some more. So I'm wondering if FG maybe offered England some kind of deal to help them against a big Russia, which I think would be smart in a position to do.
Well, my analysis really aged like milk here, as FG immediately just go back to gutting Italy like they planned to earlier. The other thing I'd love to see here is England just acting as a mercenary force, because Russia doesn't really have any armies to convoy around right now with those fleets in their wonderful positions in North and Norwegian. And the best way to disrupt the German position right now is to get an army behind the line somewhere in like Belgium or London or anywhere useful like that, maybe Denmark. And if they can convince England to use that army in Eddy for something that benefits them, I don't know what negotiations would take place for that, but I'd love to see it. That'd be very fun.
Yeah, absolutely. What do you think Eddy could convoy to? Do you think the FG will stick? Because if so, then maybe we could see something like Eddy to Norway, Norway to Barents later on. Is that what you're pointing out?
No, right now I think I'm thinking like places for Eddy to be convoyed by Russia if Russia can get England on side. Because if they can convince England to be convoyed to Denmark and do something else that maybe gives them a third center or something like that, then that just completely explodes the German position and gives Russia even more room for growth in that area in the center of the board.
That's true. It has to be in a full though, but yeah, that would be really fun to see.
Or they could just remove both fleets.
Which is fair with this position.
Micah, you're new. We let you pontificate about what would be the best thing, and then when the orders are revealed, it absolutely undermines everything you were just talking about. So, welcome to the show.
Experience.
Hey, I've already made some good guesses and some very, very off guesses, so it seems like I'm getting the whole experience.
You are. So those two go. Fleet Press comes on. Robert builds two more in the middle. Aegean goes. Thank you, Astronaut. Sorry you got lied to brutally at the start of the game, but hopefully you enjoyed the experience, and I think that's it for now. So
yeah, thanks for playing. I think Fleet Brest makes a lot of sense. They couldn't build in Marseille. This is not anti-German at all. This is meant to go towards Italy, and Germany is proceeding to go after Russia, which they should in this position. What else are you gonna do? It's going to be interesting to see if they're going to take Eddy this turn, or if they're going to do something like move to Finland and try to do something there. Could really go either way. Or you could do this. That's also a possibility. I'm not so sure what I think of this. Like, I don't see why Germany moves to North Sea for any other reason than trying to take Norway. But if they're going to take Norway, then why walk out of Yorkshire?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a good place to be in generally, but I don't see what purpose England serves on this board anymore either. Like, it makes more sense to cut Robin out at this point. Maybe Robert, as the TD and the experienced guy in the room, is saying, hey, I shouldn't have blood on my hands. Let's just make sure everyone has a fun time. But on a more, conventional motivations board, that would probably not fly.
No.
Yeah, I mean, Germany can take either Eddy. They can take only Norway here because France has a fleet. It doesn't seem like the right call to move out of Yorkshire, but maybe we will see a convoy to Norway this turn. It would be a really fun way to get that army up in St. Pete while they can in full still. Oh no, they can't take Eddy because France didn't move. I don't know what was up there. Other than that, we do see France really advancing. Always fun to see the convoy to Tuscany. France get into Western. Italy completely has to move back. And we do see some sort of cooperation in the middle still by Italy and Russia, but Russia's also going after Trieste. It's a bit of a mess.
Yeah, excellent tactics from Kendra. So again, if players playing early games, doing it the right way. That's a good way. Good way to go. So good set of orders. Fall 1905. Sev can't advance any further, but can go back to Black Sea.
Okay, so Russia said Robert forgot to order Sweden to try and cooperate with me. I think we see the results of this. Robert is still just going after Sweden, after Russia, and we do see the convoy that Patrick was talking about earlier. But it is by German help rather than Russian help, and England is serving as a janissary for the FG, which in this position might not be the worst. They still can take Eddie whenever they want, but they did move out from Yorkshire to London to show some goodwill. Russia does get into Berlin. I don't think they can keep it for very long, so if I'm Robert, I'm not too worried here. Russia does also get Bulgaria, but loses Sevastopol. So this, from the position that Russia's in, this is not the worst thing that could have happened. I think this is one of the best things that could have happened. Also, actually, they also get into Trieste.
Yeah.
Positionally, it's not great, but they do get some builds, and they will be able to do some things. And Italy is out of position now.
Yeah, when I saw Fleet Sevastopol, or the fleet being put into Sevastopol by Kendra, I got a little concerned because you need to kind of take it with the army and probably barge through into Moscow and just completely cripple Tabby's position, hollow it out, to have a chance of breaking up the Wintergreen cooperation. Because even though Russia didn't take the support into Venice here, like presumably this is an easy position for them to make up in, or it's something they talked about beforehand, because nothing's really changed in terms of the center counts. They're both very, fairly balanced still, and they're both agreed on killing Turkey still. So nothing's really changed to Kendra's benefit out of being merciful with how Sev was taken and how the Russian centers were dealt with.
That's true. Also, a big shout out to Kendra because this is her first game, and with these tactics, she would absolutely not say that. She's been very able to defend herself. She does have the build because of the PIF, and yes, this the right call. And I think one of the most interesting things we see here is Italy disbanding Rome, actually. Pointing out that they might not be as upset with France as they are with the rest of the board.
So they are more upset with Russia than I posited there. All right.
Yeah, which is interesting because they did move to Bohemia previously. They also might think with Russia and Venice, with Germany and Venice, and France in Tuscany and Turanian. See, I'm gonna lose it anyways. Maybe I do have some gain elsewhere in the board. If you can't build in your home centers, that's tough, but you still have the centers for the score.
So maybe there was supposed to be support into Munich because Bohemia taps Munich to allow Russia to get into Berlin. So something must have changed along the way. We will see.
And Russia did take Trieste. I do not think that was agreed with Bohemia also tapping Munich.
Yep.
Well, no, Italy offered 2 supports for Tyrolia into Venice, so I assume that was the plan. But I think it was obvious to Russia that was never going to work, and probably to Luca on some level as well.
Yeah.
They are not friends.
They are definitely not friends. We see Russia getting kicked out of Berlin because Robert made the good moves. We see the army getting into St. Pete, which is also always good because once you have that army in St. Pete, you can start moving it down a bit. Whereas if you have a fleet, there's not really anywhere else you can go from that point. I mean, between Germany and France, I'm not sure who's in a better position because Germany can take Eddie whenever they want, but France is getting Rome. I see also Liverpool moving out. That fleet could be going somewhere Germany doesn't want it to be. If I have to pick a winner on this board, it would absolutely have to be France. But Germany is a very strong second, and I think they're going to stick together and they're going to do really well for this last 2 years if it gets played out.
In an 07 dock grab war situation, then Venice is not holdable for them at all, right? So they're essentially even with minus Venice up Berlin for 1907. And then France is gaining Rome and Naples, probably, which they can hold on to. And, both Eddie and Norway, Germany could get them, but he hasn't shown a desire to be that cutthroat so far. So I would agree with your assessment there about France.
I think Liverpool is really telling here, because why do you move that out unless you want it to go somewhere?
Right. Fall 1906.
You're right, they do go for Naples, and it goes through. Germany takes Eddie, and France does move back, but it goes to mid-Atlantic, showing that they probably do want to stick with the FG, at least for now. Russia gets into Baltic, but doesn't really gain much with that. I suppose it's a slightly better spot to be than Livonia here. See, I'm a little confused by all the support hoarders around AG and C. What's
looks
going on
like-
there?
Russia wanted Turkey and Greece. Turkey's helping Italy defend Ionian instead, so playing balance of power a bit more.
Right, okay.
I think that's very heads
I
up
mean,
from Kendra. So
yeah,
Greece
and
will be
it gets-
available anytime.
True, and it gets Eastern out of next to Smyrna, so yeah, Kendra's really holding himself. That's nice. Russia gets into Serbia, but Serbia gets into Budapest, so there's some more Italian-Russian swapping. Overall, bad turn for Italy, good turn for France is, I think, the conclusion of this turn. And Russia's repositioning. They're getting into Bohemia, which might give them a shot to Vienna later on, if Italy makes certain disbands.
All right. Robert, Emily, build 2. Luca pulls 2. Tabby pulls 2. 2, 2, 2, 2.
Oh, interesting. Those were not the ones I would have pulled in Russia's situation. Actually, I was thinking I would probably pull Baltic, but functionally that isn't that much different than this. I think they really want to try and hold on to Warsaw. The Baltic fleet can keep cutting Prussia at least. Moscow can just support all this. And it also seems to be kind of a peace offer to Italy. Except Italy still thinks that France should have everything and Russia deserves nothing. So we'll see how that goes. France is in solid position, can't lose anything, even if everyone works together against them. I think Emily's got this in the bag.
These builds signal to me that FG are not interested in the usual 07 dot grabbing ritual that you might see. They've just been happy with each other all game, and they're going to keep that going till the end.
But they will play on, so 1907.
Yeah, but if they wanted to stab, like Emily would have gone to England here. They are moving back and being defensive, but there's really not that much going on. We also see Tyrolia still supporting Munich to Bohemia. I think there might be there's probably going to be a play on Vienna here. Other than that, I don't think many cents are going to change anymore. But we do see Kendra getting some extra dot here. I think it's really nice that Kendra has been in this defending position all the time and now is getting an extra sender out of it. So good on her.
Yeah, some of the tactics in the East here are quite hard to unpack, but especially the diplomatic implications. But it's kind of rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic. FG still have control of this board. And I note Tabby in the chat. We can see they mistook Skagerrak for being adjacent to Baltic. And I can tell you better believe that caught me out the first time I tried to do it. That is such a common mistake. Most maps don't do a good job at all of displaying those two and how they interact. So totally understandable. I'm sure you'll learn from that. And everyone gets a mulligan on some of these.
Truly a rookie mistake. Yeah, even on this map, it looks like there's a little channel between them.
Yeah.
Brandon.
A little bit of blue.
We got to tell Brandon, come on, teach the rookies here. Or the experienced players like us. All right, fall 1907. The board is not in doubt, but
who gets third place?
Yeah, they have to play on. I mean, France is the clear winner here. I'm really glad for Emily that she's got a good result like this, and she deserved it. She played a really, really good game. Yeah. We do see her take Venice as well, because why not? Germany is getting 2. I think this is agreed, probably. If it's not, then
This-
still good on her, because she's getting a very good score out of this. Turkey
This looks like
manages
10-10 split time.
10-10.
Yep.
Right. Okay. That's very nice. That's nice. I suppose. It's actually 11-10. But
No.
if I saw correctly, Robert could have taken Norway by force if he wanted to, right?
Yeah, but he's the TD. He wants his player. He wants his new players to have fun.
Of course, and I think that's totally fair, and I think Emily does deserve the win with how she plays, but it does show that they really have stuck together and probably agreed that they miscounted is what is in the chat. Never mind all the thought of extra thoughts, they just miscounted, but very good for you, Emily. So was very nice.
Counted. Yep.
And Kendra actually takes Romania as well, so in the last turn goes up 2. That is amazing. I'm glad they get the 9 points.
Excellent. Well, what an excellent rookie game. I hope everyone had fun. I know Astronaut had the toughest time, but
he gets dogpiled all the time. He'll be fine.
there you go. Robin managed to survive, became useful to the board to the end of the game, propping up the North. That is an excellent position to handle sometimes, and that's all you get. So good way to play it. Congrats to Emily on a nice board top. And that gets us to the end of round 1. Let's bring Brandon back in for a second here. Rookie game. What was it like in your first game? Were you pushing pieces around? Was it what stood out for your game versus this game?
Yeah, like my first game was interesting. It was actually at Jamal Bakali's house, and yeah, it was cool. But I really enjoyed. Like I always enjoy a rookie board, like new players and everything. It's I like to see the way they think and manage things diplomatically, and like it puts a different spin on different situations occasionally and makes you think differently. And I always enjoy it. But I think this was a solid game for Emily here, and it was nice to follow.
No, I agree with Bernard. No guts, no glory. So. Good job, Tabby. Here are our standings after round 1. We've got Emily with the big board top. Cyril, I don't know if that is both scores or just the best score. Probably both. And I don't know how both are counted, so we will be surprised at the end when we see the scoreboard. Alex with the good game. Jan with the good game. Couple of the names we saw up there, and Tabby sneaks his way into the top 10 as well. So fantastic. I do have a quick 30-second video, I think, from that game. Let's see who we got here. Snacks and goodies over there too. Thank you to Robert for sharing the media. I think he's got a lot of pictures too. We got a couple of them up. His website might be updated with those as well later in the week. So if you're not watching this live and you want to go check it out, Regenscon.com, I think it was, or 25. Yep. We'll put it in the link. It'll be in the show notes by the time this one is over. So
a really nice homely atmosphere down there in
Regensburg.
There you go. Thank you. Much better than I can. I butcher. The only one worse at this with the pronunciations is Brian, and I'm always thankful for Brian and I messing them up together. So we do a good job. Micah, thanks so much for leading us through that board. We'll give you a quick little break here. We'll have you back for the next game in round 2.
Oh, amazing. I'll be watching.
Excellent. Keep our subscriber or our video count up. That'll help. So we got... this is round 1. We'll see how many of these rookie players come back as we get into round 2. I know there's only 2 boards in round 2 and 2 in round 3, so we'll certainly lose Robert. Cyril played 2, so there were 19 unique actual players, so we will lose 5 in the next round. So let's see who comes back. 2A gives us here. The board leader, although it says second place. I'm not sure how that is, because she was in first. So maybe something got updated or something changed.
Strange.
Alex.
Is that possibly the Cyril double board throwing it out? Or
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, maybe. Yeah.
We'll figure. I do have a video with the winner. I didn't see who it was, but so we know there is a winner.
let's keep that one for later.
Yep.
Yeah.
Alex, we got Rennie. Rennie is in France. Simone in Germany. Robin's back for second game in Italy. Spiros, after a tough match in round one in Russia, and Roberto, who played a good game in that one, is in Turkey. All right, let's get to the map. And Patrick, you get to lead us through this board right here. Let's take it away.
Sure thing. All right, so in the West, we see the sighting of the rare self-bouncing Burgundy opening from France, which seems to be getting ever so slightly more popular right now. I actually quite like this opening. It's quite defensive. It doesn't rely on DMZ agreements with Germany, in case there's been some whiff of anti-French meta play going around. And one of the big weaknesses of just supporting yourself to Burgundy, like the usual Maginot opening, is England going to the channel, because you only have one unit to potentially cover that. But this gives you two, without really compromising your play on Iberia. And if you don't care about Belgium, it can be pretty good. Meanwhile, everything else is pretty standard there. Meanwhile, in the East, we have a DMZ in Galicia, which is always nice to see. Austria notably uses that to move to Budapest rather than Trieste. So clearly, she has quite a bit of confidence in her neighbors right now, Emily. And we see the incorrect Turkish opening with Smyrna Khan, which seems to be pretty solidly the standard in this tournament.
I love it. Old school. With Spiros on the board, I did get the information for Worlds next year, so we'll stream that on the bottom here. So make your plans for the end of May to go to 2026 WDC. And let's go to fall 1901 as we do that.
Okay, so we see something that I don't know if this was agreed with Emily, but Vienna to Budapest indicates it might have been Trieste being walked into by Robin here, while also convoying to Tunis. There are some Austrian players who really don't like Italy taking two builds in that fashion. They see it as greedy and not really a part of the agreements that they make, but there are some kind-hearted folks who don't mind it. So we'll see which category Emily falls into here. As a newer player, I figure she might be a bit more tolerant towards it. Meanwhile, in the West, we see some pretty non-committal stuff. Everyone just sort of covering their own bases. France does not cover Burgundy this time. They just go to Picardy to just have some say on Belgium in 02 at least. For now, England convoys there unopposed. Germany doesn't really exercise their say in the matter. They just support themselves to Holland and let Russia into Sweden. So everyone very much keeping their options open. And also Fleet Romania from Russia. That's very big. So possible air play here if everything is okay between AI.
Yeah, Simone supporting themselves in the Holland, always makes me think about the diplomatic situation. Is that something that, they were worried about a little bit, possibly getting bounced out or something? But I like it. I like seeing England get two builds in 01. It always leads to a bit of fun. So I'm looking forward to the next year.
All right. Well, before we get to next year, let's see the builds. Lots of twos on this map. I feel like round one, there were about 4 vacant centers in each game. Here, they did a great job cleaning them all up.
Ooh, that's an interesting set of builds. Okay, so double fleets from Italy, first of all. That's the easy stuff. Everyone loves fleets in the East. So fleet 7 from Russia, fleet Rome from Italy, fleet Smyrna from Turkey. That all makes sense. It suggests that Austria and Italy are copacetic about what happened with Trieste. Interestingly, Spiros chooses to waive his second build, so clearly not wanting to do anything to even mildly annoy England or Germany. That would be my take on that. So possibly fearing some kind of EG cooperation in the north, but I don't think that's going to be the case based on this board. When England has two builds, it's often a little easier to see what their intentions are for 02 based on what their second build is. Here we see Fleet Eddie Army London, which is very pro-French. So we might see an EF off the bat here, although At the same time, for Fleet Brest, some Englands are okay with that, but again, not all of them by a long shot. So we'll see how Alex reacts to that in 02.
Brandon, with Jamal liking to wave every time when he can, is this a spot you'd wave as Russia, or Army St. Pete crossed your mind?
Yeah, like I've only waved twice ever, I think. So Jamal is definitely the expert on knowing when and how to do it. Here, I think, like, having since Spiros has the army in Moscow, he can always pull it up to St. Pete if he needs to. Not building sort of makes sense if you don't want to be ticking anyone off. But at the same point, like, looking at England's builds here, he might be wishing that he had have built something up in the north. So, yeah.
Patrick,
sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, take us through if it matters or not. It looks like he did the right thing diplomatically.
Yeah, I will say I feel like 3 armies for Russia is kind of a requirement just because it lets you hold stuff like the Moscow-Warsaw-Ukraine line. But anyway, let's go to Spring 02 moves. It looks like, maybe there is some copacetic stuff between EG here in the north. Denmark to Helgoland smacks of mistrust on Germany's part. Simon perhaps thinking, well, either I'll catch an English move to Helgoland or I'll be in there myself in case they attack Holland. So not really doing much, not lining up on Sweden at all. If this does end up being an EG like the move into Burgundy suggests, then it's not a very trusting one. France does go straight into English Channel and Mid-Atlantic, so they're clearly anti-English. So I wonder if Germany had been a bit more assertive with their fleet movements here. They could have a much more commanding diplomatic position in the West, because if they move Denmark to Skagerrak, Kiel to Denmark here, they pretty much have complete freedom to go in whatever direction they want in terms of EG versus FG. But now they're a bit more biased towards E. But at least England will probably help them since France is attacking. What's less good news for Germany is the AI attack into Tyrolia and Bohemia. Once again, continuing that strong AIR theme. So now he's going to have that extra distraction protecting Munich, which means France will be actually pretty free to prosecute their war against England now that I look at it, if they want to continue in that direction. Meanwhile, we see in the Med, again, Italy wins the guess into Eastern Med rather than Aegean Sea, even though Emily actually wanted them to go to Aegean. Either one would have worked, so kind of a win-win situation for Robin, and they will get the free Lepanto into Syria if they want it, which I assume they do, because Turkey's looking pretty juicy right now. Russia's in Black Sea, so there's not many places for them left to run.
Yeah, definitely. Spiros building that fleet in Sev signals pretty strong intentions about what's going on there. So Robin and Emily may as well take the opportunity to jump in on it.
And let's see if they do. We've been surprised before. No surprises here.
A slight surprise in that Austria uses a moveset that allows Turkey to take Greece. I suppose it was always going to be a bit of a guess as to which one's the mover. But quite a devastating blow here for Emily to not get support into Munich either from Italy, because Italy goes on their own adventure against Marseille. So suddenly Austria is kind of on the back foot here despite getting Bulgaria. Meanwhile, Russia still has that built-in pocket. Now they're in Black Sea. So I actually am not a huge fan of that position at the moment, but we'll see how it evolves. Again, if Italy is as friendly as Robin seems to be right now, maybe they just won't be punished for it, which does happen sometimes. And speaking of Italy, we see the classic Lepanto convoy into Syria for the second time this stream, which is really, really cool. And it's going to, again, work out really well for Italy here because Turkey is kind of trapped in the corner like a little rat. So fair play to Robin. They're not going to get Marseille immediately, but I don't think the purpose of this play is really to get a build as much as it is to slow down the France that could very quickly get big if England is facing the wrong way and Germany's distracted. So good balance of power move there from Robin.
Yeah, that's it. We also seeing that German fleet go from Helgoland to Denmark as well. Just sort of repositioning there a little bit. Maybe that trust with England has solidified a little better.
Yeah. Do you think Spiros moved to Baltic out of arrangement or instinct that there was something coming?
If you're in Sweden, I guess you can assume Denmark's going to get covered. So you may as well bounce Baltic.
I'll believe it's arranged until I see South Coast. Nope, no South Coast. Seb, the only one that comes down. We got all those builds in 1901, just one here in 1902.
Yep, getting that all-important third army down to drive further into Turkey makes a lot of sense.
It is always nice when you wave and then you're the only one with a build the following year.
Yeah.
I feel like it's a pretty strong power play. Could always wave again. Who knows? But yeah, that third army is definitely gonna help solidify his position.
Jamal Envy, we call it.
Yeah.
Into spring 1903, Patrick.
I think with all the Western dysfunction, Spiros has kind of achieved his goal of not looking like a threat, though. Oh, never mind. They look like a threat now, and the EG are coming for them.
Should have
So
waved.
Germany into Baltic,
Anyway.
England convoy to Norway. Forget all this silly free-for-all stuff. This is a Western triple now, and you're going to shut up and like it, okay? That's what's happening. France goes down into Spain. They're really just defending against Marseille at this point. Interestingly, Germany is willing to cut Burgundy for Italy to get into Marseille. So either they're okay with Italy growing and they just want to keep France sort of tied down, or this still is fully a true EG, and EG are just temporarily refocusing towards Russia while France deals with that. Either way, it's very good for Italy, as they're also getting into Smyrna and piffing the army there, so there's really no chance of Turkey retaking it in the fall. They also help Austria back into Greece, but at the cost of Bulgaria. It's always nice to grow and help your ally into center, so you look like a good ally, but your ally's losing elsewhere. So you get all the benefits of that without having to deal with a bigger partner. Russia gets into Armenia, just a good positioning turn for them. They have a guarantee on Ankh in the fall, since Smyrna is a fleet, so Italy can't do any shenanigans to disrupt that. And they also go to Prussia, which I assume is in response to some rumblings they saw about EG coming for them. And again, if they did want to defend against that, it might make more sense to move Sweden to Finland or something to defend St. Pete one more turn. But hey, it's time limited. These turns can't always get the best tactics in on time, and this is still a good response from Spiros.
Yeah, the bouncing or attempting to bounce Baltic is interesting. I like tapping Norway would have made a huge difference here. Like especially with Germany having the 2 fleets on Baltic, I think it could be safe to assume that it's just going to get forced anyway. Maybe you just try the little tap elsewhere, but yeah.
And no Western triple I've ever heard of has England in the English Channel, so believe it's EG, but you never know. And we'll find out more about it here in fall 1903. It goes back.
Okay, so we see everything we pretty much expected in the north, all the follow-through you would think would happen. St. Pete falls, Sweden falls, and France retakes Marseille. The English Channel does leave, so that does lend credence to the fact that this is maybe a true Western triple. The interesting thing we see in the east, meanwhile, is Austria walks into Venice. Now, they had a free walk into Venice, fair enough, or Trieste, but I'm a little perplexed about why they would choose to do that now. It feels like all of the Italian units are currently doing things that are useful to you as Austria, whether that's keeping the West nice and dysfunctional or helping deal with your common Turkish enemy or anything like that. But hey, maybe Austria wants to turn this into a full AR, although I will say if that is the plan here with Russia, they also take Bulgaria and Ankara, so it's a great turn for Spiros in the south at least. It might be smarter to take Trieste now rather than Venice just so you can get that fleet build down the following year. But again, maybe that's not what Emily's plan is. Maybe she's just taking the dot and figuring out the plan later, because that's a valid strategy sometimes.
Yeah, and taking Venice instead, that allows Emily the opportunity to build in Vienna and Budapest and pick up Trieste after without it being as much of an issue. So, hopefully it plays out.
Alrighty, into winter. Simone gets build. Emily does pick up 2, 1903, 1907. Just grab dots when you can. That's good. Roberto is feeling the effects, but maybe we'll get a reprieve with the new AI war. We'll see. And Alex puts down fleet. Eddie.
Well, that certainly signals that they're not interested in long-term Western triple stuff. They want to do something in the West, whether that's sneaking into the Channel and attacking France or just going into Helgoland and mopping up the already distracted Germany. We'll see which of those it is, but I think England is going to make their position known here pretty quickly.
Build seems to believe EG is the way to go too. No more fleets to frustrate the neighbor, the partner, the ally. see if they continue that in spring 1904.
Well, actually, England is just still on board with being friendly to everybody except for Russia. They convoy straight up to Norway. Eddie goes to Clyde, not threatening at all. Don't worry about it. We'll bounce in now or something. So some very, I don't want to say passive play, but some very friendly play here from Alex. And perhaps that's good because the Russian issue isn't fully resolved yet, so they don't have full freedom to just go and take German dots or something like that. But yeah, well, I guess 1905 might be the better indicator of where they're going to be at. Meanwhile, we see, I think it's safe to call this the AR now. The Russian fleet gets pushed into Caen. We see Austrian armies moving away from Russian centers in the Balkans, bounces in Tyrolia. Germany's trying to seemingly move towards Austria and France at the same time and failing at both, which is unfortunate. France seems like they've got a pretty airtight defense now with Italy being so distracted, so good for them. And again, it lends credence to the idea that there could be a strong EF from here. And I'm interested to see what that last Turkish fleet might do here. Could they side with the AR and accept support into Smyrna, just be a Janissary, because that can be very useful to ARs in the long run? Or do they just want to screw with the guy who they perceive as having killed them the most, or having done the most to harm them, which might be Spiros, because of that 01 build?
The Italian fleet movements too, not attempting to go into Ionian, like maybe they thought there would be just supported move in there, so they like may as well get into Naples. But Leon going to west as well leaves a bit of a gap between the fleet locations, which is a little awkward. Like, you know, maybe follow up into Tyrrhenian, but also maybe he was worried about France dropping into west. So yeah.
And I see Emily in the chat having a little talk with Micah here about her thought process with Venice and such. And she mentioned, I didn't expect Piedmont to be piffed here and rebuilt, which made the option to attack Rome immediately a lot less valuable. And that makes sense, Emily. There's a lot of tactical plans in this game that look really good on paper, but then don't look as good after you see how retreats can affect them, because retreats are such a big part of the tactical side of the game. And that's a very difficult side of the tactics to learn in terms of how it can affect a certain plan. So good on you for trying it and trying to think about that, but didn't quite work out here.
And I'd even say, as David Hood would say, the name of the game is diplomacy. And that's where, as you learn to play the game, you'll get to talk to people on the other side of the board, and they may accidentally slip that they're going to pop something. Yeah. There was no retreat. The chosen retreat might be to rebuild it back home. Those are the great points where the diplomats, diplomacy matches up with the tactics.
Yeah. Actually, what am I saying about this not working out? There's still a great Austrian position either way.
Yeah. No. And it will continue to be quite good with Austria again still taking Trieste back to get into Tyrolia this time, still keeping the German armies at arm's length. We do see the arranged bounces in now and all that between England and France, like as expected. Russia fails to retake St. Petersburg, but they actually get to keep making attempts on that because they are building this turn thanks to Khan. So that's going to be a big annoyance for Alex for a while. And again, that could really prevent a strong EG from resolving the West to a greater extent than it is right now. So very solid play from Spiros, and solid play from Emily as well for recognizing that Spiros is very useful for that exact reason. We do see English Channel and a convoy to Belgium here from England, so I'm not convinced that Alex and Renee are still on friendly terms with each other. I think Alex has ambitions in that direction, and he's just not able to fully realize them as much as he'd like because of that Russian distraction. We also see France going into Piedmont. Not sure what the intention is there. If I had to guess, perhaps they'll help Italy retake Venice to slow down the AR a bit. We will see, because there are English units coming towards France, so maybe there will be a reversal upcoming. We will see. Winter 1904 sees an Austrian build, Russian build, and Roberto, thanks you for playing. Tough position to be in this one. This is the first crushed turkey we've seen so far this tournament. We see two armies. Oh, I forgot about Robin's pull. Naples comes off the board, but with the Austrian armies, maybe not too damaging. So see where we are into spring 1905. This is an evening round, so given it's only 7 years, we may see games go all the way, but maybe some early endings. Not in this one.
Just pointing out,
Sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, just pointing out as well, Micah in the chat commenting to Emily that it was a nice move to free up Budapest to build in, because that is something that can be easy to forget as well for experienced players as well as new ones. So
absolutely. Okay, so we see some very cheeky tactics here from Russia trying to get a 4th unit on St. Petersburg with a convoy to Finland, which I love, by the way. I wish more people tried this little move when it was actually useful. So St. Petersburg is still under threat, but also not really under threat because those German fleets can still cut supports enough to defend it, combined with English support holds. And meanwhile, Germany is coming full force after Russia now. So even though there is some EF tension, especially, this is still nominally kind of a Western triple. Meanwhile, we see why Italy chose to keep Smyrna on the board, because that retreat to Armenia, even though they can't hold Smyrna, that retreat to Armenia is really, really annoying for Russia to deal with. They're going to have several units distracted by that now, perhaps trying to tempt Austria into a stab based on that. We'll see how successful that is. I still think Russia's probably just charging into the Med, starting this turn or next, but that army is still getting some value, I'd say, in slowing them down a bit.
yeah, the convoy into Finland is nice, but unfortunately, if this was the turn Spiros tried to get into St. Pete, he would have been in. So yeah, it's nice to get the convoy off, but it's like, damn, could have gotten in this turn. Like maybe the Fleet and Baltic with the 2 army builds from Germany maybe was an indicator that they'd be trying to cycle them east as quick as they can, but situations like this, you just end up guessing. So
into the fall, let's see what those German armies do.
They do not take Warsaw. They go for a complex program of support cutting. Let's see. Munich to Tyrolia. Presumably this is to help Italy try to retake Venice, but France doesn't actually support Rome to Venice here, so the move that Germany was sacrificing Silesia and Munich to guarantee didn't actually get taken by France, and they go to Tuscany instead. So I guess they've switched off. France has switched off the prop up Italy against Austria plan and onto the just take Italian dots plan, and Germany perhaps didn't quite get the memo here. But I think this also makes a lot of sense from France. Like, the centers are there. You kind of need them if you're this concerned about the English position and what they might try to do to you soon. So, and you see the self-bounds in Brest, making sure they can have the option to build there. So if you need to build right now, Tunis makes sense as a break glass in case of emergency measure. You still could have supported Italy into Venice despite that, but you don't have to. And then we see the convoy straight back from Finland to Livonia. So as Brandon mentioned, maybe a little bit of regret on not going for a different moveset on that spring turn. But either way, the Russian position is still pretty defensible in the core, at least, especially once they get a new army down in Sev, which they will, thanks to that nice heads-up prediction of the unwanted support into Ankara, with the fleet con instead going to Smyrna. So, again, really nice prediction there from Spiros. And now Italy will have another 2 disbands to deal with, and hopefully one of those is Armenia for his sake.
I love this. Robin was in the rookie game and tried to get a self-bounce to not self-bounce. That's high quality. That's high quality play. Sadly, Spiros does, maybe for Robin's perspective, sadly it did not work, but well played by Spiros. Winter, we get +1 for taking Smyrna, and the 2 coming off the board. And thankfully, because Piedmont getting into Tuscany, Burgundy being there, let's see what Rennie puts down. Rennie will put down Army Marseille. Army Sev and Armenia does go, as you mentioned, along with Adriatic.
I'm not sure about the Army Marseille build from Rene. I feel like the fact that you've taken Tunis now means that you have used up Italy as a stop the AR battery, so you can take the boot yourself, in favor of a more immediate build, which is a trade-off that you probably only make if you see your growth as being in the north. But that would imply that you are building a fleet in Brest. Now, I get why that's hard to do when there's an English army in Burgundy, but going on, sometimes the best defense is a good offense, right? That second fleet would do wonders for you in evening the odds against that English threat. So I wonder if there was maybe a bit of a trick miss, especially since Tuscany can theoretically go back to Piedmont to help defend the mainland while the fleets do their thing.
Yeah, Brandon, my take on is Russia's in the lead here, right? So if AR keeps pushing, A is not going to overtake R unless there's some battle. So maybe France is just saying, look, I'm not fighting you. You got to do it your own thing.
Yeah, for sure. Like AR are working pretty well together here. You've got these bit of a mess of German armies and fleets trying to push in on Russia, and Tyrolia, Bohemia, Galicia just being held by Emily as well. A little bit messy, like Patrick was saying about Tuscany getting up into Piedmont and going back to defend those home dots. Like I'm almost inclined to say Austria might not let that happen. They might be trying to get into Piedmont themselves, and that might trap the French army in Tuscany. Not necessarily to be anti-French, but to just sort of get a bit more of a position to push down into the Italian dots, but that also clogs up the French units and stops them from being useful elsewhere. So, yeah, a tough build for Rene there, but I reckon, yeah, maybe the Army Marseille wasn't too bad. Like, sort of odd to see, but yeah, we see.
No one goes to Piedmont.
No one goes to Piedmont.
No, but
No,
Austria supports. Okay,
Yeah,
so this is a
Tuscany
bit of sorry.
No, that's right. Yeah,
Yeah.
this is the name of the game is diplomacy, right? So keep Tuscany, get Rome, continue getting Italian dots, and work with Austria. So just
Yeah,
do
we've
that.
got some really nice Frostrian détente here. The Frostry relations are thawing out a bit as Venice supports France into Rome, and Greece supports Tunis to Ionian. So really, the Italian position is collapsing here now, and clearly all the friction about who should get which dots has kind of faded away. It seems like Austria, based on the fact that Tunis was supported into Ionian rather than Greece, that Emily is okay with Rene getting Rome and Naples at least in the short term, perhaps to enable them to make somewhat more aggressive moves against the EG because this doesn't feel like a Western triple right now. It feels like an EG that's holding France at arm's length so they can take more of Russia. So I think that's a decent reaction to the board states, but at the same time, I wonder if this could have happened a bit more efficiently with that fleet breast build still.
I'm loving Spiros just whipping out convoys left, right, and center, getting Ank up to Sev. That's now going to free up Black to drop down to Con or like get out of there. And it was the quicker move to get that army up. The EG are going to be struggling to make any progress, which they have been since getting St. Pete, but Spiros has plenty of armies there that can just clog it all up. So
let's see what happens to Finland. Finland has been stays alive.
Okay, so the messy tactical situation in the English Channel area is kind of resolved by Picardy walking out into Belgium and Belgium into Holland. So I wonder how Germany feels about that. Probably not great, but we are getting to that point in the game where weakening Germany doesn't matter as much. So maybe England feels like they're suddenly more at liberty to stab in that direction, even if only a little bit, because Austria doesn't really have the time to break through and turn that into more dots. We see. Sorry.
I was going to say that little stab puts England in the lead as well.
That's well, in the West it does, because Russia's still even on 8.
Just puts them above Germany is what I mean. Like,
yeah,
they're working together. We're in 06. Gives them a little edge, which Germany may not be able to make up in this final year.
Yeah, Robin does the smart thing here and goes into Tunis, which makes sure that Naples cannot be taken without without Tunis being lost, because there's no other French unit to cover it. And it also, I believe, guarantees Robin's survival in this game, because they can bounce one of Tyrrhenian or Ionian to make sure that happens. We also see Venice to Apulia, Trieste to Venice, which suggests that the agreement around Naples and Rome was just a bit of a false sense of security thing, giving France those dots in the short term to slow down England a tiny bit, perhaps force a break in that relationship, and then take them yourself in the last year, and if that was the plan, then kudos to Emily. That is, again, some really high-level strategic thinking.
All right, clicking on a different button here. So we get to the +1 for England and France. As you mentioned, they both take a shared lead over Germany in the what we don't believe is a Western triple, but we call it for broadcast purposes. 2 fleets and Army Prussia, which helps Spiros. So Spiros is the favorite heading into the final year. Are we going to play the final year? We are.
Whether Spiros is the favorite maybe depends a little bit on whether Zeeman is willing to help them take St. Petersburg back, which it looks like they might be. Moving to Denmark, moving to Sweden, moving in a position to cut those supports potentially. Meanwhile, we see some more dipsy doodling on the stalemate line with Germany and Austria. I don't think much is going to result from that. Actually, maybe, because France is offering Bohemia support into Munich. So it's a bit strange to do that, given that Austria is actively attacking Rome. But you do you, Rene. If that's if you prefer to see just Germany not have that center anymore, that's fine. And then Russia, nice to see a Russian fleet in Ionian Sea before the end of the game. It's always nice to see that in an AR. Very quite a novelty. I'm interested to see what this Italian fleet in Tyrrhenian Sea will do at the end of the game here. Are they going to just go back and cover Tunis, or are they going to do something flashy like get put back into Naples or something? I guess Austria isn't really free to do that with the French army in Piedmont, but it's a nice thought. And France, sadly, they're not in position to really take anything because Belgium is quite securely held. So it's going to be England or Russia here, probably king made by Germany.
What do we see?
St. Petersburg does not fall. Okay.
Liverpool
Zeeman
is open as well.
Yeah, Zeeman forgives Alex. And yeah, interesting of Alex to not cover Liverpool there. I'm not sure what's up with that, but it doesn't really change the result in this case. Belgium does not fall, Liverpool does not fall, so it's all even there. France takes Venice, but trades for Naples. So again, the definition of dipsy doodling. And I believe that leaves everyone on the same center counts that they had in 1906, which gives Spiros the sole board top. Yes.
Nicely done.
Well done. Yeah.
17 points for that. I think it was 2 turns ago. There we go. So the differential, as you mentioned earlier, if you win by 2, that's where you get the board topping bonus. So not the 3-point differential isn't something to brag about, but not as much as winning by 2. But nonetheless, good result for Spiros.
I think this board really showed off Spiros' strengths in a big way, because I find that when he plays in the East, he really does like his heirs. He likes to commit to them quite hard and fast, especially as Russia. I've seen that on several occasions on boards with him. And he does that in such a way that really helps him dig into a solid southern position and establish himself in the Turkish area, so that the North isn't quite as important in cases where he might end up losing it in the end. And we saw that as well with EG being a bit hesitant to attack Spiros in 02. In that his other strength is he's just a really likable guy, and he can get people to hesitate that little bit more because maybe you want to keep a relationship with a guy who talks to you like that and gives you good advice.
Yeah, I haven't had the opportunity to, I haven't been able to play a game with him at any of the tournaments I've been to, but he's really had a solid game in this round, considering how he just got crushed in the first one. He didn't let his spirits get down. He maintained those good vibes. He's a super friendly guy, and yeah, he's come into this game with a solid spirit and has done an awesome job. So, congrats.
Amen to that. I don't think I've ever seen Spiros' spirit get down about anything.
That's true.
He's quite resilient.
And here I'll bring Micah back in too, but it's critical when you're playing a 3-round tournament. 1 round sure could break you, from a winning the tournament standpoint, but there are other things to play for in a tournament. Sometimes you just want to win a best country award. Sometimes you want to finish in the top 7. Sometimes you just want to play one good game. So never let one result get you down. Micah, what I saw you were having some chat with Emily, so it's good to have you off stage on that one. What else did you catch on this board?
Oh, you're muted, Micah.
Did I lose your volume? No, you're not muted. Uh-oh. We were just talking about the microphone before. Oh, no. No.
Oh, no.
Lost her. We were just practicing. We were just doing the test. Maybe we'll kick her out. We'll do a restart. We just did the tech check this morning because this was happening before too. So anyway, all right. So we'll get her feedback in here. Got her back in. Let's try it out.
Can you hear me now?
Yay!
Yeah, there we go.
Okay. So what I was saying was, you said about people having maybe alternative motives. Spears' motive is always to have a good time. I don't think it is to win. He also would really like to win, but he mainly wants to have a good time. This was again a solid game. People played well, and something I want to point out that I saw is that we've seen a lot of these games going to quite long for a 19-7 format. Most of them have been played out or been drawn at 19-6, and I think that is because of this specific scoring system. Because for a lot of the game, people are really similar in score, and therefore it's really worth it to try and push and get those extra 2 or 1 sentences ahead. So I think. That's interesting to see how scoring can change people's motives on whether to play on or not.
Absolutely. We do that with DBNI with the top board format. We push it, and all those games go 19, 12, 13, 14. So you wouldn't want to play for 9 hours just to play for 9 hours, but the systems sometimes do that. All right. Patrick, let's give you a quick break, and then we'll get you back before we close out here. Brandon, let's get you to do 2B, which gives us. Good. Tabby's back. Tabby in Austria. Jan back for another one in England. Luca from the rookie game back in France. Francesco in Germany. Phil back in Italy. Davide in Russia. An astronaut, not too disappointed by his first round slaughter, is back in Turkey. So 2 in the East for this one. All right, let us get to the map. Take it away.
Yeah, like having a look, we're straight away I'm looking at black. Whether there was an agreed DMZ that Davide has gone back on, we're not sure. Maybe it's just a very trusting relationship, but Astronaut moving up to Ank is good as well because I can provide some cover just in case. Otherwise, standard English moves, standard German, standard French, basically. Yeah, interested to see with Philip and Tabby as well how it plays out with Trieste, whether that's a loan or not. To be honest, it's not something that I tend to see happening a lot in Australia. But it seems to have happened a fair bit this tournament as well, with Venice going straight to Trieste. So I'm enjoying seeing how that plays out.
Yeah, I'm seeing it a bit more recently, also especially in more European tournaments and online games. So maybe it's a European thing now.
Yeah, yep, fair enough.
And Phil is older school, so he's not of the virtual where this has become more of in vogue, as Jan said earlier. All moves are not new. Some are very, very, very old. So maybe this was the way, but it was more of an attack when Phil and I were starting the game. So
yeah.
And it still is an attack.
There we go. Yeah, so having a look, we have Mao going to Spain South Coast. France picking up, Luca picking up 3 builds. I think Luca was from the rookie board, were they? From earlier. So that'll be cool to see what they do with their 3 builds. Meanwhile, Jan has a solid play on Davide, going straight to Barons, army into Norway. That can only mean one thing. Francesco picking up Denmark, stopping Davide from getting Sweden and guaranteeing Holland for themselves. We have the attack on poor Tabby down in Austria. They weren't going to get Greece anyway, with Astronaut helping Philip get into Greece. That if Serbia had supported Albania, that support would have been cut. And Philip's picking up 2 builds with Tunis in pocket for later, which is very nice. And especially having 2 builds with Luca going Spain South Coast is going to be a solid position to contest whatever nonsense goes on there. So, yeah.
It's going to be very interesting to see Turkey's build, because they can really go either way here. If they build Fleet Smyrna, it's clearly towards Italy. But if they go build Fleet Ankara, what are you going to do with only 1 fleet in the north?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, like Kontu Aegean, a bit of a good position, but it's just how much they're trusting Gameday, I guess. So I'm sure Gameday has sold it that Black is a very good place for him to be to, get himself into Romania and play safe. So yeah, we'll see how much they coordinate.
And that's just rough on the rookie. Come on, you can't treat a rookie like that. Game number 2. Does have 3, though. Still better than round 1, board 1, where we had only 2 for Austria. So doesn't have to pull anything. And 3 for France and the 1 for Turkey are the ones I'm going to watch. The Turkish build is Fleet Smyrna. And France does put down all 3. So very nice.
Go for it. I do like watching games where you've got newer players in with experienced players, seeing how the experienced players sort of interact with them. Obviously, missing out on the negotiation side, sort of sucks. But seeing who likes to work with newer players so they have a good game, but a bit of a lead, and then seeing other people who just take advantage of their lack of experience. So it'll be cool to see how this game plays out.
Yeah, we also have them really clustered together in the north. Philip also has a lot of experience, but we've got Jan, Francesco, and Davide all up there, and they know of each other how good they are. So it's going to be interesting to see that.
And there are just some players that are better with working with newer players than others. So we will see if that happens here. Spring 1902, Brandon.
Yeah, St. Pete getting popped. And Francesco making that nice progression up into Sweden and Denmark, following in from Kiel. Interesting sort of bounce in Burgundy. Not sure, all right, it keeps Belgium where it is. We have Brest going to Mau, Spain going to West Med, and Marseille going to Lyon. Getting ready just to swing down. No point putting any pressure on Jan. Jan's a nice communicator, so he's probably talking to Luca and saying, look, we don't need to get in each other's face. You just go down into the Med, you do what you do. Jan's hoping probably to get some decent gains up in the north, and then he can consider swinging down south later himself. So, and who knows, maybe France is just locked in a Med battle that whole time. So, yeah. As for over in the east, we have Serbia getting into Bulgaria, but Davide also popping Budapest, which is just backfilling into Serbia. So Tabby making a little bit of a game with Bulgaria being blown up, but also it's not a good position to be in. But creating a little bit of chaos by Albania being able to walk back into Trieste. So Vienna and Tiroli are still going to have say on what happens with that, unfortunately. But yeah, it's a bit messy, especially with Philip being able to pick up Tunis in this situation as well. So it doesn't look like Italy will necessarily have to go down here. So yeah.
But Philip also does support Serbia to Bulgaria, so I'm not really sure what exactly they agreed on, but it might not be a bad thing that Albania is moving to Trieste. That might be agreed upon.
Yeah, okay.
All right, into fall 1902.
Or maybe not, and it was a bit
Or
of a
not.
wintergreen to it's a little bit awkward. But they could have been out. Poor Tabby could have been eliminated here. They had that nice little retreat into Venice. So yeah, we'll see how long it lasts. But we have some solid, uncontested French moves, basically, like other than the bounce. Oh, well, not the bounce, sorry. Ionian getting into Tyrrhenian Sea, but you've got an army in Tuscany. You now have lost Venice as well. You don't have anything on the boot other than these 2 fleets, but you've got 3 fleets coming charging into you, so it's not ideal. Mm-hmm. Astronaut is staying even here, just making sure they recapture Bulgaria. Otherwise, we have Jan pulling Norwegian to north, trying to get Norway into St. Pete, but that's all just bouncing. It's all brace. So Davide will go down St. Pete here, but is picking up 2 in the north. So still going to have a build from this. And meanwhile, Germany's just trying to walk their armies east. So there's going to be a bit of pressure, but Daviday is going to need that build. So, yeah.
Yeah, it is great tempo by France. And I like that England's going to go North Sea because it's not really as threatening to Germany or France, but it does put them in a much better defensive position.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Pressure on the east, a rebuild for Astronaut. Happy day with everyone coming at him. Tabby, let's say I'm sure the fleet stays, but you never know.
Yeah, I was going to say I forgot about the rebuild for Astronaut. That's not bad. That gives them some options. But how do you feel about the army in Smyrna, Micah?
I'm feeling confused. I don't know, like if I guess you can defend with it, but it seems like you're by doing this not really doing anything because it's not going to help you against Russia. It's also doing nothing against Italy. I think even if you wanted to be defensive, you could have still made it a fleet.
Yeah.
What
The
do you
only
think?
thing, yeah, looking at it, the only thing I can think of is maybe they're thinking of convoying into Greece, and Bulgaria supports it. Like, it's not ideal though. I think a fleet might have been a little more sensible considering what's going on around Tyrrhenian, Leon West, and everything. But yeah, we'll see what their intent is with it. We've got an army from Yarn as well, so hopefully we just see that catapulted up into the mainland somewhere. But maybe he just keeps it on the boot for now. Who knows?
I think if it is a convoy that Russia isn't particularly happy with it, because where's that army going to go after? I guess Albania, and then they could proceed forward. But it's also just putting some unnecessary pressure on Russia there.
Yeah.
See if Russia reacts. They don't have the freedom to do so with the attack in the north, but there's Romania and the Black Sea. Interesting.
Cool. We see Tunis getting popped, blown up actually. So West gets in there. Same with Tuscany getting blown up too. You know what? Maybe that's not too bad for Luca. Well, I was going to say it's not too bad, but I've just noticed that Holland has walked into Belgium, so that's not ideal. But picking up Tunis means they stay even, but at least with the blown up unit, that could give them something they could build. Actually, never mind. It's spring and North is in English Channel, so Brest is not long for this world. So at least not belonging to the French. Here again against Daviday, looking at what's going on there, not succeeding with anything around St. Pete, and now Berlin's in Livonia. Silesia's putting that pressure on Warsaw, so it's not looking good, but it's looking like some tight EG cooperation here, and maybe just taking advantage of Luca getting caught in the med. It's always a tricky spot if France pulls everything a little too far that way, and moving Burgundy and Marseille away like that is just opening themselves up. So, yeah.
Yeah, the triple became a double, and I think the one that's actually profiting most from this might be Italy, because Italy is able to move back. France is going to have to defend more. Turkey seems to be on their way to attack Italy, but with Russia moving into Black Sea and Turkey's army now in Bulgaria, that opens some new opportunities to maybe work together there. So I think overall, good turn for Philip.
Yeah.
France loses 3. I mean, it's still only spring, but likely loses 3.
Yeah.
Picks up just Tunis. See what actually happens with it if things follow through. We've seen crazier things happen. We do not.
Yeah, we've got a nice little convoy of Wales into Brest. Goes down Belgium, goes down Paris, gains Tunis, but that's just not as sweet as Luca would have been hoping. Daviday making Silesia retreat back to Berlin. And Jan picking up Sweden as well. So that's probably just a bit of balancing with Francesco picking up Belgium and Paris, I reckon. there's no reason for him to stab here. Yeah, unfortunately, this looks like the end of Tabby, so sad to see them go, but I feel like Luca is, probably gonna be not too far behind. And yeah, you know what, Davide taking Ank here. He's not going down anything else, but it gives him, I believe, another build. So yeah, like I imagine he puts down another army, but we will see how that goes now. This EG is pretty solid, and they're going to be making some progress in the north sooner or later. So yeah.
Yeah, it's good for Davide that he got into Silesia. I was thinking, why isn't he just going for Vienna? But I suppose there is still some sort of relationship with Italy to be salvaged, and by kicking that out, he also forces Germany to build elsewhere. And I think if Russia and Italy start working together from now, that could be pretty solid.
Yeah.
So every day escapes danger, builds one. Turkey is down Ankara. Tabby, I thought if it could have had useful, if Puglia could have slipped into Naples to be the front-facing fleet on there, but that was not to have happened. So sorry for the battling, Tabby. Hope you're back in round 3. And Jan comes up the big winner, +2, 2 fleets. Army Munich, so that alliance is nice and stable there. So we think an Army Sev for maybe some future attack.
That's it.
All right, spring 1904.
Yeah, so seeing Ionian and Tunis disappear as well. We have Philip covering Ionian just to stop any sneakiness, but really, astronauts' eyes are on just trying to get what dots they can. I feel like Davide's coming down to clean up what he can as well. So, yeah, a lot of bounces for the French fleets, unfortunately. Gascony, Gascony supporting Marseille up into Burgundy is good. That doesn't have to worry about Marseille here because Philip's going the other way. It's still tough with Brest and Paris gone. But those German armies in Munich and Berlin are distracted with stuff going on over there. Should be able to hold his ground over in, around Marseille, so that's not too bad. We see Davide's fleet in Finland getting popped, but again, Davide's not going down anything here. If anything, he's probably going up another center, so he might have 2 builds here, like a rebuild and then a bit of growth as well. Whose spot are you liking here, Micah? Because we've got a couple of swings a few different ways. It's looking a little chaotic.
I'm definitely looking at England here. I'm also just thinking about the diplomacy that must have gone on there, because Baltic, for some reason, is moving back to Prussia, which also means Livonia gets popped. England has no one that's contending them in the north. They have a great position around the island. All those fleets are going to make sure that even if Germany wanted to stab them, they just can't. So if I have to pick, I'm going with England.
Very nice.
You thinking the same?
Yeah, I'm loving Jan's position, and especially the way he negotiates too. I think him and Germany are tight, so I don't think he needs to worry about that. Obviously, Germany doesn't have a tactical stab on him, but I think their relationship would be positive. I don't think it's going to be toxic, and they're going to be working together and enjoying it. So, and they're on a tied top at the moment with Davide as well. So, if they're able to knock Davide down 1 or 2, then they're going all right. But I think they're going to have to worry about the games Davide's going to get down south. So,
yeah, I'm curious if Serbia was a planned bounce or not, because now Turkey is safe, except for Greece not being captured. But Bulgaria, Khan, and Smyrna safe for now. Davide, just a rebuild. Let's see where the growth comes from. Yeah, nothing.
Yeah, nothing. And poor astronauts not able to hold on to Greece, so they're going to be stuck on 3.
Yep.
Looking that is a good year for Philip getting into Munich as well. So they're going to be up 1. Very nice of them to leave Tunis for Luca, because they probably know whatever units Luca's got, he's going to want to have to hold on to him just to not let Jan and Francesco get away with too much. We got a lot of English fleets coming down though. Maybe sort of interesting backing off on around St. Pete there, like Finland going into Sweden and Sweden to Norway. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out with them. Hopefully it's just arranged. But yeah, I believe that knocks Jan down because he hasn't made any gains this year either. So he'll be looking at a disband.
And he's taken quite a risk here as well. I do think it's agreed because he did walk out. But if Gascony had supported Mid-Atlantic to Brest, Jan would have lost it, and then he would have lost 2 this turn. But they made the right calls, and he only loses 1. I think at this stage that's probably fine.
Yeah.
Okie dokie. Jan does lose the 1. Francesco is a swapping, lost 1, picks 1 up. And Astronaut gets the Piff back again, which will help against the defense. And Fleet Khan, Army Sev, Army Berlin, and Jan pulls Barretts, which makes sense. We'll see if there's any anger that comes out of walking away. Walking into Norway, I believe, seemed to be planned, but you never know. It seemed to be planned, and they seem to stay together, Brandon.
Yeah, that's it. Being able to guarantee Mao is pretty good here. Unfortunately, Paris is not getting into Gascony this turn. Marseille and Burgundy keeping each other in check. No plays on Munich, which is interesting. So, yeah, just more focusing on getting into Prussia. Now with the Italian armies in the positions they're in, I'm not sure getting Munich back is necessarily going to work, but at the same time, even if he popped it, could have just retreated straight to Kiel, and then that's a pain in the bum. So, yeah, definitely going to have to deal with that. And yeah, unfortunately, in this position for Astronaut, sure, they get Ankh back, but they're losing Bulgaria, so they're just going to be stuck on 3. We'll see whether Philip wants to have a say in how that balances out, though. So, yeah.
Astronauts we're good.
Sorry, I said I agreed.
There you go. I would say Astronauts in a gambling position. There's a 2 on Khan, 2 on Ankh. Will they make the right choice on which one to support or to cut? We will see. Phil has played a nice slow play, building a friend in France. Now has the fleets stopped. Probably has that set up. How does he progress trying for a board top?
We have a huge arrow from NAF making its way over into Mao. Plenty of supports to make that happen. Jan makes some progress into Gascony, getting that blown up, and gives his fleet a convenient retreat into Brest. We don't have Francesco making any gains, but Jan goes back for Belgium to give himself just that extra 1. Again, Davide's not losing anything here, and doesn't make progress with Smyrna or Con. So we're going to see Astronaut staying on 3, just stuck in the home centers, back where everything was, back at the beginning of the game. And yeah, I think like Micah said earlier, this is coming up great for Philip. You know, they've got Tunis in pocket when they want it. They can leave it there for now. And Davide's units are tied up in the north and dealing with other stuff. So, you know, a bit of an opportunity here for Philip if they want to grab a couple of other centers. So, yeah. And we're getting a little bit closer to the end of the game now. We're in 06.
I think England taking Belgium at this point is quite bad for Germany, because they were already in a not so good position around Munich because of all the possible retreats, and now it's just very unlikely they'll be able to do that in a very handy way. I guess they have to put back Baltic first and then proceed. But I do think the AG is still on, otherwise England would have also gone for Sweden.
All right, gets us to the winter phase. Sadly, Luca has the opportunity to build one, but does not have the space available to build it. So we'll play one short. See what Francesco pulls on this one, and Jan builds Fleet Liverpool. Fleet Baltic comes off. So Davide has done a fantastic job. I believe there were 4 units up there fighting a while ago. Now they're down to 2. So well done. And 3 of them are tied at 7 going into spring 1906.
They do like that. They're 7s.
Yeah.
We haven't really. Yeah. Has anyone even gotten to 9 yet? I don't. I think it
Was it
maybe one?
last game?
Yeah.
No, not the one.
Oh, we had 11-10.
Before.
Yeah, the rookie game got to 11-10, but that was the rookie game, and we'll blame.
Yeah,
Rob.
but they played
We had
really well.
We had the Russia early on that boomed as well, and then sort of crumbled a bit towards the end. So
That's right. Yep. 10,
Yeah,
10 and
heavy,
then pull
wasn't it?
back. Yeah.
that's it. Yeah, so we've got Jan playing it safe, supporting himself to North Atlantic. Meanwhile, Francesco is able to pick up Munich, moves Paris out and into Burgundy. Jan's got those fleets lined up nicely now, Irish, English, and Brest. The Italian and French cooperation is still going on. Greece to Aegean is interesting. I'm assuming that is to help Davide just crack into Turkey a bit there. Does leave Greece sort of exposed, but Albania to Trieste, that has jabs at Budapest if necessary. Silesia gets a retreat into Galicia as well, so that's going to give Davide maybe Philip, but I reckon it's going to give Davide a little bit of something to worry about, because now he's got to turn around and focus on covering Romania and Budapest. So it'll be interesting in fall. It's always crazy when people are put in a situation where they got to make some random guesses, and hopefully Davide's able to pull it off for a correct defense, but we'll have to see how it goes.
Yeah, it's very interesting because they could have kept Munich, I suppose, but they chose to go to Silesia. Now there's this retreat. Italy also moves to Trieste, but Serbia could also go to Greece whenever they want. So it's really making a guess for Russia. And, what could be really interesting is if Trieste moves to Serbia here, because Serbia is probably going to need to defend something. And if they go to Greece, then Italy is in Serbia.
Yep. It's also interesting to Philip trying to get Western Med into Mao, because that pulls him away from Tunis. So that will be a dot that will be harder to pick up later if they're wanting to have that in pocket to try and snag a top towards the end of 07 or something. So yeah,
possibly they already knew it wasn't going through, because it was very likely that England was supporting themselves.
Yeah.
All right, in the fall. Nope. Takes the easy one this time.
Yep, there we go. Mao gets popped. I guess Spain having to not be able to support Mao or try and brace or anything makes Philip go, all right, well, now if I'm going to do it, I may as well do it now. Going down Munich is also an influencing factor. Going down Munich, going up Tunis, and going up Budapest, though. So, so still being able to build from this and have fleets in a decent position to have say on what's left in Portugal and Spain. It's good to see Francesco going up as well, being able to build. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this goes. Unfortunately, we do see Astronaut losing Ankh, Philip's fleet there. is assisting Gameday, whilst also taking Budapest. So, but the Italian moving their armies down from Silesia into Bohemia and Vienna is good. It's a sort of like a good repositioning to defend their stuff and maybe grab a few more Russian dots. So, yeah. Patrick's just sort of commented on that as well. Repositioning all those Italian armies with plausible deniability is really good, which it definitely is. So
Yeah, what if Galicia went to Budapest? Then Trieste should bounce it, right?
100%. That's the alliance play.
I'm here for you. I'm here to help.
Yeah, and Italy is going up one, and they might lose Greece. But how bad is it to lose Greece if you've got Germany as an ally now? And a Turkey that probably really wants to work with you.
Yeah. Builds, picks up the 1 to take the lead into 1907. To pull that down, but now the pressure is on. They'll have to fully defend. Russia, who's been an ally for most of the game, still just 1 behind, and a flip of me taking 1, me taking Budapest back. That was mine to begin with. We will see what they do. Army Venice makes sense. Army Kiel could get to Belgium. Jan might be under some pressure. What can Jan really take? Sweden, too far. Channel can get to north. This is interesting. Brandon, spring 1907, what do we see?
Yeah, well, Philip doesn't need to worry about covering Tunis. No one's getting anywhere near it. So Western Leon makes sense. Mao holding is interesting. I guess Jan is worried about Francesco so much that he actually just walks into Sweden anyway. So that's fine. Poor Francesco is not going to be getting that back. And now has to worry about covering stuff too. Like he can cover Holland, he can cover Denmark, but he will be going down that 2, because Paris as well. So Jan's taking the jab that he can. Probably going to be. Oh, you know what? From this position, he can defend Belgium as well. So this is not a bad move from Jan to try and secure something for himself here. It'll be interesting to see how this turns out as Philip is getting Vienna into Galicia, that getting blown up because Francesco's pushed into Silesia. That could be fairly pivotal here too, with only 1 move left in the game and losing that unit in such an important spot. Davide picking up Con too. This is going to be close for this fall turn. So.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if I'm Davide here, I'm picking up Con. I'm asking Germany now, like, hey, England just stabbed you. How do you feel about supporting me into St. Pete now?
Yeah, 100%. We've got a comment in the chat as well saying this could be a 3-dot stab by Jan because he can force Denmark in the fall too. So, yeah, I missed that. Denmark can't be covered because Sweden can support him in.
True, he can force it, but if he does, then he might lose Belgium, right?
It's true. Yeah.
Hey, Adam, welcome. Yes, this is C Diplo, not C Diplo scoring, but 1907 end. This is, and yep, this had to be a big sell Germany on a support Gascony to Mar, and then got the stab for it. So well played, Jan, developing the trust, and then turning on the execution. Up 2, heading into the final turn. What are we going to see?
Wow, he doesn't lose Belgium.
Doesn't lose Belgium. I guess Rerd did, there was the possibility of having to support Munich. That's tough.
I'm sorry, what supported Munich?
Ruhr. Whatever. Yeah. Yeah, we see Astronaut living on 1 in Smyrna. Good on you, Philip. Helping them live. Philip grabs Marseille and Serbia here. Where does that put us on a count? Because Francesco
Serbia doesn't get Serbia.
Sorry, doesn't get Serbia because of the bounce.
We had 9-9.
Yeah, Francesco picks up St. Pete as well.
9-9.
9-9.
Wow.
Davide did his best to maintain, did a great job defending up north, but falls 1 short.
Yeah, falling 1 short after after this whole game is not bad. That's a solid result because it was a tough fight there. Astronaut hanging in there too. That's good, and I like seeing Philip support holding him at the end. You know, they've had a tough fight all game. You know, it would suck to be eliminated on that last turn. So good on Philip there. That's good sportsmanship. Luca hanging in there too, still having 2 centers at the end. Not bad, especially how strongly Jan and Francesco turned on them. Is tough game for Francesco here, dropping down to 5, while his ally Jan gets up to 9. But it was a good game. There was a lot of big moves that didn't actually go anywhere because the players knew what they were doing when it came to defending and attacking. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think great tactical play, mainly by Jan and Francesco around France. But also in the East, sometimes I was thinking, Davide, what are you doing? But this is what he was doing, and I think we saw that the players that played this the best also ended up top. So that's always good to see.
Yeah, 100%.
We'll bring Patrick back here. My thoughts on that too is definitely cheers to Luca. Had a tough run and giving up Tunis made sense there because he didn't have anywhere to build it anyway. So great way to build an ally at the end of the game, survive to the end. So cheers to Luca, and a nice, well played shared top by the toppers.
Yeah, that was just really good. That was just really good classic European style play by Jan, and that he was very much the nicer of the guys next to you for most of the game, just hanging in there, looking for the opportunities, but not really using them until the exact right moment. Sort of like how we see Nicolas Ahoge win most of his games, just knowing the right tempo, knowing when to build trust, and then building it all up for the crescendo at the end when it really counts. So really nice execution of that by Jan here to share the top.
Sorry to cover up your face on the
how dare you
on the post, but yeah, this is exactly how you did it. Could live with the position. That's the way you play the game. I love it.
Can I just point out one more thing?
Please.
Italy only has 3 fleets and never ended up in a fleet war. They did stuff with their fleets, but no one fought them with their fleets.
Yeah.
That's true.
France, Turkey, both weakened early.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
There we go.
They were just butting heads with England in Mao for most of it. That was it. But yeah, it was very nicely played by Philip.
Nice. And I got you all back here. So this is the end of round 2. Our top 10 heading into the final round is Emily Kramer with a nice, I think third place. But the nice thing is, again, it's not too bad of a score if just being a center or 2 behind. So stays in first place. Alex with the nice England in this one, not far behind. Jan with the shared top here, same way. So what we got? 5 players within 3 points of the lead. So we have some favorites going into the last round, but definitely not the Davide and Rennie not too far behind in the 20s. The rest of them probably not fighting for the championship anymore, but lots to play for in round 3.
Also Cyril played, I think, 2 boards in round 1, right? So I think he set the second round out. And I actually heard a little bit from Jelte about how they were playing Ark Nova. So I think people were also just having fun on the side with everyone that wasn't able to play.
Yep. We do have some pictures of them playing other games. There's a video. Robert sent us a video heading into round 3. So let's take a quick peek at that. Quick one.
This is the beginning of round 3 of Regenscon. Has just started. We have 2 boards, one over there at the table on the left and one on the giant walkable map right here. Playing outside today, lovely weather. On the left, Davide and Robin are negotiating. Over there on the right, Philip and Tabby. It's a very close competition. We have Alex Lebedev taking photographs while I'm filming. That's a very meta moment. And lots of people on very similar scores, so should be exciting to see who will bring it home outdoors here. And yeah, I guess you will get to know soon.
Ooh, is that a little preview? Is Alex sitting out round 3, taking the pictures for us? Interesting.
I love the being able to play outside too. Like it's good, get some fresh air.
Yeah, get some variety as well.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Summertime. Micah was saying it was a little warm over in Europe, so maybe they all had shorts on. Hopefully, not sweating too much, pushing the pieces around. So
Yeah, I'm not sure how it
perfect.
was.
All right. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I was going to say I'm not sure what exactly it is in Germany, but I did hear it was pretty hot in here in the Netherlands. It's almost going to be 40 degrees next week, so
Ooh.
I can imagine the Celsius for everyone concerned. So I think it was good weather there.
100 and
Yeah.
I think that translates to 104 for us Fahrenheits.
I'll believe you.
That is hot.
Crazy.
All right, Brandon, thank you for doing that one. We'll let's take a break for the first one here in round 3, and we'll get you back for the final. Thank you.
See you soon.
Yep. All right. We are going to go backwards. We're going to do 3B. We got a little inside intel from our TD. So 3B must be less consequential to the end, or it builds drama to the end. We will see what it is. There is Cyril back for the third board in Austria. Phil, ooh, so we got to look at this 2, 4, 5, and 6 on this board. He must be building it up. So Phil there, Gameday in France. Tabby back for some more. Good. Welcome back, Tabby. Roberto in Italy. Robin survives, coming back to Russia. And Alex does play, so that wasn't a spoiler of him not playing. He must have just been taking a moment break to give us some media. So thank you, Alex.
We needed a little meta moment.
Meta moment. That was a portion of our show that Brian Preble used to do. I think year 2 or year 3 of League Night. So,
And I think we skipped some of the location cards back in round 1, so it's good to note now that Cyril is indeed.
oh,
He disappeared, I think.
he disappeared. We'll see if we
He's
get him
probably
back.
soon.
Yes, in World Diplomacy Database, which is now getting to be World Diplomacy Reference. So we're working on that. If you haven't seen that in the most recent edition of Deadline, let's see. He said he was going to be around for this last game. We'll give him a second. Otherwise, we may move it. Oh, here he comes.
Probably just some internet problems.
There we go. Yep.
May have bound one of the soundboard bytes to something that should not be bound to anything else because it closes a window.
Oh, lovely. All right, no more soundboard.
I'm so young and tech savvy, Kevin. I'm way better than you, totally.
What did you want to say about Cyril?
Just that he's from. I was going to play the Augsburg clip because Robert pronounces it really well, but oh well.
Yeah, I do think it might be an advantage. Like, there's a lot of German-speaking players at this tournament, and it's nice to play in your native language. It's not that you can't if someone's from a different language. Obviously, you can work with them, but it can be really nice to do it in your own language if possible.
Absolutely. Based on the video we saw, I think this is on the giant board as well, so it's a bit easier for the guys from the other board to spy on this one, I think, for meta purposes. Maybe an extra disadvantage for Philip.
And thanks to Emily, it looks like board A was behind by almost 10 minutes, so they were able to even keep an eye on what was going on too. That's strategic. I like a central clock where everything's played on time, and it's more like European football where the matches start at the exact same time, so no match fixing. So now we're going to get board fixing here in round 3. Board B, Micah, let's take it away.
Yeah, sounds like you should come to EDC. We have a central clock. This is a fun one by Gameday. So this is, I think, the first time we've actually seen this in this tournament. The Paris to Burgundy. He's just making sure that even if Germany wanted to bounce it, nope, I'm going to be in Burgundy and there's nothing you can do about it. Other than that, we see a classic opening towards Tyrolia combined with Rome to Venice. That's going to be interesting. I'm interested to see if we're going to see Ionian move to Tunis. I feel like you don't see that as much lately, but it can be a really strong pro IT move. So I'm curious to see what's happening there. But at the same time, we do see AR cooperation, Black Sea just agreed upon, and Moscow holds, which is interesting. Which leads me to believe they do want to work with Austria, but they also want to work with England and Germany, and Russia's friends with everyone.
This Eastern opening set gives me the vibes that maybe two people got together and immediately knew they wanted to work together, and then the other two felt the need to react to that, and it's hard to tell which pair is which in that, in terms of AR and IT based on these moves. We could be completely wrong about that because the fall is really what matters, but let's see.
Yeah, or even some Italian-French cooperation around Munich, which you don't see often, but if you do, it can be really strong, mainly for France, I think.
One of my favorite games is getting supported up Tyrolia into Munich, and then into after Munich we go to
Ruhr.
No, it doesn't happen.
Or you take Trieste, you can also do that because you can force yourself into it, and Austria wasn't there anyways. Germany does feel the need to protect Munich, and England's getting convoyed into Belgium, so that hurts for Germany. Germany also bounces out Russia, so I think Germany doesn't have that many friends on the board right now. France is just taking their 2 dots, so they're fine supporting England in if that means having a friend. They were already in Burgundy, so this is really some strong, fast EF advancement. We do see the fleet move to Tunis, so I would expect there to be some cooperation between Italy and Turkey, most likely. But Turkey does move towards Ankara, which makes me believe they want to build fleet Smyrna, so we're going to have to see if they're going to stay as friendly.
Yeah, all signs point towards EF in the West here. I got to say, perhaps Alex's opening was the most neutral out of everybody in that spring, so perhaps he's now revealing that he prefers to exploit the AI tension with RT rather than IT, which might make sense if Russia is distracted in the north and thus can't outrace you across all 7 years.
And was that the first bounce in the Black Sea we've seen in 6 games? That might be.
No.
I think I've seen some.
The second or third, yeah.
Yeah, unplanned. We had an Armenian fist bump we had one time, I think. So.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Right. +2s are on the board. Another good job. Sweden stays open.
Very good for Italy. Yeah, this is exactly what I was going to say. They should build here, and they do it. We see the fleet from Turkey as expected. What's going on in Warsaw? Does this mean Russia?
It means they built more. They tried to build more than they have. So
right.
in alphabetical order. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So that's a bit tough, but I guess it's better than having an accidental fleet North Coast being taken off again. We see England and France still really strongly working together. Davide is saying, hey, if you want to attack me, you can't. And also, I really want to work with you, so let's just do this. And Philip seems to say, yes, I do. They're just going to roll this. I think they're probably going to go to Ruhr soon. And from there on, it's going to be fairly easy to keep advancing.
It's Ruhr, goddammit.
Sorry, Robert.
Watch the language there, Robert.
That was really funny. Okay, I think Austria's gonna play an interesting role here because we do see RT, but if Italy and Austria can get on the same page, Italy does have the 2 fleets. Austria is not in too bad of a position. If they work together, they probably are gonna do quite well, especially with Sweden having been bounced.
The Army Moscow feels like it's the build that Russia can get away with here because he expects an imminent attack from England into Barents Sea and such. So he can tell Turkey, hey, sorry, I can't afford Warsaw to force Galicia because I need to defend St. Pete. You don't really need to defend St. Pete, but if you want to defend St. Pete, that's the unit you build. So maybe a tempo play there from Russia to keep his options open with Turkey.
True. I mean, Sevastopol could even start moving to Black here. It could be an error for all we know.
It is not an error.
Ooh, and Austria also attacks Italy. I feel like that's not what you want to do in this position, especially with RT working together. But so far, they haven't really been punished. I expect them to feel this in the next turn. Italy is also going all in on Austria, which is probably the right call by the last move, moving to Apulia, which is very clearly headed towards Adriatic. We do see France move to Ruhr, but England is not supporting it. It wouldn't have mattered because it was cut, but I feel like if this is a strong EF, England should at least put it in case it does work. Or is Belgium moving to Holland?
Belgium held.
Belgium held.
Okay, I feel like that's not an EF friendly move, but it's also not that bad. Like, it wouldn't have mattered, but if I was in this alliance, I would ask Philip, why aren't you putting in that support? We again see the Sweden bounce, but this time by England. England moving into Skagerrak is really good for them. That's gonna give them opportunities to go for Sweden. They could even try and go for St. Peter. Moscow didn't even go there, so who knows?
Between the lack of the Warsaw build from Russia and now the non-take-it support into Serbia by Turkey, it feels like both Russia and Turkey are kind of trying to compete with each other for who can make Austria feel the most comfortable before fleecing them for all their dots, which is it's a smart way to play, but it's still worth pointing out because it's kind of funny.
It's also really clear that they are going to take the dots.
Someone's got to. Might as well. Fall 1902 is the time that will happen.
I was hoping for the convoy to Greece. Yeah, this is wonderful. Turkey gets themselves into a really good position here. They're good with Italy, which we see by Italy tapping Albania, which is also in their self-interest, but it also helps Turkey. Smyrna is staying there, so Alex is saying, hey, I'm not going to come for you, Roberto. I'm actually just going to stay here. We can work together. He's playing a very patient Turkey, and I think he's doing that really well. Russia's also advancing. They're not getting Sweden, but they're also not losing St. Pete, so they still get a build. And Austria, poor Austria, that was just when three powers are attacking you like that, there's not much you can do. They try to make a defense for Budapest, which would have worked if Vienna had also supported it, so that was a bit of a misjudgment maybe, as Vienna also isn't doing something else.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Okay, I got a note. So with Vienna hold and Albania hold, like there is a moveset here that protects two of Trieste, Budapest, or Greece guaranteed, but he does not do it. He loses all three. So I wonder if there were either misorders or if he's just realizing his tournament hopes are done and deciding to spend his time at the pub instead or playing Arc Nova, whatever the case may be. So there's a lot of different motivations for face-to-face tournaments in these situations where points are kind of fading out of view. Also, we want to see that Norway and St. Peter are now empty. Sevastopol is also empty. So Russia, if they build Army Sev, could have a free walk to Black Sea and Armenia here and have a pretty devastating ER with England. So something to watch out for if you're Turkey or France, I would say.
Yeah, and Germany was in Helgoland, but moved out of the way. I think I saw Belgium supporting Holland as well. Or is it Holland supporting Belgium?
Yep, Holland supported
Okay,
Belgium.
so Germany is saying, hey, England, please stop. I want to be friends. We'll see if it works.
Warsaw. No, neither Sev nor St. Pete.
Warsaw gets built finally. I mean, that army in England's fun. It's giving convoying options both to Norway but also towards Holland, which can't be protected at all here. So I think EF is gonna keep advancing. Roberto is building the fleet. Not sure what I think about that because Alex couldn't build anything else anyways, and Adriatic could already support hold Ionian, but it does give room to use that Adriatic fleet to support hold Trieste if that's what you want to do. An extra army also wouldn't have made that much sense, so I think that build was fine.
Yeah, Warsaw is what you do if you want German centers here. I'd expect that Robin will probably ask for support into Baltic Sea here, just so they have a line on Berlin without having to commit Galicia. Since that still needed to take Vienna. Never mind. Yeah.
Convoying to Denmark is also possible and really strong, especially if you also support France into Holland. What a position. I'd love to be EF here. I suppose Italy has recognized this threat and is defending accordingly. That's really good. I'm not sure how much they can do with a one army in Piedmont, but it's better than doing nothing. Everyone wants Austria to be in Budapest, but they cannot have Serbia. So again, really good turn for Turkey.
to the fall.
Do you want to be France or England here, Patrick, or someone else? Maybe Turkey.
England. I gotta say, I think when I play England, I like to think that country is all about putting yourself in positions where you are just impossible to dig out, right? Like checkmate, I'm here, you can't stop me from being here. Positions where you just slowly come down and continue growing. And this is like the ideal thing. This is the ideal position for that, where you have a weak, friendly, distracted Russia and a Germany that's almost dead and a France that is now rushing to entangle himself in other areas or being forced to. So, yeah, I really love Philip's position more than any other here. Turkey has potential too, but England is just eating really well right now.
Fair enough. Yeah, I really like the English position. Let's see. I don't have. I'm just looking a bit at what's happening around Smyrna, AG, and Con. I feel like Smyrna also just could have gone to Con. I'm wondering why they chose to do it this way and what that had to do with Italy. But either way, it works. They can defend against the Russian retreat, so that's really neat. They somehow got Austria to support them, so maybe some sort of deal was cut there. Either way, it seems like Turkey has seen that now that the Austrian centers are done, they want something else. They need Italy to defend against France, so the next logical step is Russia, and I think this was a right call, especially with getting a build now. Two builds even.
And if they're pivoting to IT, then it's just as important for the Turkish fleets to actually look like they're doing something, just as much as they are doing something. So perhaps that's why Aegean to Con, Smyrna to Aegean happened.
We'll see. So those two, you'd love to get a third fleet, but IT, you don't want that third fleet. So what are they going to do?
I mean, it has to be, yeah, fleet anchor army Smyrna is what you do there.
I agree, but no Italy wants to see the third Turkish fleet on the board. Oh, they wave. See, that's the way to do it. If only we had Brandon on stream, because the Australians know how to wave. So.
Oh, what an Alex move! Alex very patient and then does really well in the end. So he's perfect to play Turkey. I'm curious to see what he's doing, because maybe he also feels like he should move to Ankara, but I guess he could even do Aegean to Khan to Ankara and still move to Armenia if he wants. Or he supports himself so he can get into Armenia guaranteed and also go for Sev. Either way, this is great position. Germany is losing a lot. France builds a fleet, but I don't think England needs to worry because they have enough armies to defend themselves, and that fleet is probably headed towards Italy anyways. They couldn't build in Marseille, so Brest it is. I think this EF is just gonna stick together and do really, really well.
And England and France are attacking Germany, and yet Tabby leaves Livonia on board. Now, it is it's fun because both Warsaw and Bothnia are going to be bothered by that, but what did he do to you?
I suppose last turn, I think Bosnia moved to Baltic, which guaranteed that England could get Denmark. And I can imagine as Germany, you're like, okay, fair enough. They've been attacking me all game, but I've done nothing to you. Now you're cutting Baltic. I'm going to be annoying to you.
Yep. Which allows the English to push forward.
Yeah, they get into Berlin, which didn't need to happen, but does. So good for them. Also doing some rebalancing there, it seems, with Holland moving towards Belgium. Army convoyed into Denmark again. Excellent to see. So from this position, Berlin could now support Ruhr to Munich, while Denmark moves to Kiel, and thus giving England two builds. So even though France takes Belgium, England still goes up. So really nice from England there. Italy continues to go after France, which is very good. I think they need to, because that is their use to Turkey. Austria also seems to be on board with the whole I'm attacking Russia plan. So overall, again, good turn for EF. And IT is working with Austria now, which I think is very good for them, because if you keep trying to go for Budapest, it's just going to slow you down a bit. And it's only 19-7 with a very fast growing alliance on the other side of the board. And we see Alex doing the very protective moves. He's going to make sure he's going to get into Armenia, and from there on take Sevastopol and probably Moscow as fast as he can.
Davide is really kind of running out of time here, because the key to England successfully stabbing France and asserting their fully dominant position over the German centers and back into France eventually is getting all the armies that they can afford to build properly deployed where they want. And they haven't quite gotten to that point yet. They've still got several that they're trying to move around into important positions around Kiel and Munich and that area. But if Philip can finish up with that before France and Italy have disentangled somehow, then it's, again, going to be almost guaranteed an English top. So either that has to come from Turkey stabbing Italy, which looks very unlikely, or from Davide just convincing Roberto that he has to move away, or there's no other outcome that'll come of it.
But England's building armies. They're not going to go after France ever in the last game of the tournament.
Mm-hmm. Never.
They'll come after them later. Yeah. Lovely.
Well, we'll see if Alex, I know the guaranteed play, the forcing of the fleets to their positions is good. Maybe you take a gamble and risk Ankh and Arm at the same time. It would have worked. Put some pressure on Sev a little faster, but we'll see if slow and steady wins the race. Now, Black and Armenia.
Oh, interesting. Austria's going to have a build now.
Eh.
And that while Turkey could have guaranteed Sevastopol for themselves. So Turkey is really building on that relationship. I suppose if Austria does get a build, it's much more likely for them to go after Italy than it is for them to go after Turkey with this position. And Turkey can get Sevastopol next year anyways. Plus Austria is going to be much more kind to them and try to support them into Moscow. So I think this was a very smart diplomatic move in that sense. I'm not sure if I would have done the same, because I'm not sure if I would have thought of it, but it's very smart. I like it. And it's not even combined with something like Romania to Budapest or something. It's really, I'm supporting you now and we are working together, and now help me get Moscow. I think a very good play, Alex. Other than that, we see Italy advancing. It was very unlikely they were going to get Marseille, so they opt to go for Mid-Atlantic instead, which I think is a very good move, because now France is going to have some more guesses. It's going to be just really clocked up there, and you also can make a play for Brest if you want. Other than that, EF is doing EF things, except that England does not take Munich. They wouldn't have gotten in, but they also don't even try.
Yeah, the Turkish use of Cyril here as sort of a pseudo janissary that he's letting build, even though that's usually a bad thing for janissary. It's a really smart move here, because it's for several reasons. Because it goes beyond just good janissary management. Because first of all, you could just take Vienna and Budapest yourself as Turkey, yes, but that, first of all, that makes you look bigger. That makes you look like more of a threat to Italy, which could cause them to play more defensively. But on top of that, Vienna and Budapest genuinely aren't in your pocket here if you're letting Cyril build like this from Warsaw, right? So the argument that, the Austria doesn't matter, he's just, might as well add his dots to Turkey's count, it doesn't actually work. So that, because Cyril still has just enough agency here to make it feel like Alex isn't in as much of a lead as he is in the East, which is just really smart from him. And it shows that diplomacy will generally get you a little bit further than just grabbing on its own.
And additionally, it would have been really hard to take something like Budapest when Italy is pushed so far west. They can't help or support with anything.
Yeah.
The picking up of Belgium helps out Davide immensely, because the fleet in Mid-Atlantic would have been irritating and annoying. So now we get the build of one. Robin is down 2. Be curious to see what they build. Or pull, sorry. And then what Cyril and Alex build. We got Army Ankh, Army Vienna, Silesia, Bothnia go. Fleet Brest.
Yeah, there's not much that Robin can do at this point. They're just gonna lose everything if AT sticks together, and it seems like they will, especially with Austria building in Vienna rather than something like Budapest. Robin did what he could do from that situation. I think he made the right call with what builds to pull, but there's not much hope there. What were the other builds?
Army Inc.
Yeah.
Fleet Breast, yeah, makes sense. The what if England is gonna go for you, then that fleet's gonna help you more, and you have battalions being annoying, so an army is not gonna do much there.
Yeah, Tommy Day still has hopes. He was one of the top 5 coming in. So the three that had a chance to win on this board are the top 3 at this moment. Let's see where it goes. Spring 1905.
I will say
also-
Russia can still survive in the situation if Denmark convoys to Prussia and they support hold Moscow.
Yeah.
I would kill Tabby instead with those same units, but hey, this works too.
Robin's a newbie. Come on. Round 3
Great.
newbies are like everyone else. So
They don't get their own special little board anymore. There's the rookie board with Robert on it. Let's see. This is interesting. North Sea is going to English Channel, obviously to help France against Italy, or at least that's what I'd say. Other than that, England does seem to go along with the rest. I think it's very interesting that Norway is moving to Norwegian. We've seen very strong collaboration between England, Germany, and Russia in the end. They don't all work together, but they do all work with England. So I guess England's safe enough to do something like this. I don't understand why they go to Norwegian. I think if you're going to move North Sea out and you want to make some sort of play, North Sea is the way to go. But maybe they have some other plans that I haven't considered yet. They do seem to be in a position to take Munich more guaranteed now, with Belgium moving to reverse. So I'm curious to see who they will put in here.
Presumably, Norwegian's going to now to kick Mid-Atlantic out as soon as possible.
Yeah, but why is that important to England? So is that so important that you're gonna leave Norway open?
If you trust Germany not to take it.
I guess. I don't know. It's not that many
Or you
years
just hold
left.
it.
I guess so. English Channel was actually friendly, helps Brest. That all seems very EFy still. They also really want Munich to survive. I mean, Tabby is a new player. They can always take it later, and Tabby is still helping them. So it's not completely unreasonable to do that. I'm not really sure what the point of Munich to Silesia is, especially if it's not being supported. But I guess if other people only went with one, that would have helped a bit. We see a really nice convoy from Turkey, from Armenia to Bulgaria. This is just gonna make it that much easier to defend and to go after Budapest if they feel like it later. And other than that, we don't see a whole lot of movement apart from Italy, who has decided that it's enough. They don't want to fight France. Maybe to get England and France starting fighting, because right now they can't really make a move against each other because they need to attack Italy. So when Italy's not there, I don't know. And there is still a fleeting calm.
Yeah, it goes back to what I said earlier about Davide really needing to convince Roberto to move away somehow to save his own position compared to England, but we're already too late now. Like, Philip's position is entrenched. Turkey maybe has the growth prospects to keep up if England stabs in the last couple of years here, but France certainly does not. That convoy to Belgium is looking very spicy right now, and that's at least 2 dots in Belgium and Holland that are in England's pocket. Maybe St. Pete if he wants that. So seems pretty comfortable for Philip at this point because of that late reaction from Italy.
This is wild. So, Tabby, St. Petersburg cuts Moscow and Warsaw falls, and Munich does move while supported. So, double supported. Is Germany onside or offside? Something interesting to watch as we continue to go forward. stays at 2. Robin had Sev piffed, so no pull, and Alex is the beneficiary of that one and builds a fleet. Good thing that Leon turned around to Turinian. What do we think?
I think Alex needs a big win and is on his way to get it. He can relatively eat. Oh no!
Oh,
I don't want the game to end here.
oh
No.
goodness me.
As a DBN broadcaster, these games don't care what you want. They are
Okay. Well, I suppose like they do have 15, 15, 14. They're all really close. They all can get some stuff, but also might not. I think Alex probably had the biggest chance to grow some more, but if he does do that, Philip's gonna grow again. So this probably was gonna end with Alex and Philip battling it out for the last sentence anyways. It's disappointing. I would have wanted to see how this would have gone on, but I can see, especially in the last round of a tournament, people also just want to leave it on a high note, don't want to make any really last devastating stabs if it's not even going to give them anything. So I understand, but it is disappointing.
Yeah, when it's given context by the Fleet Smyrna build, it seems like Roberto's moves and Alex's build are more about confirming a draw than actually gaining further ground. And perhaps that's just because everyone recognizes that the game's going to go as far as it goes from a tournament perspective and from a fun perspective. From a fun perspective, it's gotten pretty locked up. And from a tournament perspective, Philip and Alex, neither of them can top with enough to win the tournament, probably. Depends on what's going on the other board, but neither of them were in the lead. The main contenders, like the number 1 ranked, I forget who exactly it was. I think it was
Emily, probably.
Emily, yeah. So they're perhaps not in contention with the scores they're capable of in this game, so they might as well just call it.
Also thinking, like, do any of these have best country awards now? Because have we seen a Turkey this big? I'm not sure.
I think we saw a 9-center joint Turkey in round 1, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Just
Yeah.
not that then.
15 points is the best that we've gotten so far. So,
Well,
All right, so he's
Okay.
probably happy with that if he can't really get anything else, which I don't think he can without making a big stab.
Okay.
all right, let's bring Brandon back in as well. So, one board left. I agree. Maybe it's a way if you've played well the whole tournament, you don't want to make that stab if it doesn't guarantee you the win. You take what you get.
100%. Yeah, I think as interesting as the game is here, I think it makes sense so that it ends at this point. So especially with only one more year to go too. So yeah, just call it.
All righty. Well then, Patrick, thank you so much for joining. You get the last break of the day, and sadly, it's the last game of the day. So we will kick you out early. Thanks for joining. Overall thoughts of Regenscon.
I'm not sure. I'm not so sure about the scoring system, but it's clearly the pool of players that Robert's assembled here is really great, and he's doing a solid job of integrating the hobby regulars in Europe with new blood, and it's really nice, both online and in person, and it's really nice. It's really nice to see. I'm really looking forward to.
Robert who organized this one, right?
It was Robert.
Assisted a lot, but I thought Ingo was hosting.
I saw that post somewhere as well. So maybe maybe Robert organized, and he had some helpers. So that might have been. Because I don't know where I'll pull up the Google map while we're doing it. Because this is not his hometown. I think
No. It's like on the other way of the country.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So maybe he's more the regular. We see him on here with us on DBN a lot too. So maybe he offered to organize, and then Ingrid offered to find the facilities and do all that too. So.
It also felt like even though the experience levels here were pretty varied and not everyone's really experienced with playing a scoring system or something like that, this still feels like more bucket of crabs-ish gameplay than you even normally expect from European tournaments, in that we've seen even fewer big breakaways than usual. And when they have, like that big 11 center Russia in round one, I think was the biggest one, they still come back down to earth. So again, it's a good this tournament's a good introduction to how European games and 1907 games in general tend to work.
And we got confirmation. Perfect. Yep. So it's always good when you have multiple people. I know in Seattle we always had a group that ran the actual, diplomacy, and then there was the others that organized the social effects. So excellent. Thanks to all who helped participate. Patrick, thanks. We will see you again soon, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Pleasure as always. I'll do the next one with more. I'll do the next one with more sleep. I promise.
There you go. We got Patrick early morning. He's West Coast. I'm middle, and then again European and Australian worldwide coverage here on DBN. So let us get to the last game.
What time was it for him when we kicked off?
8:30. No, what time did we start? 9 a.m. when we started for him, I think.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yep.
Not 2 a.m. like yours.
I got lucky this time.
If he was out late last night, that maybe is a different story. So.
He's been watching Formula One. He's saying.
There you go. There you go. Yes. Oh, another Formula One guy. We got a few of those here in DBN. They talk about it. So. This one, all right. So the places are a little more spread out. Last we had 2, 3, 4, 5. Something like we had a lot of higher numbers here. We got a couple 6s, and Spiros, who had a nice game but a terrible round one score wise, and a couple of new beginners on here. So Francesco in Austria, Spiros in England, Simone in France, Luca in Germany. Astronaut back for the third board in Italy, Rennie in Russia, Emily in Turkey. Nice defensive spot to try and kick off a championship run, but always a target.
Yeah, that's it. Especially being in the number one position, like being in Turkey could be interesting to see how everyone else works with that.
Yeah, but at the same time, the difference between number 1 and number 6 is like only 6 points or something, right? Everyone's a contender on this board, except maybe people who've had 2 bad rounds, but even they probably want to go try and get some sort of award.
So here's where we're at going into viewing this board. Emily needs 7 point something, anything over 7 to win the tournament. Jan... but again, it's only 50%. So they would need 14. And it's 50% of your third place one. So whatever the numbers would come in. But someone with a big score, as you just mentioned. Rennie comes up with a big score, maybe slows it down a little bit. Francesco, a little closer. Jan's not on that board, right? So... and Jan's not on that one. So we'll see. There's 2 potential. All right, so we think Francesco is in the East and Emily is in the East. All right, let's do this. Let's do we'll go every other year to lead, since you both led and you've both been analysts. Micah, start with you'll do the odd years and Brandon can do the even years. So take us through 1901.
We again see the DMZ in Galicia, which people seem to like this tournament, but we don't see the DMZ in England, or at least if it was there, it is no longer there, because France decides that they want to be there. France is playing very pro-German here. Spiros maybe saw it coming. At least he does move to Wales, which means he can do some stuff in the north. I'm a bit surprised with Eddie holding. I would expect it to go to Norwegian, but for whatever reason he doesn't.
Probably a misorder, you'd think.
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah.
I would think so, because if he really wanted to go against England, he would have just ordered English or Yorkshire. We got a confirmation. Spiros did misorder.
North to north.
That's rough, especially with such an opening from France. Renee does open north, which also means that with Spiros not being in Norwegian, it might it is possible that they get bounced, which is really tough at this point in the competition. Other than that, we don't see any real surprises, just the regular Black Sea bounce. And oh, that's not true, by the way. I see actually Naples moved to Tyrrhenian Sea, which we don't see that often. So I suppose that that is going to go to Tunis, because where else?
Yep, no convoy set up, so we will see where. Oh, Piedmont.
Right. Okay. I guess they want to go against Simon, so we're gonna see how that goes. We do see some interesting action in the west because English Channel was not there to attack England. Instead, they're gonna convoy England. It doesn't work because Germany is cutting it. I would guess they saw it coming because even if they thought France were supporting them, they would not want to walk out of Denmark. So I think Germany sensed that this was going to be the case. And they does take Norway, does take Sweden, and takes Romania. So really good start for the NA. And Emily also saw that this was a very good start for the NA and disagreed. So I expect to see some fighting there.
Yeah, seeing Renee pick up 3, but also vacate Sev, so they have a build option in the south. And yeah, this year is a real killer for Spiros. No builds and such an aggressive Russia with St. Pete being vacant. So Renee can build up north in St. Pete and down south in Sev and play both ends like fairly effectively here, especially with everything else that's going on. It'll be interesting to see how Simone plays this out. Picking up Portugal and Spain, Brest and Marseille being vacant. Definitely going to want to build in Marseille with Venice going to Piedmont. But yeah, who knows? Maybe Astronauts trying to take advantage of one French fleet already being in Channel and a little far away.
I think Simon wanted to work with Spiros, but with Germany now having 2 builds and England having none, I'm not sure if that's going to happen anymore.
Not the first time we've seen England without builds in this tournament, and it didn't turn out to hurt. Was it, I think, Jan earlier on? So
yeah, true.
Southern Fleet for France. So we'll see.
Yeah, the Southern Fleet makes sense with the Italian positioning, I guess.
And it does also help with Russia at 7, so England could say, "Oh, I'm not the one to look at.
Yeah,
look over there."
For sure.
Builds all 3. I think last time Russia had. This is the 3rd time Russia's been at 7 in this tournament, and we had 1 wave and no waves the 2nd time. No waves the 3rd time with the Southern Fleet.
Yeah, that's it.
Brandon, Spring 1902. Tell us about it.
Alrighty. Rather than going for the convoy into Belgium, we have Spiros getting his army over into Picardy, so we can still see some EF coordination here, probably, maybe, who knows? Or there could be a little cheeky jab from Simone, who knows?
Mm-hmm.
But Piedmont gets a walk into Marseille, and Venice is going to be able to hold it as well by following up into Piedmont. Western Med, Tyrrhenian Sea captured by Astronaut. Nice set of moves there. It's unfortunate with Marseille having walked out. Here we have Renee's builds. Fleet Sev makes sense. Just a whole lot of braces and bounces down there. Unfortunately, Emily is losing Bulgaria. Looks like a failed support from Romania. But anyway, it doesn't really matter. Up north, we've got Sweden going to Skag and St. Pete supporting Norway to hold. Makes sense. Only 1 Russian fleet up there is not a lot, but if they're working with Germany, they've got enough to make a difference. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Simone and Spiros try and make this work. But yeah, I'm not sure if EF is really going to be a thing that pays off too much here. So
I think it is, because if you look at it, Burgundy has been bounced, so one of England and France is going to be getting into Belgium guaranteed, right? Because North can cut Holland with still being in North.
True.
Skagerrak, Denmark. Yeah.
I feel like that would guarantee losing North though, but
Yeah, it would, but then England can retreat, and I think England should get Belgium here, so North can retreat to Eddie, and England can build in London.
makes sense. Yep.
No major loss for it. There you go. Except
Well, they
you
play it
ran
that
away.
way. So, yeah. They needed you there to tell them the tactics, Micah. But that's all right.
Oh, I think Simon knew the tactics because he's a very tactical player.
Yeah. But yeah, then again, Astronaut's position down in Western Med, Mao was open. It makes sense that the fleet has to pull back. So, or at least go to Mao to stop Astronaut getting in. So, yeah, unfortunately, one is losing Marseille to Astronaut here, but it doesn't benefit Astronaut because we have Francesco coming west, moving to Tirolio, going from Trieste into Venice as well, Greece to the Ionian, gaining Venice but losing Bulgaria to an Armenia convoy, which is cool. I like it. I support it. I'm here for it. I think that's a good way for Emily to say to Renee, like, hey, you know, I can sort of get out of your way here a little bit. Can you just back off? But yeah, and it's still going to be pretty tight for everyone figuring it out down there in the south. So yeah, but yeah, Spiros having to retreat. Choosing English is it's all right. It's okay. Norwegian can cover Eddie. English can cover London, but yeah, we've got Denmark in north now. Sorry, we've got a German in north, so it's going to be tight, and they're building as well. So yeah.
Yeah, smart moves by Emily again, but doing it via the convoy, you're showing Russia, hey, I'm on your side, I'm doing anything to work with you, and Emily is the one on this board that could win this tournament, and this is her first full tournament. She's played in the Dutch championships, but I think there was only one round, and here she is in her first abroad tournament and having a chance at the top. So to be able to, at that point, with probably all that tension going on, to still think like, no, this is what is practical to do, it's really good. She retakes Bulgaria. I think she salvages her relationship with Russia here, and I really hope for her that Russia goes along with it.
We'll see.
Yeah,
I just noticed, I was looking at the thing, I keep saying astronaut. I started the conversation astronaut because astronaut is from Austria. So it's a nice little play on words. I did not. I was just looking at the screen. I was like, I've been mispronouncing that for 3 rounds. So
yeah, that's it. Yeah, a good point. Yeah.
Aggressive, loses Venice, picks up Marseille, so stays even. Francesco, who was also in contention for the tournament topper here, does build one and builds Vienna with Army Kiel, and Spain goes away. So see if Astronauts' tactics change given the Austrian aggression. We'll see. Micah, you got the odds, spring 1903. Holy cow.
Yeah, I think this is what Austria needed to do. They need to move back because Austria's just going to keep going. There's no reason for them not to. Austria's main advantage here is that Russia has a fleet in Romania, so even if they do want to attack them, that's just not that easy. But there are dots in Italy, so they choose to take it. I think it was a right call for Italy to move back. They couldn't really get much of France anyways. Yes, they're gonna lose Marseille, but they probably would have lost that anyway. So good on Austro for recognizing that and doing the moves accordingly. Other than that, we see a lot of movement in the north and the west. We see the Kiel being convoyed to Yorkshire. They don't even need the French to attack England. They can just do it on their own and with Russian help. We do see an interesting switch as well in the north. I think this is René saying, I'm gonna keep the north, so yes, I'll keep working with you, but I'm also gonna put myself in a position such that you can't work against me. I don't really expect him to take Denmark anytime soon. Could do so later, maybe if they agree on something, but right now I think it's probably in René's advantage to not have someone fighting them there. And René's in pretty good position. He can't really advance that much in the west, but he's already gotten all of the north. He doesn't really have anyone fighting him at this point. So he's quite free to start moving Warsaw down, because Ukraine's now support holding Sevastopol, but doesn't need to be doing that. And I think Spiros also recognized the danger, convoys back, and it's up to him to make the most defensive moves. He does have the units to cover everything, but he does have a guess on if he's going to go for London or Liverpool.
Yeah, having an army in York is tough because they have all three directions they can head. So
it's interesting because it is kind of an FG now, I guess, except France isn't helping.
France, thankfully, had his own things to worry about for one turn, and now might be back to it. We'll see. I'd leave Marseille alone. Let's see what France does. Does not leave Marseille alone.
Yay, dots. Let's take dots.
it's interesting as well. Like it was a little bit of a guess, but York to Eddie with North supporting, I feel like would have, well, like obviously seeing the moves, it's easy to say that would have worked, but you know, it was a bit of a guess, but I feel like I might have taken that gamble because Wales is going to cover Liverpool, English is probably going to cover London, but yeah, that's a tough spot.
Fair enough. I see Austria did decide, hey, I'm gonna go after Turkey, and Turkey decided, actually, I'm gonna go after Russia. Do you think you would have done the same in this Turkish position?
In the Turkish position, it's unfortunate that that Emily took the support from Serbia into Romania and didn't follow Con up to Bull. So, like, I think working with Austria here against Russia is not necessarily that bad, especially while they still have two fleets, but definitely move Con to Bull as well. Like, that's...
Well, they had Aegean to worry about too. So, you know, slip into Bull and Aegean slips into Con. Emily was in a tough spot, doesn't lose anything, so that's okay. Francesco losing both of the, I didn't own Rome yet, but losing both Rome and Venice, that's a big blow. Stays even. Oh, right, didn't own Rome, so only lost Venice. So a trade there. Emily stays the same. Renee picked up Denmark, which we didn't think was going to be the attack, but it was. And Germany loses out on a good defensive play by Spiros.
I also want to point out one thing that we haven't really mentioned yet. Romania chose to disband, right? When they could have retreated into Budapest.
It was a fleet.
Ah, okay, never mind.
That was
that's too bad.
Yeah, that was the early fleet, right? I think from fall
Yeah.
on. Yeah.
I was wondering why they didn't retreat into Budapest.
Good alliance play. Oh, I won't retreat ahead. France picks up Marseille, and for that builds army at Paris. Holland goes, keeping the army on the island. Interesting. Hoping you win some tactics there. Moscow gets built as defensive purposes, and that's right. Everyone else was settled. So, all right. So we're not halfway through the game. Let's do one more year. Brandon, take us through 04.
Alrighty. So Luca disbanded Holland, correct?
Yeah.
And just convoys York out, so that's fine. Spiros plays a safe move, covers his centers, makes sense. Simon is bouncing Burgundy just to keep everything out of there whilst making plays on Western NAF. So now they have Tunis guaranteed for a nice little build. Francesco gets Tuscany popped, but is able to keep Venice out of Trieste. Renee has a nice little play around Ukraine, getting Ukraine to Gal. Possibly a misorder, sending Moscow to Warsaw rather than trying to fill the gap in Ukraine. It's a little unfortunate. But yeah, Emily takes the guaranteed move of getting Romania into Sev and follows Con up to Bull. Noticed Emily earlier said that no Con to Bull was on purpose because they trusted Austria. If that's the case, then this could just be a procedure of trading centers and advancing. So, yeah.
And Serbia moves to Budapest, so Austria seems to be good.
Yeah, that's it. Otherwise, Renee pulls back out of Denmark. Not really sure if they had to. Maybe that's just a bit of a diplomatic pleasing with Luca. But yeah, we'll see how that plays out.
Yeah.
Maybe they even offer it back. Not sure if they would, but maybe they do.
Emily's saying it was agreed with Romania, Bulgaria.
We did laugh at Brandon, I know you and I kind of laughed at the same thing. He pulled Holland and then convoyed it back. However, by doing that, though, it forces Spiros to use 2 units to cover. So if he would have pulled Yorkshire instead, those 2 units would have been attacking in spring 04. So now it bought a year just to get those out of position. So maybe Luca is playing 4-dimensional chess here. So.
It's definitely a lot more than I can play. So. Very well.
Thankfully, you get to analyze fall 1904, and I'm hitting the wrong button. That's why it's not working. There we go.
And there we go. Luca gets Denmark back. Renee doesn't try and cover it, just sort of repositions in the north. Spiros is telling us all to go to Greece for WDC in May 2026. So everyone should definitely be doing that. We also have Budapest, which came from Serbia, is now in Gal. Gal, yeah, the only retreat option. Oh no, Gal would have had the retreat option of Warsaw, but has chosen instead to go to Bohemia. Keep things interesting. Going down Sev as well, and Denmark means Renee's gonna have 2 disbands. So maybe choosing the retreat to Bohemia is just to influence everyone else's decisions when it comes to builds and everything. But yeah, otherwise I don't think we really see many centers trading hands. Like we have Emily and Francesco in a solid alliance, trading centers or at least walking out of each other's. But yeah, the only real impact this turn, I guess, is poor Renee having to go down 7 Denmark. So yeah.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a pattern with Russia getting really big in the beginning and then going down really quickly as well as AT try to get it together.
Yeah, it is unfortunate. Like going down Denmark here, I almost feel like didn't necessarily have to happen, but like there was more supports on it, but they did walk out as well. So
yeah.
But yeah, it is what it is.
I think it's also a really good turn for Emily because she now takes Romania rather than Bulgaria. That means it's going to be much easier for her to take Bulgaria later on versus getting Romania later on.
Yeah, 100%, especially slapping down this build and having 2 fleets already there. Like, it's going to take a little bit to rotate them out, so Austria is not going to be worried about them immediately, but yeah, it's good positioning.
And with Russia pulling 1, harder to defend Warsaw and Moscow. We'll see which one comes off the board. It's Norway.
Cool.
Hence the move to Bohemia.
Yeah. Well, got to keep it interesting. That's it.
Luca did take Denmark back, so maybe there was some arrangement or agreement not to, and didn't follow through. So Bohemia is there to keep an eye on Munich. We will see. Army Ankh, so no fleets needed. Could always rotate those around. Army Budapest. It's a lot of armies looking at you there, Emily. So we will see if there's any tension building with 3 years to go. All right. So in a normal tournament game, we like to play who would you pick? Micah, you're newest to the stream. If you're here, who wins the tournament? Who tops this board?
It has to be either Austria or Turkey, I think, in this position. I think the West is too scattered and they can't seem to get on the same page too much. I think I do pick Emily here.
All right, Brandon, you can either agree or disagree.
Yeah, I think Emily's in a really good position. But I am also a fan of Luca's spot. I'm not necessarily sure why, and I definitely don't know enough about tactics to know if that's any good or not. But I don't know. I don't mind it. I think maybe I'm thinking about that diplomatically as well. Like, you've got Spiros, who's looking for a friend, wants to work with someone. If Luca is flipping on Renee here, then they can work with Spiros to divvy up Norway and Sweden and maybe get some gains there. So yeah, like I definitely agree. I think Emily's in a really good spot. If I was looking elsewhere, I don't know. I'm not thinking poorly of the German position. So
I think you're probably right, because even like Munich could be taken, but France and Russia are not on the same page. So I think you're right that if they can get Spiros on side,
on the
they
right
have a lot.
side,
Yeah, they have a lot in the north they could take, and there's not that much they can lose unless France and Russia work together. And even then, it's like, okay, you maybe lose Munich.
Yeah.
I've seen stranger things happen. I'm going to pick the underdog in Simone. I think France is going to come out on top here. I don't know why. Just going to take a guess.
It's never too late for a Western triple. So.
Never too late.
You're right. It's never too late.
We're back to the odds. Micah, take 1905.
All right. Is Black convoying Anchorage in Bulgaria?
It was
Because
supposed
that would have been a really good move.
Yeah. Orders say, yep, Ankh to Bull, but Ankh did not get written to Bull.
Poor Emily. And that in the last round of a tournament, she could win. She said convoy misorder. Yeah. Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I do think she does get into Serbia still, but yeah, she can get kicked out. This is really rough at this stage, because Bulgaria also could have helped with defending either Serbia or Romania. I hope it's not going to cost her too much, but it doesn't look too good. Other than that, we see the Western triple getting together. I just said that it was too messy for anyone there to win. It is not that messy anymore. So it's gonna be interesting to see if that will happen. Simon also wants to go to WDC, I see. And it seems like Italy is pretty much stable, even though there's a lot of stuff around them. They can just hold everything.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Spiros makes some action. Potentially the first build of the game. Will he make it? He will.
Actually, Italy loses Tunis. I missed that, but Simon does get into there. Let's see. Other than that, okay. Actually, Emily somehow manages to get Italy on side, and France doesn't cut anything. France was supporting Trieste to Venice, but Trieste doesn't go, which means Turkey keeps Serbia. Wow, what a move. And the convoy lands now, so basically Emily's back where she wanted to be. It's a turn late, but it's going her way. We see England support holding Sweden.
And going to Helgoland, yeah.
Even though they're keeping Norway. I mean, I do know Renee is sometimes up for weird deals as long as you give him stuff or let him keep stuff. He's very willing to still talk to you. So I guess that's what happened here. And we're going to see England make a play for Germany. And with Kiel moving to Holland, I think England can guarantee Denmark in spring, probably. Plus, England's getting a build, so good turn for Spiros.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, considering the misorder in spring, that turn came out awesome for Emily. It could have gone a completely different way. So it was really good. Her recognizing, talking to Astronaut, and getting that sort of brace over Trieste. It was a good play. But yeah, ouch turn for Francesco here, losing 2. Astronaut down 1, Renee down 1 as well. Really having to consolidate and pick their pieces wisely here, because only 3 years. What is it? We got 2 years left. Sorry. Yeah, it's going to come to a bit of a crunch. I'd love to see Spiros get some centers here, but yeah, moving into Helgoland is interesting. So we'll see how that goes.
He does build for the first time, builds in Army in Edinburgh. Ukraine and Greece go, so no hard feelings on the attack. Russia pulls Bohemia, Italy pulls Tuscany, and the 2 Western powers were the ones to build. So Emily, as we thought coming into the game, needed, let's say, a minimum of 14 points, even if this wasn't the one to get the 50% chop in the score, is up to 16. So even if the far side of the board gains some centers, as long as she doesn't go down, doesn't lose the board top by 2, is on her way to victory. But 2 years stand in the way. Brandon, tell us about 1906.
Yeah, well, Emily's in a solid position, Austria doesn't have the pieces to be kicking her out. Serbia's not going down. Romania's not going down. Guarantee Aegean. Then you're looking at Greece in the fall. This is really good again for her. We just have a couple of French and Italian fleets sort of butting head a bit down in the Med. Spiros very subtly putting a big arrow right across the map, reminding us again of WDC. But getting Denmark in the process. So picking up another build, forcing Luca down 1. And positionally, Renee is, if he's got peace with Spiros in the north, he can afford to pull his stuff down. He's in Galicia, he's in Ukraine. That's going to give him stuff to talk about with Francesco and Emily. And he's not under threat with Sev being a fleet, so this isn't bad. There might be an option there for him.
Yeah, Emily's just her diplomatic game. This game, first she goes attack Austria, then she goes attack Russia, then she gets Italy's help in attacking Austria again. Then she's in Sev, but still has Russia attacking Galicia for her. Wow. However this ends, this is a very impressive game. And I think this whole tournament, she's shown really good skill.
3 on Rum, but has enough to support. Only 2 on Serbia, has enough to support. And as long as Ionian does not prevent her from getting Greece, she walks into Greece. Look at that.
Beautiful.
Exactly what you expect. Also with the supporting Galicia into Budapest, very smart.
Yeah. We see a lot of hold and support hold orders as well. Not a lot of things moving. Makes sense. Renee tries to cover Warsaw here. May as well have a jab at Budapest. You don't really know what Vienna is trying to do, so it makes sense. But yeah, this is coming up good. Definitely, Emily, the only one to actually pick something up this year. Is just solidifying that lead coming into the final year of the game.
So as we saw at the start of this round, this board was delayed by slow order writing, which I call strategic, and was 10 minutes behind, which is about a game year turn. So that other game ended early. So this game is still going 10 minutes late. The scores are certain to be known at this point. A 10-point difference in this one we got to do the builds because you can't end a game on a build phase. Generally, most rules apply to that. So now we're going into spring 1907. There are orders in the box. Someone still wants to play it.
All right.
I mean, this
Nice
was the right
going.
build for Emily. If her main problem is if Italy and France agree, and Italy says, "Okay, France, fine, I'll go after Turkey now," but with that fleet in Constantinople, she's fine, and they don't even do it anyways. Still supporting Warsaw to Galicia. What a game! I was interested by France moving towards Burgundy last turn. It doesn't really seem to do much. I thought maybe Simon expected Spiros to help him, but Spiros doesn't and moves to English Channel instead, unless that's intended to help with Belgium or something. I'm not entirely sure why Spiros would do that, but he could do something there. I think Emily's got this in the bag.
Yeah, 100% looks like that.
Wow.
Burgundy going to Munich rather than going to Ruhr is interesting as well. But yeah, they had Tyrolia there, so why not chuck a support in? You never know.
Yeah, I guess also they could not have known, right, that Luca would have put only support hold orders.
Yeah, that's it. Sorry, actually, there is movement there with Spiros getting into Sweden as well.
Oh, right.
And North bouncing St. Pete out. So there we go, Spiros snagging another one. So though now there is technically 2 on Norway, but I guess he can support himself in, and that's fine. So yeah, we'll see what happens.
But yeah, some last minute action, that's nice.
Yeah.
Okay, the last turn. This is gonna literally determine the tournament winner. And Emily gets another build. Wow. France does get Belgium, so also a good call on predicting that Simon would do well. Rene doesn't do anything in the north, so Spiros gets his build as well. So basically, only Germany goes down 1, Austria goes down 1, and the rest pretty much stays the same. And Emily has won again. I think that means she's won twice and got second once.
Yeah.
That's amazing for a second ever tournament. Wow.
Yeah, excellent game. Yeah.
That
Yeah, look at that. 2 center lead as well, and 22 points. What did we say? She needed 14.
Think so,
22 is massive. So, really good.
Wow. Oh, this is so cool. What an underdog, because no one of us predicted it. I mean, I hoped she was going to do well, but...
2 board tops, and I believe it was a 3rd place for the other board. So congratulations, Emily Kramer, for the victory here at Regenscon.
Yeah,
Very
good job.
well deserved.
Heaps done.
Congratulations, Emily. Wow. I've got to keep my eye on another Dutch player now.
All right. I have a video of an interview with Robert. The audio is kind of weak, so I'm trying to improve it quickly here. So, Brandon, first thoughts on the tournament. We'll get to Emily here in a minute. First thoughts on the tournament.
Yeah, like a couple of things I sort of remember. I remember England struggling early game a couple of times, and Venice going to Trieste a lot. It's interesting seeing moves that are played out in different regions. Like, I'm obviously familiar with what is common here in Australia, but seeing a lot of the plays here, they're not things that we see too often here. So it's really nice seeing players that are very experienced, both interacting with newer players, but playing out these different movesets that we don't always get to see in different areas. So I think everyone did a really excellent job. You had your strong players from ex-champions and runner-ups. They played excellent games too, and but seeing someone sort of newer with Emily coming in, second tournament, and having a massive lead of 8 points here, 8.5 points. It's a really nice outcome to see. I like it.
Let's see. It says it's got potentially 3 minutes, so we're going to try and burn 3 minutes here. We've been promoting some of the upcoming tournaments we talked about at the beginning of the show. The next upcoming virtual event is Virtual Diplomacy League, Saturday, July 19th. The Summer Classic, also in the VWDC server, is coming up. Check out the details in there. Face-to-face tournaments are located on our website. Put that banner.
So if I may add something, I believe it is the 6th of July. There's another round of 7 Years War, which is mostly Europe focused but open to everyone. And it is very beginner friendly, a lot of newer players. So that's also something you could join if you look towards playing something virtually.
And that is also in the VWDC server too. So perfect. And the Tour of England is also in there as well. So plenty of virtual diplomacy upcoming. Face-to-face wise, as we mentioned, the French Championship is the next one on the docket. I think we are recruiting to try and put a broadcast on for that one. The next American tournament is later in July at the Jameson Hand Armada Regatta. It will be back in Boulder, I think, this year, just outside of Denver. That's at the end of July, and as Brandon said at the beginning of the show, your next one is in August.
Yeah, so the last weekend in August is our Cane Toad Classic that is up in Brisbane. We already have a few people traveling internationally to come to the tournament, and last Cane Toad Classic was absolutely banger over time. We had a lot of fun. Gavin Atkinson from the Diplomacy podcast that some people would have heard of as well. Like, he's doing an excellent job of organizing and running that. And we definitely encourage anyone who has the time or the opportunity to get to an Australian tournament to definitely come. We're getting massive boards. You know, Sydney, the first time they've had a tournament there, the Sydney Cup, in over a decade, and we had 5 boards for 3 rounds consistently. A huge range of new players and world champions as well. So if you want some good variety in a nice sunny state, definitely come to Brisbane, and keep an eye out for Melbourne and Canberra for later in the year as well.
Emily saying you're going to get crushed after this weekend's performance. Wouldn't be putting my money on that one. So we will see. And it is finishing up now. So sorry for the delay. Let's see if I can. Here we go. Perfect. All right. Let's see if I can load it up. Video file. What time are we at? Downloads. Is it going to work? All right. Here we go. Here is our winner, Emily Kramer, with tournament director Robert Schuba.
So here I am with the 2025 Regenscon champion, Emily Kramer. Initial Regenscon champion, and also almost a first-time tournament player.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about you. Where are you from? What do you do usually when you're not playing diplomacy?
So I am from Wageningen in the Netherlands. I come mostly from the Dutch hobby. I think mostly Jelte and Maaike introduced me to the more tournament play. So I played my first match in last tournament was about a month ago in the NBC. I played in the last round. I got almost eliminated, lived on 1. After that I decided, I didn't do terribly there, so I was like, Jelte invited me to Regenscon, asked, are you coming? And I was like, sure, why not? Usually when I'm not playing diplomacy, I was already a big board game fan, but wasn't really doing things in any community or whatever. Diplomacy is kind of a first for me in that sense. Most of my spare time goes to studying.
Okay. Yeah, no, wonderful that you came, and you clearly did very, very well. Talk us through your experience. Like you played 3 rounds. The first one was the rookie board, quote unquote, and then 2 birds just randomly seeded. If you can pick out like a few key points where you felt like this is where my games went really well, or where I made an important decision that things went into the right direction and you were able to pick up good results.
Well, I think in general, this tournament compared to I haven't played a lot before, but compared to my virtual experience, it's been quite uncharacteristically a lot of alliance play. I remember the first round as friends, actually happened to play with you in Germany, and we just ran an FG throughout the whole game, and that's usually something that in online I never, well, I consider it, but I never do it. And on board 2 as well, I ran as Austria an AT or an AR alliance, and then on the last game as well I ran with Turkey. I did stab in the last game, but it's been an uncharacteristic amount of alliance play. I think that was probably a good thing for this tournament. It makes people kind of want to be your ally a bit more, and then in the last round you really get to take advantage of that. Although Francesco hadn't played on the board with me, so it's doubtful. And also I think a big thing in this kind of sort of more competitive tournament compared to where on my first board there were like 3 people who were very new and 3 people who were very experienced. Is also that it's much easier in a very competitive setting to use the sort of considerations people have for their eventual position on the board, really to sometimes lead them on into a very long and very strong alliance, and you can really, either if you're going with it or if you're going to stab, you can really use that to your advantage. I think that in this tournament that was kind of the main thing that kind of formed my games.
Yeah, it's the tournament is a long game if you want to look at it that way. To close it off, if people are out there who are thinking about going to their first face-to-face tournament, maybe never having played before, having played a bit virtual or online before, what are takeaways you would tell them? Like what is useful to know before you go to your first face-to-face tournament from your experience?
I think definitely, especially if you're new like me, you should appear more confident than you really are. It's very easy if you're an unconfident ally. If you're bad, if you're unconfident, you're also usually fairly, not, I wouldn't say bad, but not a good communicator, because you tend to flip-flop a lot. Just maybe good practice for some newer players who tend to struggle with like being unconfident. Just pick your orders at the beginning and change as little as possible, because it feels more definitive when it's on paper. So you kind of get this confidence in your plan, because you can win a game on a bad plan. You just have to have confidence. If it's a bad plan and you don't have confidence, if it's a good plan and you don't have confidence, it's not gonna work. Someone's gonna stab, someone's gonna fall, and it's gonna be terrible. A plan is better than none.
Sounds like very good advice to me, and I mean you clearly managed to convey that to the people you played with. Once again, congrats. I hope we will see much more of you in the future. And I think if you keep at it, we will see many great results. If this is your first full tournament, then I'm watching out for what will happen when you've played 2 or 3 years. So watch out, world. Emily Kramer. This will not be the last tournament win, I'm pretty sure.
I'll see you at EDC. So.
See you at EDC. Sign up this fall in the Netherlands with Emily. I will be there as well, and many others as well. It will be fun. Thank you.
It helps if I know how to push the buttons here. So, excellent interview there. Thank you, Robert. Again, congratulations to our winner, Emily, and to let's recap the top 10 again. Phil had a lot of good boards on there. Alex, a lot of competitive boards. Davide fought to stay in round 2, kept him in the tournament. But this one was blown away. 45.5 points, significant win for Emily. So, Brandon, final thoughts on the broadcast?
Yeah, again, like absolutely loved there being a beginner's board as well. Like bringing new people into the hobby is a really important thing to do, and having a place for them in a tournament is awesome. And you know, seeing the way some of the games played out, experienced players working with newer players as well, not just jumping on the new guy and eliminating him straight up. Like, it was really good to see that. From the impression of watching the little videos and the games, I think everyone had a lot of fun, and I like to see that.
Micah, thoughts on your first broadcast?
Yeah, it was fun to do. No, it was really fun to watch the game. I'm glad we got some insight with the videos as well. I think we have a very deserved winner. Something I liked was indeed also the mix of more experienced players, more new players. And it also wasn't like they were really trying to work with the new guy. They were just doing what was best in their positions. And I felt like everyone knew what they were doing. We've seen a lot of fun moves, people changing alliances when they felt like it was beneficial to them. It was a really fun tournament to watch.
Ditto. A lot of good games. I like the 1907 finishes. It keeps the games moving. We're not deep down into a single game for too long. Keeps the action moving. Good for the broadcast. If you haven't already done so, please like the video. If you haven't subscribed yet, we're getting close to 1,500 subscribers. Micah said at the beginning that when she started following us at the beginning, started playing like a couple years ago, it was good to be on. So maybe you guys join us in the future, and you'll be behind the scenes here too with us. So again, one more time, congratulations to Emily. Thank you to Patrick, who was on with us at the beginning. Brandon, Micah, thank you as well. Come back and see us I think we're off for a little bit. We get a 3-week break, which is nice. So we will see about that. And as we always say at the end of every broadcast, stay safe and stay well.